Chapter 1229. B**TCH, do you think I'll be fooled? Shintu Xiong roared, then retreated rapidly. In just a few blinks, he had disappeared from their sight, dashing into the endless void outside. What? Jida was even more bewildered. Why did Shintu Xiong suddenly retreat? He exhaled in relief, but then he saw Lord Devour's body soften, almost falling. In just a blink, he had figured out the key. Lord Devour had scared Shintu Xiong away. Shintu Xiong didn't know if Lord Devour had set up any restrictions or not, so he had tried to probe. Lord Devour had also tricked him to provoke him. It had created a false impression that Lord Devour had tricked him to attack, so that he could trigger the restrictions and fall into the space vortex. And the truth was, it was possible that this passage didn't have any restrictions anymore. Now, seeing Lord Devour's appearance, it wasn't just a possibility, but a confirmation. Jida, help me keep an eye on it. I need to set up a restriction now. Lord Devour's body shook a little, then he forced himself to calm down. He didn't even bother to wipe the cold sweat on his forehead as he turned into a dragon, flying forward. Swoosh! Countless array heartstones shot out from his hand. At the same time, Lord Devour released his god power, dancing in the air. Light flashed around him. Countless array heartstones and formation tools were shot to the designated spots, and then she used her god power to guide them, preventing the space vortex from sucking them in. Half an hour later, Lord Devour had created a barrier that looked like a spider web. Light flashed, and the colorful spider web was pulled away. The surroundings resumed their tranquility. At first glance, there was nothing. Even the soul consciousness couldn't sense anything. At this moment, Lord Devour flew back, his face tired and frightened. Her understanding of restrictions wasn't high. If the enchantress were here, it would be much easier. Setting up such a restriction had already consumed a lot of her brain power. Thinking about the situation, Lord Devour sighed. If Shintu Xiong had come, she and Jida would have been finished, and so would everyone in the reincarnation secret domain. Jida looked at Lord Devour with admiration. This woman was so smart. If it were him, he would have been exposed. Sir, are you all right now? Kid swallowed a mouthful of saliva and then asked, is what you said about little Han true? Half real, half fake. One of Qing Shan and Shintu Xiong's sons was indeed killed by little Han, and at this moment, he and Yao Ji are rushing over. After resting for a while, Lord Devour's eyes were still solemn as he sighed. Originally, I thought that I could smash Shintu Xiong into the space vortex this time. I didn't expect to fail on the verge of success. Shintu Xiong's strength has indeed reached the peak of 9th grade supreme martial artist. His vigilance is incomparably strong. Sigh, this is troublesome. What's the trouble? How dare he barge in? You can still trap him with a restriction. If we attack together, won't he fall into the spatial whirlpool? Jida said disapprovingly. Humph. You're too naive. Lord Devour shook his head. My formation skills are limited. If Shintu Xiong wakes up and sends people to die in the front, he will follow us from the back. Do you think we are his opponents? Ah, Jida's face changed drastically. Lord Devour was right. If Shintu Xiong sent people to open the way while he was at the back, once the restriction was broken and he came in, it would be the death of all of them. Jida was slightly panicked and said, what should we do? There's no other way. Lord Devour sighed and said, now, I hope that Shintu Xiong will find out later. When Yi Qin Han and Yao Ji arrive, with Yao Ji's restriction and little Han's strength, we will have the capital to contend with Shintu Xiong. If Shintu Xiong comes in earlier, we will be dead. Jida blinked his eyes and suddenly thought of a problem. He quickly asked, then, sir, can't you set up a few more restrictions? The place where I set up the restriction is the best and has the strongest suction force. The other places don't have much effect. I will set up a few more small restrictions. Hopefully, we can wait for little Han's arrival. Lord Devour quickly set up some small restrictions in the air. Then, he and Jida sat cross-legged in the void, waiting for Shintu Xiong's next attack. Of course, they were also waiting for Yi Qinghan and the others' arrival. What? There's a restriction on the passage, and Ing Kuei was accidentally sucked in? Shintu Xiong's face was dark as he came in from the Flying Phoenix and explained. The Wind Moon Monarch's face changed. He thought that he was lucky that he didn't follow them in. Otherwise, he would have been dead. It seemed that the reincarnation's secret domain was in there. Lord Devour and Yi Qinghan had chosen a good place. They could advance and retreat at the same time. If this continued, when Yi Qinghan's strength continued to increase, he wouldn't even know what the divine world was. It seemed that after returning to the divine world, he shouldn't be too close to Shintu Xiong. If Yi Qinghan came back, he would end up like Ing Kuei. Shintu Xiong's face darkened. He didn't care about what the Wind Moon Monarch was thinking. He was thinking about Lord Devour's words. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. He knew about the Fire God battle armor. It was the #1 supreme spirit treasure in the divine world. As the favorite disciple of the Battle Emperor, how could he not know about it? If Yi Qinghan got the Fire God battle armor and refined the Primal Chaos Divine Crystal, it was possible that he could kill Qing Shan, and kill his 2 sons. Ah! Yi Qinghan, Devour Jianghu, you too be ****. Don't fall into your father's hands. Otherwise, I will make you beg for death. Abruptly, Shintu Xiong roared, his murderous aura surging. The Wind Moon Monarch and the 100 venerables in the back hall were shivering in fear. They were afraid that Shintu Xiong would vent his anger on them. The more Shintu Xiong thought about it, the angrier he got. Thinking about the restriction in the passage and Lord Devour's mocking expression, he was angry, helpless, and bewildered. He didn't dare to gamble. Although his strength had reached the peak of the God realm, it was like the sealed God Valley in the past. Even though venerables could come out, grade 9 experts didn't dare to take the risk. Although he didn't believe that the spatial whirlpool could trap him, he didn't dare to try. Wind Moon Monarch, do you understand restrictions? Do you have the confidence to break Devour Jia Wu's restriction? After a moment, Shintu Xiong seemed to think of something. His eyes lit up as he locked onto the Wind Moon Monarch and shouted. I don't really understand. Lord, it's not that I'm afraid of death, it's just that Devour Jia Wu's restriction skill is comparable to the Soul Emperor's, and the Soul Emperor's restriction was learned from the Battle Emperor's restriction manual. The Battle Emperor's restriction skill is #1 in the divine world. The Wind Moon Monarch's pupils shrank. Not to mention that he didn't have the confidence, even if he did, he wouldn't help Shintu Xiong. Moreover, even if he broke the restriction and killed Devour Jia Wu, what benefits would he get? Would Shintu Xiong give him the Primal Chaos Divine Crystal? Trash, AI, let's return to the divine world first and think about it later. Shintu Xiong felt a headache. Adding on the fact that he was anxious to confirm Lord Devour's words, he was filled with worry. If he couldn't go in now, then he could only retreat and think of a way. The Wind Moon Monarch let out a sigh of relief and quickly sent a message to the 100 venerables in the back hall. They controlled the Flying Phoenix and flew towards the divine world. Chapter 1230. In the Boundless Void. The Soul Emperor Pavilion flew rapidly. Yao Ji had the best understanding of the Soul Emperor Pavilion and was also the most proficient in controlling it. She controlled the Soul Emperor Pavilion to fly faster than Lord Devour and Yi Qingyu. The atmosphere in the Great Hall of the 9th floor was still gloomy. Ever since Yi Qinghan entered, he went into a small hall alone and opened the barrier. Yan ran fireworks, Li Shuier, and the others were left to sit in the hall. Over the past few months, Monarch Yanran and fireworks had gotten used to it. Although Yi Qinghan and Yanran didn't say anything about their relationship, Monarch Yanran and fireworks had gotten used to it. However, fireworks and the others knew how romantic Yi Qinghan was. When Queen Yanran looked at Yi Qinghan, even a blind man could see the love in her eyes. How could they not understand? Although he felt a little sour in his heart, he had already brought the person back. What else could he do? Fortunately, Monarch Yanran had a good temperament, and she had joined the sect later. Yi Qinghan had even helped her kill Qing Shan, so she was extremely grateful. Under her intentional flattery, the other women accepted her. Besides, Yan Ran was a level 9 expert and a soul cultivator. She was powerful and could be a great help to Yi Qinghan. Xiao Yu, go and persuade Qinghan. He will definitely listen to you. Fireworks frowned, and her long eyelashes trembled. Her face was full of worry. Yi Qingwu was also very anxious. Yi Qingyu also became worried when she heard this. She shook her head and said, "Brother, when he is upset, he doesn't like to be disturbed. He likes to be alone." Fireworks froze. He thought back to when they were at the stream of Yin spirits. Yi Qinghan had left alone with a low roar. Her heart ached. Yi Qinghan was always looking for a secluded corner to lick his wounds when he was hurt, annoyed, and in pain. This was also one of the shining points that attracted all the girls. "I'll go take a look." Yan Ran suddenly stood up, smiled, and walked towards the side hall. Fireworks and the others didn't want to disturb Yi Qinghan, but when they saw Yan Ran volunteering, although he felt a little sour in his heart, he still felt slightly relieved. Yan Ran had just married into his family. Yi Qinghan would be too embarrassed to reject her, right? In fact, Yi Qinghan wasn't injured. He was healing himself. He was refining the primal chaos divine crystal. In the new soul space, the soul sea could explode at any time. Yi Qinghan originally did not intend to refine the chaos divine crystal. It was just that there was a high chance that he would face Shintu Xiong in the reincarnation mystic realm this time. He really had no confidence, so he could only grit his teeth and refine the chaos divine crystal. At this time, the Soul Emperor Pavilion had already been flying for a month, and Yi Qinghan had already refined it for a month. But at this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, and his eyes were filled with incomparable rage. "I'm such an idiot, stupid pig." Yi Qinghan scolded himself and raised his hand, wishing he could give himself a slap. Because he was worried about the safety of his loved ones in the secret realm of reincarnation, he hurriedly refined the chaos divine crystal. But now, he discovered a very serious problem. It wasn't that he couldn't refine the chaos divine crystal, but in fact, the chaos divine crystal had already completely fused with his divine world, and could no longer be separated. He had forgotten one thing. Refining the chaos divine crystal required time. The chaos divine crystal easily fused with Yi Qinghan's chaos divine crystal. He felt a very pure power begin to cover his chaos divine crystal. The divine power within the chaos divine crystal immediately turned from the original purple color to a dark gold color. After a month, it had already turned golden. This meant that the divine power had begun to grow crazily, and after the quantitative change, it had reached a qualitative change. His divine power had already reached the level of a 9th grade supreme martial artist, and it was still growing. It was just that, divine power was easy to grow, but the power of space did not. He felt that there was a golden energy within the chaos divine crystal that was slowly seeping into his chaos divine crystal. The speed was comparable to a snail's crawl. Although he didn't know what the golden energy was, he could guess that it was probably the essence of the chaos divine crystal. When the golden energy completely seeped into his chaos divine crystal, he would be able to control more space power. He thought of Lord Devour, who had spent 1 to 200 years to advance from the peak of 7th grade war god to 9th grade. Considering the current situation, he understood that to completely refine the chaos divine crystal, it would take at least 1 to 200 years. But after 1 to 200 years, he wouldn't even know if he was dead or alive. If he refined the chaos divine crystal, it would be a waste. Moreover, it would only take a few months to go to the secret realm of reincarnation. After refining the chaos divine crystal, his strength would be no different from not refining it. That was why he was so angry. God damn it, I should have asked Lord Devour earlier. This chaos divine crystal is refined like this. Yi Qinghan touched his nose embarrassedly. He had completely wasted the chaos divine crystal. If he gave it to Ji De or Yan Ran, they could have created a peak of 9th grade martial artist. Walking around the room, Yi Qinghan cursed himself. Finally, he sat down helplessly. Since he had refined it, there was no use regretting it. He checked the Chaos Divine Crystal again and realized that refining it had nothing to do with him. The energy in the Chaos Divine Crystal seeped into the Chaos Divine Crystal automatically. He didn't need to go into seclusion to control it. It would take about 3 to 4 months to go from the Fire Dragon dimension to the Reincarnation dimension. There were still more than 2 months left. What should he cultivate? How could he improve his strength in these 2 months? Yi Qinghan's mind was spinning, but he laughed at himself. It was wishful thinking to want to break through in 2 months. He stood up and wanted to walk around to see fireworks and the others. However, seeing them reminded him of the dead martial artists on the Fire Dragon continent. He didn't dare to see them. Buzz. At this time, the restriction in the room was touched by someone, and it lit up slightly. Yi Qinghan was slightly stunned. Usually, when he was in seclusion, fireworks and the others would not dare to disturb him. He used his divine sense to check and found that it was Yanran. He remembered that after saving her, he hadn't talked to her properly. He quickly opened the restriction and let her in. Today, Yanran was wearing a light yellow robe. She had an oval-shaped face and a graceful bearing. Her eyes were filled with tenderness and a sweet smile. Her peerless charm caused Yi Qinghan to tremble. After Yanran walked in, she sat on the jade bed next to Yi Qinghan and said with concern, Yi, Qinghan, are you okay? Everyone is worried about you. You are their pillar of support. You can't fall. Hee, I'm fine. I've been through more dangerous situations. I won't fall. Yi Qinghan's heart ached, and he forced a smile. He asked with concern, Yanran, are you used to leaving the divine realm? Yanran nodded heavily. She lowered her eyes, and her long eyelashes blinked. She smiled and said, I am used to it. You killed Qingshan for me, and I feel relieved. As long as I can go back to the Qingshan tribe to pay my respects to my parents and tribesmen, I will have no regrets. Thank you, Qinghan. Thank you for fulfilling my wish. Yanran is willing to do anything for you. Oh, when Yi Qinghan heard the last sentence, his heart skipped a beat. He recalled that in Yanran's little house, Yanran had taken off her clothes, revealing her snow-white back and the black phoenix that was about to take flight. He couldn't help but feel his throat dry up. But now was not the time to think about such things. He remembered the tragedy in Sung City and the danger in the secret realm of reincarnation. His face darkened. Yanran was a soul cultivator and a woman. She could easily see through Yi Qinghan's thoughts. She wanted to use her body to help Yi Qinghan resolve his sadness. At the same time, they confirmed their relationship. But they didn't know what to say, and the two became awkward. Amidst the awkwardness, there was a hint of ambiguity. It was very strange. After a moment of silence, Yanran glanced at Yi Qinghan and said shyly, Qinghan, what are you thinking about? Yi Qinghan was also embarrassed. He said casually, I am thinking about how to improve my strength. To be honest, I am not confident that I can defeat Shintu Xiong. But there are only 2 months left before we reach the secret realm of reincarnation. How can I improve my strength in 2 months? I have an idea. Yanran's eyes brightened as she opened her mouth and blurted out. After that, she became shy as a blush appeared on her face. The blush slowly spread to her ears, making her look extremely alluring. What is it? Yi Qinghan was very surprised and asked curiously. However, he found that Yanran's appearance was not right. Her face was as red as an apple and her whole body was hot. When she occasionally glanced at him, her eyes seemed to be dripping water. Yanran lowered her head and clenched her white fingers. After a long time, she said shyly, have you forgotten my identity? I am from the Black Wind clan. My virginity might help you improve your strength. Do you want to try? Chapter 1231. The Black Phoenix Race. Yi Qinghan's heart trembled. He thought of the black phoenix on Yanran's back, and then looked at Yanran's expression. He couldn't help but feel his mouth go dry. He subconsciously wanted to move, but he felt that the timing wasn't right, so he hesitated. Should I do it or not? I can't do it. The bodies of the Yi family members haven't even turned cold, and I'm already indulging in romance. Isn't that too much of a beast? No, I'm doing this to increase my strength. If I can really increase it a little, won't I have more confidence in dealing with Xianxia? I have no choice but to kill Xianxia and save people, isn't that so? If I think this way, it seems a little shameless. Should I do it or not? That's a problem. Yi Qinghan became bashful, and his mind started to struggle. He couldn't help but glance at Yanran, but he also forced himself to turn his head away. He was in a difficult position. Haha. Yanran covered her mouth and giggled. She saw Yi Qinghan's embarrassment and felt that it was funny and a little bashful. However, if Yi Qinghan didn't take the initiative, how could she be embarrassed? Saying such bold words today had already made her feel extremely ashamed. However, with this smile, the teasing in her eyes became even more intense. Her eyes were full of love, and it was extremely moving. Logically speaking, should do it. This is beneficial to everyone, but I shouldn't do it. The bodies of the Yi family members haven't even turned cold, and Qingsheng and the others are in danger. No, I should do it too. Yanran has been with me for so long, it's time to give her a proper status. That's not right either. I can only live for a few hundred years. If I take Yanran, there will be one more sad person after I die. I can't harm her anymore. Yi Qinghan scratched his head, feeling a headache coming on. Finally, he thought of the ticking time bomb in his mind. He might not live for more than 500 years, so he resolutely decided not to harm Yanran. However, when he finally made up his mind and turned around to reject her, a fiery body pounced over and hugged his neck. A fiery and delicate body pounced over and hugged his neck. Then, two soft and tender lips pressed against his and clumsily began to suck on his lips. A pink tongue stuck out from her mouth, like a snake's tongue, and clumsily tried to enter Yi Qinghan's mouth. At first, Yanran was amused by Yi Qinghan's hesitation, but she found that he had already been hesitating for an hour. His expression was uncertain. He didn't look like he was acting, and he looked like he was really considering, so she couldn't help. In the beginning, he only had a favorable impression of Yi Qinghan, or it could be said that it was a kind of transaction. However, just as she was about to be killed by Qingshan, Yi Qinghan suddenly appeared. His back was not considered broad, but at that moment, it was so imposing that it moved her heart. In addition, Yi Qinghan had helped her take revenge, so her heart was completely tied to Yi Qinghan. For hundreds of thousands of years, she hadn't fallen in love. Now that she was aroused, she was like a young girl falling in love for the first time. She wholeheartedly wanted to follow Yi Qinghan. Seeing him hesitate, she couldn't help but feel anxious. She steeled her heart and took the initiative, preparing to use the stupidest method, cooking rice. Yi Qinghan's mind was very strong. Towards his enemies, he could be as cold as winter snow. In the past, outside Seoul Emperor Island, he had killed 1.3 billion people. In the face of power, he had never yielded. Outside Flame Dragon City, under the pressure of supremacy Evil Moon, he had said no even in the face of certain death. However, his resistance towards beauties was completely negligible. He was a sentimental person, and especially in this kind of situation, his heart had completely softened. Of course, there were some things that immediately hardened, and became as hard as godly metal. Monarch Yanran was undoubtedly a beautiful woman. She had the special spiritual body of the Black Phoenix tribe, the unique temperament of a soul cultivator, and the status of a high and lofty monarch. This made her fatally attractive to men. At this moment, she was like a young girl clumsily asking for a kiss. This made Yi Qinghan feel even more stimulated, and his mind surged. Therefore, Yi Qinghan decisively responded. His two hands skillfully embraced her fiery body. One hand began to gently caress her perfectly round buttocks, and the other hand subconsciously reached forward and grasped a plump place. His hand was warm and smooth, and full of elasticity. His mouth didn't stop. He stuck out his tongue and began to guide Yanran's little pink tongue. The two tongues were like two dragons playing with a pearl, entangling, drilling in and out, incomparably ecstatic. Unknowingly, Yi Qinghan had forgotten about his conflict and rejection just now. Unknowingly, the two's robes began to fall to the ground. Unknowingly, the atmosphere in the room began to become enchanting. Unknowingly, the sound of pa 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 could be heard in the room. Of course, there were also the sounds of a woman moaning and a man panting. The scene made people's blood boil, and they couldn't control themselves. Both of them were incomparably immersed in their feelings, and they desperately catered to each other. What they didn't know was that the black phoenix tattoo on Yanran's back had quietly disappeared. Then, it slowly appeared on Yi Qinghan's back, and finally disappeared. It was extremely strange. After a long time, the clouds rolled, and the flowers bloomed and wilted. The storm finally stopped, and the scene was a mess. It could be seen how intense the battle was. Yi Qinghan fell on the jade bed beside him with incomparable satisfaction. Monarch Yanran's body was like a pile of mud. Her eyes were half closed, and there was a blurry look in them. Her beautiful body moved up and down slightly, and the scene was extremely beautiful. Yi Qinghan rested for a while, and in his heart, he felt ashamed. He wasn't going to die again. But since he had already done it, he could only accept it. At this time, he suddenly thought of the Black Phoenix race's spiritual body. With a trace of extravagant hope, he began to quickly stabilize his body. There was nothing wrong with his body, and the divine crystal was also normal. The energy in the chaotic divine crystal continued to slowly seep into his divine crystal. Soul? His soul space didn't change either. No, it seemed to be a little different. The soul space was still growing, and it was even bigger than the space in the fire dragon plane. His soul sea was still shrinking, and it was now only the size of half a fist. It emitted a 7-colored light, and the aura it released was extremely terrifying. This was all normal. The only thing that was different was that there seemed to be some kind of strange energy in the soul space. It floated around in the soul space like a gust of wind. Yi Qinghan immediately locked on to this energy and carefully examined it. However, after examining for a long time, he didn't find anything. He couldn't control this energy, and he couldn't find any use for it. After a while, he couldn't help but withdraw his divine sense from the soul space. Yanran, what's so special about the Black Phoenix race's primordial yin? Yi Qinghan found that Yanran had already put on her clothes, and she even helped him clean up. At this moment, she was hugging him, and her face was filled with a sweet smile as she pretended to sleep. Chapter 1232. Yanran raised her head. Seeing that Yi Qinghan was asking about serious matters, she hastily said, "According to the ancient records of our ancestors, the primordial yin of the women of the Black Phoenix clan should be very beneficial to the souls of men. In history, the husbands of the women of the Black Phoenix clan were basically all soul cultivators. Yanran cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years, and because she didn't break her primordial yin, she easily became a soul cultivator. As for the specific benefits to the soul, this is not certain. You are already a soul cultivator, so I don't know if it will be very beneficial to your soul." Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose, feeling a little relieved. No wonder Yanran was the only person in the divine world who could enter the 5th level of soul quietude by herself. So it was because of the Black Phoenix race. He closed his eyes to check again, but he still couldn't control the inexplicable energy in his soul sea. He also found that this energy wasn't harmful to his soul. Plus, his soul space was already very strange, so Yi Qinghan simply ignored it. He didn't have much hope that the primordial yin of a Black Phoenix woman could increase his strength. After all, he was already very strong, so how could he improve just because of a heaven and earth spiritual body? So he wasn't too disappointed. Instead, because of Yanran's beautiful body, the sorrow in his heart lessened a little. Because Yi Qinghan's mood had eased, the atmosphere in the Soul Emperor Pavilion also became relaxed. But because they were worried about the reincarnation plane, they didn't show it on their faces, but there was still some worry. No. I was tricked by this bitch. In the endless void, inside a large bird that was covered in source energy, Shintu Xiong angrily shouted, startling Monarch Wind Moon. The 100 venerables were also startled. The flying phoenix stopped flying and stopped in midair. Lord, what's wrong? Monarch Wind Moon carefully asked. The flying phoenix had been flying towards the divine world for a month. In this month, Shintu Xiong's temper was very bad, scaring him to the point that he couldn't relax. He was afraid that Shintu Xiong would tear him apart to vent his anger. Yi Qinghan couldn't have killed Qingshan, let alone my son. Devouring butterfly dance tricked me. Shintu Xiong's body was emitting a biting cold killing intent. His eyes were burning with anger as he paced back and forth in the hall, muttering to himself. He cared a lot about the Eternal Palace, and he cared more about Shintu Wuxia and Shiyan. When he heard that they were killed and the Eternal Palace was broken, his mind was thrown into chaos. However, at this moment, he seemed to remember something, and he was sure that Lord Devour had tricked him. The Battle Emperor is definitely dead. Even the divine crystals were gone. Even if a shred of his soul escaped, could he preserve it for millions of years? There was also the Fire God battle armor. The corpse of the Fire God clan patriarch had been taken away by his clansmen. The heart of the Fire God should be in the Fire God's secret realm right now. Even if devoured Jianghu and Yi Qinghan gathered all the other parts, they would never be able to get the Fire God's heart. There were definitely some old things inside the Fire God's secret realm. How could they get it? She's trying to trick me. I was fooled by her. Screw her, period. Shintu Xiong muttered to himself, causing the Wind Moon Monarch to be unable to understand. He did not dare to interrupt, and could only stare at Shintu Xiong anxiously. In his heart, he felt that Shintu Xiong was even more unreliable. After returning to the immortal realm, he must stay away from him. Suddenly, Shintu Xiong roared, his expression incomparably firm. He waved his hand and said, "Go back, go back. I'm going to tear her apart. Immediately turn around and go to the reincarnation plane. I want the reincarnation plane to be barren." This, the Wind Moon Monarch gawked. This Motherf * Kerr was crazy. Wasn't he afraid that Lord Devour's restriction would smash him into the space vortex? What are you waiting for? Turn around. Shintu Xiong saw that the Wind Moon Monarch was not moving and roared. "Sir, do you have a way to deal with Shi Jiawu's restrictions and attacks?" The Wind Moon Monarch bitterly laughed as he asked. Shintu Xiong's eyes turned a few times, and immediately lit up. Obviously, he had a plan. He coldly snorted and said, "Restriction? Humph. I have my ways. As for attacking, I'm not interested in her at all." Wind Moon Monarch sighed helplessly. He controlled the flying phoenix to turn around. The flying phoenix circled once before flying back to the reincarnation plane. "Sir, it's been almost 2 months. Shintu Xiong should have left by now, right?" In the void outside the reincarnation plane, Ji De and Lord Devour were sitting cross-legged. The two had waited for almost 2 months, but Shintu Xiong did not attack again. Ji De heaved a sigh of relief. Thinking that Li Shishir might be waiting for him naked under his command, he really wanted to return to the reincarnation secret realm to report. "I don't know." Lord Devour opened his eyes and said indifferently before closing his eyes again. "Oh. Then Lil Han should be here soon, right?" Ji De smiled embarrassedly. Then, he thought of a problem and said in shock, "Oh no, do you think Shintu Xiong is waiting outside and encountered Lil Han?" Lord Devour's face slightly changed as he thought of this possibility. However, after a while, he shook his head and said, "The things that the Wind Moon Monarch made cannot be compared to the Soul Emperor Pavilion. They are definitely much slower. Even if they encountered them, with the Yao Ji controlling them and Lil Han, they can easily get rid of them. If there are no accidents, Lil Han and the others will arrive in 10 days. Ji De was a little relieved. He pondered for a while and said, "We can't stay in the reincarnation secret realm anymore. Lord, if we can avoid this, where should we go?" Lord Devour knitted his brows and sighed after a long time. There aren't many medium-sized planes in the divine world. Besides the fire god, beast god, and water god's secret realms, the other medium-sized secret realms are connected to the divine world. There must be Shintu Xiong's spies. The reincarnation secret realm is the most hidden place. Unfortunately, it was discovered. Sigh. You and Yanran can't enter the fire dragon continent. Otherwise, you can hide there for a while. It's useless to talk about this now. Wait for Lil Han to come, then we can discuss it in detail. Jida agreed. Anyway, there were still around 10 days before Yi Qinghan would arrive. At that time, they could have a good discussion. At the same time, Jida secretly prayed that Lord Devour would scare Shintu Xiong away, allowing them to leave smoothly. Facing Shintu Xiong, who was at the peak of 9th grade supreme martial artist, Jida didn't even have the courage to fight. The gap between them was too big. Swish. At this moment, there was a gust of wind behind him. Jida was startled. He used his divine consciousness to check and heaved a sigh of relief when he found that it was Li Shishir. Li Shishir was still wearing a yellow dress. When she saw Jida, she was happy at first. Then, she revealed a resentful expression. Finally, she saw Lord Devour beside her and asked curiously, "Lord, Jida, what happened?" Jida didn't know how to explain, so he looked at Lord Devour. However, Lord Devour's eyes were cold as he looked at the passage to the reincarnation plane. Someone came in. I don't know if it's Lil Han and the others or Shintu Xiong. Lord Devour was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. His body tensed up as the origin energy and space power revolved around him. His divine consciousness probed ahead without any limit. What happened? Li Shishir poked Jida's waist and asked nervously. Jida glared at her and said in a low voice, "Don't talk." Li Shishir immediately kept quiet out of fear. Seeing their solemn faces, she knew that something big must have happened. Then, she recalled that they had been here for a few months. Something must have happened. Immediately, she followed them to investigate the passage with a solemn face. Not good. It's Shintu Xiong. After a while, Lord Devour's face changed as he screamed, "Shintu Xiong brought a group of people here. He must have sent them to their deaths. This time, we're in trouble." Oh. Jida's face was also ashen. However, he asked suspiciously, "My lord, why are you so sure that it's Shintu Xiong?" Lord Devour's eyes were cold as he said in a low voice, "The people who came in have triggered several small restrictions that I have set up. Either there are a lot of people, or it's the flying phoenix that the Wind Moon Monarch created, or it's the Soul Emperor Pavilion. If it's the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Yao Ji would have already come in with such a fast speed. The people who came in are so slow. It can only be Shintu Xiong's group." Chapter 1233. What should we do? My lord. Kid's entire body tensed up, and his face turned pale. He clenched his fists tightly. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't nervous. Li Shishir was also affected by the two of them. She bit her lip and looked at them with a serious expression. She didn't dare to say anything. Return to the secret realm of reincarnation immediately. Put all our people into the spatial divine artifact. Exit the reincarnation secret realm from the other side and find a place to hide. If Shintu Xiong doesn't discover you and directly enters the reincarnation plane, immediately exit the endless void from the passage and try your luck." Lord Shir pondered for a while and then ordered. Jida and Li Shishir exchanged looks as they understood what Lord Devour meant. Lord Devour decided to stall them one more time. If he couldn't, he would have to sacrifice his clone. Kid brought everyone out of the reincarnation plane from the other side and hid quietly. If Shintu Xiong had immediately entered the reincarnation secret realm, he might not have discovered Kid. At this time, Jida could take the opportunity to rush out and wander the void, trying his luck to find Yi Qinghan and the others. If he could find the Soul Emperor Pavilion, he would be saved. Outside the secret land of reincarnation was a material plane. Jida could not enter it. Yi Qinghan and the Enchantress were about to arrive. They should be nearby now. This was his only chance of survival. "Milord," Jida and Li Shishir screamed at the same time. They were worried about Lord Devour. Lord Devour snorted and said indignantly, "Why are you so hesitant? My real body is in the Fire Dragon continent. Even if this doppelganger is destroyed, I will only lose some strength, but my real body will still be alive. What are you waiting for? Do you want everyone to die with you?" Lord Devour scolded Jida, waking him up. He brought Li Shishir to the reincarnation secret domain. Once they entered the mystic realm of reincarnation, Kid immediately activated his god power and yelled, "All venerable realm martial artists and special class elite seeds, gather at Reincarnation Island immediately." Although Jida's strength was only at the lower rank, 9, with the help of his divine power amplification, his shout was like a clap of thunder that shook the entire Samsara Island. Xiao! Countless figures from the 3 continents in the secret realm of reincarnation shot out and flew toward the Reincarnation Island. Countless figures flew out of Reincarnation Island. They all looked terrified, not knowing what had happened. "Brother Kid? What happened?" "Sir, what's wrong?" Yu Qingsheng, Venerable Li Quan, Lei Zhen and the others were the first to be alarmed. Venerable Li Quan and Emperor Yu had already refined the pseudo-chaos divine crystal, and their strength had reached pseudo-9th grade. Their speed was extremely fast. "Shintu Xiong has killed his way to our doorstep. All of you, enter my spatial god artifact, I'll bring you guys away. Milord is stalling outside." Jida quickly explained, but his body did not stop for a moment. He shot downward and shouted at Yi Sihan, the demon devourer demon, and the others, "Don't resist. I'll pull you into the spatial divine tool." Emperor Lei Zhenyu and Venerable Li Quan's expressions changed. Even Yu Qingsheng, who had always been calm, changed her expression. Although Emperor Yu and Li Quan were fake grade 9, they were no different from ants in front of Shintu Xiong. If Shintu Xiong wanted to exterminate everyone, he only needed to move his fingers. Jida waved his hand and stored Yi Qinghan's children inside. Then, he quickly stored the Soul Devourer City's senior elders, countless Soul Devourer City's senior elders, and the elite disciples of the Flame Dragon continent. Finally, he turned to look at Yu Qingsheng and the others. He quickly shouted, "Don't think too much. This time, everyone might not die. Don't resist. I'll bring you guys to find Little Han." Everyone had a gloomy expression on their faces as they were sucked into the spatial divine tool. In the end, Jida used his divine sense to make sure that all the important people had been sucked into the spatial divine tool. Then, he turned into a dragon and flew in another direction. In a few blinks of an eye, he disappeared into the sky and entered the endless void. Jida's spatial divine tool was given by Lord Devour. It was relatively big, but it could not take away everyone from the divine world. There were also countless elite seeds of the Soul Devourer City left in the secret realm of reincarnation. These people's strength varied, but the strongest was a 7th grade war god. They all heard Jida's angry roar and saw all the venerables and important figures being taken away. They vaguely guessed that something big was going to happen, and their faces changed. As for the low-level warriors, they were even more terrified. They looked at the sky in fear, as if doomsday was coming. "It's Shintu Xiong." Lord Devour stared at the only entrance and sighed helplessly. His eyes were burning as he looked ahead, and a cold smile slowly appeared on his face. "Bitch. I was almost fooled by you. Luckily, I'm smart. This time, I'm going to leave no one alive in the secret realm of reincarnation." Shintu Xiong's arrogant voice resounded. Shintu Xiong's divine sense had already locked onto Lord Devour. Lord Devour also sensed that there were 30 venerables in front of Shintu Xiong. He knew that his plan had been completely seen through by Shintu Xiong. You can try to barge in. If I let you go back with these 30 idiots, I devour Jiawu, will write my name backwards. Lord Devour's face had already recovered its calmness. He wore a relaxed expression as he stood proudly at the entrance of the passage. It was as if he could hold back 10,000 people. Humph. This again? Do you think I'm scared of you? Shintu Xiong mocked. Then, his eyes turned cold as he shouted, "The top 10 venerables, charge! As long as you can get in, I'll grant you the position of overlord. Pseudo-chaotic divine crystal. Those who retreat will be killed without mercy." This time, Shintu Xiong had mobilized 30 venerables. They were divided into 3 batches. They were here to commit suicide and destroy the restriction. These venerables didn't understand the situation. Under Shintu Xiong's double attack, the top 10 venerables could only grit their teeth and charge forward with the origin energy surrounding their bodies. "You idiots, Shintu Xiong is sending you to your deaths. The South Mountain Sovereign has become his scapegoat. Why are you still so stubborn?" Lord Devour's emotionless voice resounded. His body didn't move as he stared coldly at the 10 venerables charging at him. Sizzle. The 10 venerables triggered the restriction that Lord Devour had set up. Instantly, blinding lights flashed and electric arcs danced. Terrifying energy burst out from the restriction and shrouded the 10 venerables. Ah! Lord, save us! The 10 venerables were so scared that their souls left their bodies. They screamed in fear and turned to look at Shintu Xiong, only to see that he didn't move at all and had a cold expression on his face. Instead, it was a violent explosion. Although the 10 venerables were protected by the origin energy, they were pushed into the vortexes on both sides by the shockwave. A powerful suction force acted on their bodies. At the same time, an indescribable energy actually messed up their god power. They couldn't move or teleport at all. After a few screams, the 10 venerables were swallowed by the 2 vortexes. The surroundings regained its tranquility. "Hee, you can continue to charge forward and see how many restrictions I have set up. I want to see how many lives you have to pay for it." Lord Devour's voice resounded again. It was emotionless, but it made the remaining 20 venerables shudder. It also made Shintu Xiong's expression change. Shintu Xiong looked at the 20 venerables. His eyes flickered and his body shivered. It seemed like he was about to escape. Immediately, he condensed his spatial power and a 100-meter-long and several-meter-wide golden sword appeared above his head. His face was filled with killing intent as he roared, "The 20 of you, split up and charge forward. I will be with you. I will kill anyone who dares to escape. Charge forward. As long as we get inside, I will crush this woman like an ant." Chapter 1234. Feeling Shintu Xiong's sharp murderous aura behind them, the 20 venerables looked desperate as they thought about Shintu Xiong's tricks. Most importantly, they had nowhere to run in the endless void. The 20 venerables could only grit their teeth and follow Shintu Xiong's instructions, rushing forward. They could only hope that they wouldn't encounter any restrictions and that Lord Devour wouldn't kill them. When Shintu Xiong arrived, they would be able to survive. Would Lord Devour kill them? The answer was definite. That year, the dancing butterfly martial god was famous in the divine world for her decisiveness in slaughtering. There were countless god bandits on the sea, including more than 10 7th-grade war god bandit chiefs and millions of ordinary god bandits. However, Lord Devour and his Spirit Devourer army had slaughtered them all. No one was left alive. Lord Devour's cruelty was obvious. The 10 venerables saw Lord Devour's eyes flash. Countless golden flying swords appeared in the void in front of her, covering the entire place and shooting towards them. Everybody felt desperate, as if they were drowning in despair. Haha. B*TCH, you've revealed your true intentions? Shintu Xiong's face glowed. He had made the right bet. Lord Devour didn't set too many restrictions. It was the right decision to let them open the way. However, he didn't move forward, and the golden sword above his head didn't shoot out, either. This place was near the space vortex, so he didn't dare to use space power to attack. If the space vortex shook and changed, he would be sucked in. Damn it. Bang! Bang! Countless small golden swords shot at the 20 venerables. The spatial energy of the upper 9th grade venerables was like a huge mountain crashing into the venerables. The 20 venerables were shot into a mess and were all sent flying. More than 10 venerables were instantly sucked into the spatial vortex, leaving behind countless screams and howls. Sizzle. Sizzle. Many small restrictions that Lord Devour had hidden were triggered by the attacks of the venerables or Lord Devour. Dazzling lights flashed, and electric snakes danced around. The situation was chaotic. Of course, there were two people who didn't panic. Lord Devour stood at the entrance of the passage with an indifferent face, while Shintu Xiong accelerated with a ferocious face. Shintu Xiong acted as if he did not see the small golden swords shooting at him from all directions. With a wave of his hand, the small swords bounced off, and even the huge golden sword above his head did not move. His golden hair danced in the wind. Under the reflection of the golden sword above his head, he looked like a demon god, majestic and imposing. The 20 supremacies were all sent into the spatial vortex. The countless golden swords also disappeared or exploded. Shintu Xiong's speed suddenly increased, and the golden light around his body exploded. The corners of his mouth were twisted, and he laughed sinisterly. "Slut, what other moves do you have? Do you want to use it?" Lord Devour grinned fiendishly. He didn't retreat, but moved forward. At the same time, white light emitted from his body. Billions of flying swords were condensed in front of him, dashing forward. Lord Devour sneered faintly. "Shintu Xiong, you'll see my move soon." Shintu Xiong slowed down a little, but he continued to dash forward. Without the barrier, with Devour's upper level 9 power, how could he be Shi Yan's match? Shi Yan could subdue him with just a flip of his hand. At this moment, before he could get out of the passage, the giant sword above his head had already slashed down, tearing Lord Devour's body into pieces. The two of them were like a golden meteor and a white meteor, colliding against each other in the void. However, there were two massive space vortexes next to them, where the gray air currents were spinning crazily. Such a scene was thrilling to the core, shaking people's minds. "Sir, you want to give up your clone? Sigh, if you leave your clone, you'll lose half of your life. Not only will your power be damaged, but your mind and soul will also be damaged." On the other side of the reincarnation plane, Jido was lying on the origin energy. The origin energy was also emitting from his body, but he didn't release any aura. From a distance, if one didn't check carefully, they wouldn't notice that someone was hiding here. His soul consciousness had found Lord Devour, dashing toward Shintu Xiong. Ji sighed, retrieving his soul consciousness. His aura vanished as if he had become a dead object. He didn't dare to check anymore, as he was afraid that Shintu Xiong would find him. Then, all of them would be killed. Die. Shintu Xiong saw that Lord Devour had blocked the passage in front of him, so he couldn't avoid it. He could only attack forcefully. However, he didn't dare to attack with all of his power, as he was afraid that the space would shake too much, which would increase the suction force of the space vortex. At the same time, he decided that as soon as he killed Lord Devour, he would increase his speed to the top, dashing into the reincarnation plane. He didn't want to die with Lord Devour. "Ha, Shintu Xiong, you fool. You've fallen into my trap again. Let's die together." Lord Devour wore a complacent face. Vaguely, he felt relieved and overjoyed. His entire face emitted a dazzling radiance. His body was covered in a blazing flame. Billions of giant gold swords in front of him gathered into a long dragon in the sky, roaring and roaring as it dashed toward Shintu Xiong. At the same time, his body was like a cannonball, shooting toward Shintu Xiong. What? F***CK. Self-destruct. That crazy woman. Shintu Xiong's face changed dramatically. His radiant face turned ashen. His giant gold sword could easily break Lord Devour's attack, and it could also kill him easily. However, at this moment, Lord Devour had come here to die. How could he kill him? Lord Devour's attack couldn't make Shintu Xiong retreat, but what about the self-destruction of an upper-level 9 expert? A venerable's self-destruction could flatten the soul-devouring city, so one could imagine how powerful the energy would be. At this moment, after Lord Devour had refined the primal chaos divine crystal, the purest and most domineering energy in the world started to burn crazily. How powerful would it be? It could be seen from Shintu Xiong's frightened eyes. It could also be seen from Ji Da's frightened eyes. It could also be seen from the faintly trembling void nearby. Motherf *****. Supreme God Emperor, save me! Shintu Xiong roared as he retreated rapidly. Ji Da held his head, not daring to hide anymore. He dashed toward the reincarnation secret realm. Once the destructive energy exploded, it would definitely cause the reincarnation mystic realm to tremble. Outside the reincarnation mystic realm, he would definitely be blasted into the spatial whirlpool. Only by entering the reincarnation plane would he be able to escape. Boom! A loud explosion that could shatter the void reverberated in the nearby void. In fact, the nearby void was indeed shattered. White cracks appeared in the space. It should be known that this was the endless void, the most stable place in the entire plate boundary. The crazy energy produced shockwaves that shook the 2 space vortexes nearby. Then, the 2 space vortexes spun crazily, and the suction force suddenly increased by 10 times. As expected, the reincarnation secret realm shook. The reincarnation plane, which was dozens of times bigger than the fire dragon seat, was shaken by the shockwave. One could imagine how strong the shockwave was. No, Shintu Xiong roared angrily. However, the position that Lord Devour had chosen to self-destruct was extremely ingenious. It was in front of Shintu Xiong's left. When the surging energy exploded, the space vortex immediately rebounded, producing an incomparably strong suction force. In addition to the shockwave of the explosion, Shintu Xiong was pushed into the center of the space vortex, and he disappeared instantly. Not good. Outside of the spatial vortex, the flying wand was also sent flying countless rounds in the air by the powerful shockwave. Finally, Shintu Xiong's hoarse roar was heard by everyone. The Wind Moon Monarch paled in fright. He immediately controlled the flying phoenix to run away. PFFF, on the Flame Dragon continent, in the Dark Castle, a snow-white rabbit suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Its snow-white fur rapidly turned ashen. Its slightly opened eyes were dim, and its aura was faintly discernible. It seemed like it would die in the next second. Lord! Are you okay? How's the situation over there? What do you need us to do? Night Emperor, Yi Tianlong, and the others had been guarding this place. Seeing the situation, they were panic-stricken, surrounding Lord Devour, but they didn't know what to do. Lord Devour's mouth twitched. After a while, he spat out a feeble voice that was almost inaudible. I've forced Shintu Xiong into the space vortex. However, I'm not sure if he'll die or not. Perhaps he'll get out. Sigh. This is the best that Devour Jianghu can do. Tell little Han that I won't be able to help him anymore. If Shintu Xiong doesn't die this time, I can only rely on him. My power is gone, and my soul is hurt. I need to rest for hundreds of years. You guys just need to send someone to protect me. Chapter 1235. Lord Devour curled up under the grape trellis, not making a sound. His ash-gray fur became even dimmer, which made people feel a pain in their hearts. They didn't know what Lord Devour had gone through, or how badly he was hurt. They couldn't help him. Looking at the little rabbit that was only the size of a palm, everyone felt extremely ashamed, especially Yi Tianlong and the others. They did not know what to feel. Lord Devour was the king of the fiery dragon continent. Without him, the fiery dragon continent would have been destroyed. Without him, Yi Qinghan couldn't have been created, and Yi Qinghan would have died many times in the divine world. Lord Devour's life was miserable and lonely. She always liked to sit quietly under the grape trellis and read books. She always arranged many things by herself. In fact, he was the same kind of person as Yi Qinghan. He liked to bear everything by himself, sheltering people from the wind and rain. He didn't know how much he had suffered and how much blood he had shed. Not good. Lord Devourer is hurt. If the divine world sends dozens of venerables, who can stop them? Marshal Shues suddenly thought of a problem, his face solemn. Wind Lord, Moon Queen, and Yi Tianlong also put on a stern face. Since Lord Devourer was wounded, not only did they worry about the reincarnation plane situation, but they also worried that the god world would send more people to the fire dragon continent. Without Lord Devourer, if another group of venerables came, how could the Night Emperor, a venerable, deal with them? Night Emperor sighed, shaking his head. You guys go back. Moon Queen and I will stay here to protect Lord Devourer. Go rebuild Sang City according to the plan. As for the other problems, don't worry. Little Han has arranged everything. They were bewildered, then relieved. Looking at Lord Devourer, who was curling up under the grape trellis, they flew back to Sang City, ready to rebuild the city as planned. Moon Queen, protect me. I want to refine the pseudo-chaotic divine crystal immediately. The Night Emperor sat cross-legged on the rooftop, took out a 7-color divine crystal, and immediately began to refine it. Yi Qinghan killed the first elder and the fire god patriarch with the fire god's secret skill and got 2 pseudo-chaotic divine gems. Before he left, he gave one to the Night Emperor. Originally, the Night Emperor was still considering whether to refine it. Once he refined it, he could only be a fake level 9 martial artist for the rest of his life. But now he had to refine it. The Moon Queen nodded her head and set up a formation to cover the entire dark castle. The huge dark castle quietly disappeared into the dark forest, as if it had completely disappeared. Xiao. Outside the reincarnation's secret skill, Jida's body emerged from the weak spot in the space. He took a deep breath with lingering fear in his heart. His divine senses began to investigate quietly. In the end, everything was quiet. Lord Devourer was gone, and so was Shintu Xiong. There was nothing strange about the surrounding void, and the 2 spatial vortexes were the same as before. It was as if they hadn't experienced the terrifying explosion. Sir's clone is definitely finished. He just didn't know if Shintu Xiong had been sucked into the spatial vortex. Or had he retreated? What should I do? Should I rush out now and fly in the direction of the fire dragon continent to find little Han? Jida was in a dilemma. The impact was too strong, and he didn't dare to stay outside. At this moment, he couldn't figure out Shintu Xiong's movements. If Shintu Xiong was severely injured and had retreated, wouldn't he be walking right into the trap if he rushed out now? After considering for a long time, Jida decided to hide here. It was too dangerous to rush out now. Even if he couldn't meet Shintu Xiong, if he flew in the endless void and couldn't find Yi Qinghan's group, he and the people in the spatial divine tool would die for sure. I wonder where little Han and the others are now. Sigh, if the situation really makes one feel incomparably sullen, if it was just me, I would have rushed out long ago and fought to my death. Jida angrily laid on the origin energy and didn't dare to move. He thought about the reincarnation's secret realm underneath him. At this moment, it was a mess, and he was even more anxious. However, he could only force himself to calm down and restrain his aura. He used his divine senses to investigate quietly. In fact, Jida and Lord Devourer had guessed wrongly. The Soul Emperor Pavilion was only half a day away from the reincarnation's secret realm. Yao Ji had stayed in the poison dragon swamp for thousands of years, so her restriction level was much higher. She could control the Soul Emperor Pavilion more easily. Of course, if the Soul Emperor Pavilion was under the control of the Soul Emperor, it would be much faster. Inside the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Yi Qinghan stood in the hall with a solemn face. His divine senses stretched out infinitely. At this moment, they were close to the reincarnation plane. He had to be careful. Otherwise, if he were ambushed by Shintu Xiong, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fireworks and the others stood behind Yi Qinghan anxiously. Although they looked calm, the worry and anxiety in the depths of their eyes were obvious. The people closest to them were in the reincarnation's secret realm. If something happened to them, they didn't know how to survive. Yao Ji, fly to the left quickly. There's a strange creature flying in front of us. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan shouted. Yao Ji's body shook. Her hands immediately flew up and shot out several beams of divine power. The Soul Emperor Pavilion shook, turned, and floated to the left. Everyone nervously searched to the right. Their divine senses weren't as strong as Yi Qinghan's, so they couldn't find anything. Only Yan Ran vaguely felt that a monster was flying towards them at high speed. Flying Phoenix? Yi Qinghan and Yan Ran looked at each other and said at the same time. Yao Ji was the first to react. Her face turned solemn, and she flew to the left even faster. Yao Ji, listen to my orders. Send me out. If Shinta Xiong comes to kill me, you guys go around him. Use the Soul Emperor Pavilion to smash the Flying Phoenix. Without the Flying Phoenix, I want to see how Shinta Xiong can return to the divine world. Yi Qinghan ordered without hesitation. Everyone immediately turned to look at him. Yi Qingyu said with a trembling voice, Big brother, can you deal with Shinta Xiong? Yi Qinghan coldly smiled and said with certainty, I can't kill him, but in this endless void, with the fire god battle armor, he can forget about killing me. Get ready. Everyone didn't speak anymore. They all used their divine senses to search the Flying Phoenix. However, besides Yi Qinghan and Yan Ran, no one else could. After a moment, Yi Qinghan frowned and said, something's wrong. They don't seem to have discovered us. Why are they flying in that direction? Yan Ran also vaguely felt that the Flying Phoenix flew in another direction. Moreover, it didn't stop at all, as if it didn't discover them. Slowly chase after them. After pondering for a moment, Yi Qinghan pointed in a direction and said firmly to the enchantress. Yao Ji glanced at Yi Qinghan and hesitated for a moment. Then, the Soul Emperor Pavilion circled around and rapidly chased after the Flying Phoenix. Strange, this direction isn't the direction to the divine world. This Flying Phoenix seems to be flying randomly. Yi Qinghan frowned. He was a little confused. He turned to Yao Ji and said, Go a little closer and take a look. However, what caused Yi Qinghan and the others to be even more puzzled was that the Soul Emperor Pavilion moved closer. When Yi Qingyu and the others could vaguely sense the distance, the Flying Phoenix also clearly sensed the Soul Emperor Pavilion. The Flying Yuan had clearly discovered the Soul Emperor Pavilion. With a flash of light, it began to accelerate at full speed. Is Shinta Xiong trying to lure me? Yi Qinghan's mind raced, but he immediately rejected this idea. With Shinta Xiong's strength, wouldn't he pounce at him like a wild beast? Moreover, what kind of trap could he lay in the endless void? Chase at full speed. Yi Qinghan waved his hand. At the same time, the fire god battle armor appeared around his body. Source strength revolved around him and his killing intent soared. The Soul Emperor Pavilion's speed was several times faster than the Flying Phoenix. Under Yao Ji's full control, it immediately soared towards the Flying Phoenix. Chapter 1236. Whoosh! In just an hour, the distance between the Flying Phoenix and the Soul Emperor Pavilion was reduced to hundreds of thousands of miles. At this time, even Yi Qingyu and the others could see it with their eyes. Prepare to support me at any time. Fly around the vicinity and send me out. Yi Qinghan roared and Yao Ji immediately activated the restrictions. Yi Qinghan's figure appeared in front of the Soul Emperor Pavilion and turned into a meteor that chased after the Flying Phoenix. Ha! 10 God Slayer spears suddenly appeared from the void and turned into 10 dragons that shot towards the Flying Phoenix. How fast were the God Slayer spears? They were definitely dozens of times faster than the Flying Phoenix and caught up in an instant. Bang! A huge sound rang out as the Flying Yuan trembled and flipped through the air. It was sent flying hundreds of kilometers away, but then it stabilized, and like a frightened rabbit, it began to flee. Yi Qinghan was even more puzzled. If Shinta Xiong was here, he would definitely come out to fight him. He immediately sent a message to Yao Ji to drag him into the Soul Emperor Pavilion and chase after the Flying Phoenix. Let's see how you escape this time. When the Soul Emperor Pavilion neared the flying phoenix, Yi Qinghan immediately flashed out. The 10 God Slayer spears suddenly stabbed towards the flying phoenix. This time, Yi Qinghan did not hold back. The God Slayer spears wildly spun, causing the source strength on the surface of the flying phoenix to spin as well. Then, he easily stabbed in. Bang! Without the protection of the source strength, the flying phoenix was no different from a pile of scrap metal. With a series of explosions, the flying phoenix was torn apart, revealing countless terrified faces. Frigid Night Sovereign, spare us. We were forced to do this, we were forced by Shintu Xiong. Frigid Night Sovereign, spare us. Wind Moon Sovereign brought a group of supremacies and knelt down in the void. They looked at Yi Qinghan and the Soul Emperor Pavilion behind him in horror. Their eyes flashed with fear. It's you guys? Yi Qinghan was greatly surprised, but his gaze became even colder. The 10 Godslayer's spears revolved around his body. Under the illumination of the fire god's battle armor, the red light, and the white light of the origin energy, he looked awe-inspiring, as if a god had descended. He stared at the Wind Moon Monarch and roared, "Where is Shintu Xiong?" Shintu Xiong? Wasn't he sucked into the spatial vortex? Why, Sovereign Han Yi, don't you know? Wind Moon Sovereign asked in confusion. He thought that Yi Qinghan had chased him out from the reincarnation plane. Originally, he was afraid that Yi Qinghan would hunt him down, so he didn't dare to fly in the direction of the heavenly realm. He didn't expect to meet him by chance. Yi Qinghan shuddered and hurriedly asked, "What's the specific situation? Tell me everything truthfully. If you hide anything, kill without mercy." Yes. Although Wind Moon Sovereign was confused, he didn't dare to ask. The 10 silver spears by Yi Qinghan's side could actually break through the flying phoenix protected by the origin energy. That could easily destroy them. He immediately told everything he knew, starting from the heavenly realm, how Shintu Xiong forced him to build the flying phoenix, how Shintu Xiong went to the planar battlefield to ask for the heavenly realm's map, and finally here. When Yi Qinghan heard that Shintu Xiong rushed into the reincarnation plane and was actually sent into the spatial vortex by a violent explosion, he was shocked. Shintu Xiong was a peak 9th grade supreme being. What kind of explosion could have such power? To be able to send Shintu Xiong into the spatial vortex? Lord Devour's restrictions definitely weren't this strong. Even Yao Ji couldn't do it, unless it was a battle emperor. Could it be? Yi Qinghan became even more worried about the reincarnation plane situation. He didn't care about the others and immediately flew towards the Soul Emperor Pavilion. The Wind Moon Monarch and the others behind him had a change of expression as they shouted, "Sovereign Han Yi, wait, I won't kill you, what else do you want?" Yi Qinghan turned his head and coldly swept his gaze over them. Everyone immediately stopped and looked at Yi Qinghan. The Wind Moon Monarch was as worried as a wronged wife and said shyly, "Lord, the flying phoenix was destroyed by you. If you abandon us, how can we return to the heavenly realm? You can't abandon us, we will all die." "I don't care if you die. Not killing you is already benevolent of me." Yi Qinghan coldly snorted and no longer cared about them as he turned and flew away. The Wind Moon Monarch's eyes saw the space fragments floating over and his face turned ashen. He knelt down and begged loudly, "Lord, save us. You can't abandon us, we can become your soul slaves, save us. Sovereign Han Yi, save us. Yes. Sovereign Han Yi, we can become your soul slaves. In this endless void, without the flying phoenix, we will die without a doubt." For a moment, countless people cried out in sorrow, begging for mercy and howling in grief. Without the flying phoenix, if Yi Qinghan did not bring them along, all of them would be mercilessly torn apart by the space fragments. Yi Qinghan turned his head and looked at the group of old men. The high and mighty venerables of the immortal world and the rulers of the Wind Moon Great Land were like helpless children, tears and snot flowing down their faces. He remembered that when he wanted to kill the Blood Knight Monarch, the Ice Mountain Queen transmitted a message to him, "Leave a spark for the divine world." In the future planar wars, the divine world will have no experts to resist. His heart softened as he sighed and said, "All of you, follow me." After entering the Soul Emperor Pavilion, "Don't move, or else don't blame me for being merciless." Everyone was overjoyed. Seeing that Yi Qinghan did not make them hand over their soul fires, they became even more grateful. They deeply bowed to Yi Qinghan and carefully followed Yi Qinghan to fly forward. "Yao Ji, pull me in. Send these people to the first floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion." Yi Qinghan transmitted to Yao Ji and then shouted to the Wind Moon Monarch and the others, "Do not resist." After entering the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Yi Qinghan's heart was burning with anxiety. He said to Yao Ji, "Full speed to the Samsara mystic realm." Yao Ji was obedient to Yi Qinghan and did not ask anything. She pulled the Wind Moon Monarch and the others to the first floor and then flew at full speed to the Samsara mystic realm. Fireworks and the others did not dare to ask anything. They nervously looked in the direction of the Samsara mystic realm. After flying for half a day, four familiar space vortexes appeared in front of everyone. There are no enemies. Go in, slowly. Yi Qinghan's powerful divine sense had already scanned the area. He gave the order and the Soul Emperor Pavilion slowly flew towards the passage. Brother Ji Da. Yao Ji, fly over there. Yi Qinghan suddenly shouted. He was wild with joy. Ji Da was still alive. This meant that the Samsara mystic realm had not fallen. His wife and family were most likely still alive. Soul Emperor Pavilion. Ji Da also scanned the Soul Emperor Pavilion. He flew over with a face full of joy. Yao Ji immediately pulled him in. Brother Ji Da. Little Han. Yi Qinghan and Ji Da gave each other a bear hug. Ji Da's eyes were filled with tears as he choked and said, "Little Han, my lord sacrificed an avatar to protect us." Is there anyone else in the Samsara mystic realm? Yi Qinghan had actually guessed a little. Wind Moon Monarch's description and Ji Da's words allowed him to understand the situation. However, this wasn't the time to reminisce, so he quickly said. Ji Da immediately said, "There are still some elite disciples. My spatial divine item cannot hold that many people. Let's talk later. Yao Ji, let's enter the Samsara mystic realm first." Yi Qinghan did not waste words. He turned to Yao Ji and gave the order. Yao Ji nodded. The Soul Emperor Pavilion spun madly and rushed into the Samsara mystic realm. The Samsara mystic realm was already a mess. After Ji Da brought everyone away, the plane shook after Lord Devour's avatar self-detonated. The warriors in the Samsara mystic realm felt as if doomsday had arrived. They were in a state of panic. When the Soul Emperor Pavilion broke through the power source and entered the Samsara mystic realm, many people were shocked. Yi Qinghan's divine sense swept through the Samsara mystic realm. He was about to let the Soul Emperor Pavilion fly down to collect the remaining elite lands. When his divine sense swept through the Reincarnation Mountain, his face changed and he shouted, "Yao Ji, get out of the Samsara mystic realm. Shintu Xiong is not dead. He is entering the Samsara mystic realm from the Yellow Spring River. Run." Chapter 1237. Shintu Xiong can actually create a spatial whirlpool from the Yellow Springs River. He is so powerful. Yi Qinghan was secretly shocked. The Soul Emperor Pavilion immediately turned around and spun madly towards the weakest point of the space, floating out of the endless void. I'm finally out. I'm finally out of that damned place. I'm finally out alive. Soul Emperor Pavilion? Where are you going? A cold and terrifying voice like that of a demon king resounded in the Reincarnation mystic realm. Then, a terrifying aura instantly enveloped the entire mystic realm. The billions of citizens in the Reincarnation mystic realm felt as if the sky was collapsing. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. Countless people even prostrated themselves on the ground, shivering. Then, a shining golden figure shot out from the yellow river at the foot of the Reincarnation Mountain that had been flattened. A huge golden sword cut through the air and slashed towards the sky. Heavens, what method is this? Beside the reincarnation mountain, the martial artists that Li Shishir had arranged to guard were all dumbfounded. Looking at the giant sword that could cut through the sky, their bodies went limp with fear. They trembled in disbelief. Boom! Yi Qinghan's divine sense was incomparably powerful. He discovered this quickly. By the time Shinta Xiong attacked, the Soul Emperor Pavilion had already broken through the source power and disappeared from the plain. Boom! The giant golden sword smashed into the source power, causing a blinding light to erupt. The entire reincarnation mystic realm actually trembled slightly. Wu Shinta Xiong roared in anger. Under the amplification of his powerful divine power, hundreds of God King martial artists nearby all bled from their orifices and were sent flying backwards. The surrounding space trembled slightly from Shinta Xiong's roar. It was clear what level Shinta Xiong's strength had reached. The reincarnation mystic realm was in complete chaos. Countless people madly ran around, screaming and covering their heads like rats. It was as if the reincarnation mystic realm would be destroyed in the next second. Shinta Xiong had no time to care about these low-level martial artists. He madly flew towards the place where the Soul Emperor Pavilion disappeared. His speed was as fast as lightning. In a flash, he had left the endless void. Where do you think you're going? As Shinta Xiong saw the Soul Emperor Pavilion flee between the two vortexes, he was overjoyed. His speed immediately rose to the limit. At the same time, a great golden sword tore through the void above his head. They locked onto the Soul Emperor Pavilion, ready to strike at any moment. This won't do. If this goes on, the Soul Emperor Pavilion will definitely be destroyed by Shinta Xiong. Enchantress, send me out. Wait for me outside. Yi Qinghan was constantly inspecting Shinta Xiong, and when he saw how fast he was, his expression changed greatly. His mind worked madly, and he immediately came up with a plan. Brother. Qinghan. Little Han. Everyone's expressions changed as they cried out in alarm. The enchantress didn't dare to disobey Yi Qinghan's words, but now she was hesitating and looked at Yi Qinghan worriedly. Teleport. Yao Ji, if you see Shinta Xiong chasing after you, immediately go to the Fire Dragon continent. Ji De, Yen Ran. Go to the Beast God's secret realm and take care of everyone. Yi Qinghan shouted coldly. His expression was extremely resolute, and he didn't allow any disobedience. The enchantress was stunned. She gritted her teeth and shot out several rays of divine power. The Soul Emperor Pavilion flashed, and Yi Qinghan's body was teleported out. Shinta Xiong, your son died in my hands, and Qingshan also died in my hands. Today, it's your turn. Let this young master play with you properly. Standing where Lord Devour was standing, Yi Qinghan's origin power revolved around him, and the Fire God battle armor shone with a red light. He held the Slaughter God's saber in his hand, and the 10 Slaughter God spears revolved around him. His eyes shone with a strange light, and his voice was mixed with the heavenly devil voice. At the same time, he activated the soul exterminating technique, and used all his means to stop Shinta Xiong's pursuit. Fire God battle armor? As expected, Shinta Xiong's body froze, and his expression became uncertain. He originally thought that Lord Devour was tricking him. He didn't expect that Yi Qinghan really had the Fire God battle armor. Didn't that mean that he really had the ability to kill Qingshan, Shinta Wuxia, and the others? This old man will tear you into 10,000 pieces as a sacrifice to my children. Shinta Xiong let out a furious roar. In this moment of being stunned, he discovered that billions of golden soul threads were madly rushing towards his mind. After that, he saw Yi Qinghan's 10 God Slayers spears shooting towards him like flickering lights. In his rage, he didn't care about Yi Qinghan's attack. He controlled the golden sword and ruthlessly slashed at Yi Qinghan. Motherf *****. Lunatic, Shinta Xiong is a lunatic. Yi Qinghan's eyes turned bloodshot, and his face turned red from anxiety. At this moment, he was in a tunnel, and there were whirlpools on both sides. Although he had the Fire God battle armor, and could teleport under Shinta Xiong's attack. But at this moment, where could he teleport to? There were whirlpools on his left and right, and Shintu Xiong was in front of him. If he teleported backward, he would still be caught by the golden sword. Furthermore, if he retreated, and Shintu Xiong caught up, everyone in the Soul Emperor Pavilion would be in danger. Motherf asterisk Ker, I'm going all out. There was no other way. Yi Qinghan could only fight to the death. If he teleported, there would be no one to control the Slaughter God Spear, and it would explode and collapse. Then all his previous efforts would be wasted. At this moment, he could only risk being slashed by the golden sword and see if he could heavily injure Shintu Xiong. If he could heavily injure Shintu Xiong, at least Demoness Fireworks and the others would be saved. Fire God Battle Armor, it's all up to you now. Slaughter God Spear, turn for me. Kill. 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 Yi Qinghan steeled his heart. He didn't dodge, and decided to fight to the death. Since the Fire God Battle Armor was rumored to be able to withstand a 9th-grade Supreme Martial Artist's attack without dying, then he could gamble on it. If he could kill Shintu Xiong this time, it would be even more perfect. The God Slayer's spear stabbed towards Shintu Xiong in a frenzy. At the same time, the golden sword above heavily slashed down towards Yi Qinghan with a destructive might. Die. Shintu Xiong was furious. He didn't believe that Yi Qinghan could kill him. At this moment, Yi Qinghan didn't dodge. How could he let go of such a good opportunity? Boom. Boom. Both of their attacks hit each other at almost the same time. Yi Qinghan attacked first, but Shintu Xiong was able to attack at the same time. It could be seen that his attack speed was much faster than Yi Qinghan's. A dazzling light erupted from both of their bodies, and they flew out at the same time. Shintu Xiong spat out blood, and a few holes appeared on his body. Yi Qinghan also spat out blood, and he was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. However, behind Shintu Xiong was the reincarnation plane, and beside Yi Qinghan were two huge vortexes. Shintu Xiong's body smashed heavily into the origin energy outside the plane. His whole body was drenched in blood, and it was a tragic sight. As for Yi Qinghan, he was smashed into the spatial vortex, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Even the blood he spat out was sucked into the spatial vortex. Qinghan. Little Han. Big brother, outside the vortex, everyone in the Soul Emperor Pavilion opened their eyes wide in horror, and screamed. Yi Qinghan's fiery red body was too eye-catching. At this moment, they had just flown out of the passage, so of course they could see it clearly. When Yi Qinghan's figure was completely swallowed by the spatial vortex, Yi Qingyu, Yi Qinggu, and Fireworks went limp, and their vision turned black as they slumped to the ground. Yanran and Yao Ji looked at each other, but their faces were pale, and they almost collapsed. However, Jida's face was dark, and he shouted angrily, "Yao Ji, go!" Immediately, Yao Ji gritted her teeth, and her tender and beautiful lower lip was bitten open, and blood flowed out. She powerlessly closed her eyes, and 2 streams of tears flowed down her cheeks. Her hands shot out several beams of divine power, and the Soul Emperor Pavilion turned into a meteor, breaking through the sky. Chapter 1238. That was close. I was almost tricked by that kid. Luckily, he focused on my divine crystal. That fool. Doesn't he know that the primal divine crystal is protected by the primal chaos chi? Isn't it almost indestructible from the attacks of a grade 9 supreme martial artist? Yi Qinghan, with your strength, you still didn't die after entering the spatial whirlpool? Outside the reincarnation plane, Shintu Xiong sat cross-legged on his origin energy. The divine crystal was slowly healing his body. His face was filled with lingering fear. Among Yi Qinghan's attacks just now, 7 of them were aimed at his primal chaos divine crystal, while 3 were aimed at his head. All of them were aimed at killing him. Although Shintu Xiong was attacked by Yi Qinghan's soul destruction attack, at the critical moment of life and death, he forcefully activated his soul force to disperse the golden soul threads. Then, his origin energy frantically surged out of his head, protecting his soul sea with all his might. Those 3 god slayer spears almost pierced through. But in the end, Yi Qinghan was blasted away. Without anyone controlling it, the god slayer spears immediately broke into pieces. At this moment, although he managed to preserve his life, his entire body was blasted into pieces. The primal chaos chi outside the primal chaos divine crystal had also been blasted away. It could be seen how powerful Yi Qinghan's attacks were. How many years has this kid cultivated for? He actually almost killed me. Too sick, too sick. Luckily, he fell into the spatial whirlpool. Otherwise, if he cultivated for a few 100,000 years, would I still be his opponent? No. He has already refined the primal chaos divine crystal. He can't improve his nomological laws anymore. His strength can't improve anymore. Forget it. Forget it. He doesn't have the primal chaos divine crystal, so he doesn't have the protection of the primal chaos chi. It's impossible for him to come out of that damned place. Yi Qinghan. You will definitely die this time. Shintu Xiong let out a long breath. Yi Qinghan's methods were too strange. Most importantly, his talent was too abnormal. If he didn't kill him, he wouldn't feel at ease. Only now did he heave a sigh of relief. However, when he recalled that Shintu Wuxia had been killed by Yi Qinghan, Shintu Xiong became enraged again. He grinned and roared, I will definitely destroy the Fire Dragon continent. Yi Qinghan, no matter where your relatives are hiding, I will find them one by one and tear them all to shreds. I swear. After half a day, Shintu Xiong's body was completely healed. He immediately flew out of the passageway, but discovered that there was nothing in the void. The Soul Emperor Pavilion was gone, and the Flying Phoenix was also gone. His divine sense radiated to the limit as he searched the surroundings. Then, it flew around several large whirlpools. After confirming that the Flying Phoenix and the Soul Emperor Pavilion were gone, it let out a furious roar and flew back to the reincarnation plane. Boom! 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 Flying back to the reincarnation plane, Shintu Xiong didn't say anything. He condensed a large palm and smashed it at the 3 continents below. Who knew how many cities were destroyed, how many people were killed? This time, the anger in his heart weakened a little. Without the Flying Phoenix, I can only directly fly back to the divine world. God damn it, this time I will have to use up primal chaos energy. Monarch Wind Moon, you bastard, don't let me see you, or I will make you wish you were dead. Shintu Xiong coldly snorted and sent out another palm strike, sinking the reincarnation island. Then, he turned and flew out of the endless void. Looking deeply at the whirlpool that Yi Qinghan had fallen into, he gritted his teeth and flew back to the divine world. If he hadn't become a lord of the divine world, it would have been incomparably difficult to fly back to the divine world. He might even have died due to the exhaustion of his source energy. But now that his strength had reached the peak of 9th grade supreme, there was a lot of primal chaos energy in the primal chaos divine crystal. Flying back to the divine world wasn't a problem. It's not broken, it's not broken. Brother is still alive. What if he comes out of the space whirlpool and can't find us? Sister Temptress, hurry up and go back. Shintu Xiong can come out of the space whirlpool. With brother's strength, he can also come out. Brother will definitely come out. Let's go get brother, okay? Once Yi Qingyu came to her senses, she immediately ran toward the hall, ignoring the people in the hall. When she saw that the soul jade slip on the table in front of the hall was not broken, she was elated and immediately said to the temptress. The temptress shook her head and didn't say anything. She looked at Jida. At this moment, there were many people in the hall. Paragon Li Quan, Lei Zhen, Yu Qingqing, and all the other important people had been teleported out by Jida from the spatial divine tool. When Yi Qingyu spoke, countless people looked at Jida. At this moment, Jida's strength was the highest. Moreover, Yi Qinghan had named him as the leader. We can't go back. Unexpectedly, before Jida could say anything, Yu Qingqing suddenly spoke. Yu Qingqing was still wearing a peach-colored palace dress. Her temperament was out of this world. At this moment, her strength had reached 6th grade war god. Although this bit of strength was far from that of the temptress, Yanran, and the others, among Yi Qinghan's women, Yu Qingqing had always been the most mature. She was also respected by Yi Qinghan and the other women. Yi Qingwu had not been awake for long. Her beautiful face turned pale. She shook her head and asked, "Why? Sister Qingqing? Are we going to leave little Han alone? What if he comes out and can't find us? Moreover, Shintu Xiong is beside him. He is in even more danger. We have to go and save him." Nonsense. Yu Qingqing's almond-shaped eyes glared and turned cold. Like a lioness, she shouted, "Why did Qinghan fall into the space whirlpool? Isn't it to give me a chance to escape? Although the Soul Emperor Pavilion's speed is fast, can it be faster than Shintu Xiong? Once we encounter them, we will be completely annihilated. Qinghan didn't hesitate to give up her life to fight for a chance for us. Do you want to waste it?" Shintu Xiong fell into the space whirlpool for several months. Qinghan's strength is lower than him. Even if Qinghan can come out, it will be several months later. What we need to do now is to find a place for everyone to stay and then think about it. As Yu Qingqing was enraged, Yi Qingyu and Yi Qingwu didn't dare to make a fuss. Although the others looked sad, they also felt that Yu Qingqing's words were reasonable. On their side, Lord Devour had sacrificed a doppelganger. His strength was greatly reduced. Yi Qinghan fell into the space whirlpool. Although he wasn't dead yet, it was unknown whether he could come out or not. The strongest people were Ji De and Yanran, who were at the lower 9th grade. They couldn't help but feel that their future was bleak. Especially Yu Qingqing, Lan Yu, and the others in the reincarnation secret realm. They hadn't seen Yi Qinghan for several thousand years. When they came out of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, they immediately heard that Yi Qinghan had been sucked into the space whirlpool. It was like a bolt from the blue. They fainted immediately. Mother, big uncle, and father will definitely be fine. They were fine when they fell into the space black hole. If Shintu Xiong can come out of this space whirlpool, big uncle and father can come out too. The demon devourer's strength had reached the peak of God King realm. It wouldn't be long before he could break through to the God Emperor realm. Originally, he thought that he could see Xiao He. He didn't expect that Xiao He would stubbornly want to resist the enemy with Yi Qinghan. At this moment, they also fell into the space whirlpool. Although the demon devourer blamed Xiao He didn't dare to show it. He could only comfort Li Shuai. After a final discussion, they decided to send everyone back to the Fire Dragon continent. If Yi Qinghan's soul jade slip hadn't been broken, Jida and Yanran wouldn't have gone to the beast god's secret realm. They would have brought Yao Jida, Yi Qinghan's women, and Li Shuai, back to the reincarnation secret realm to look for or wait for Yi Qinghan to come out. Chapter 1239. Yi Qinghan was indeed not dead. However, at this moment, he felt more pain than death. What the hell is this place? After being sucked into the spatial whirlpool, I was actually teleported here? Woo, this damn attack is coming again. Yi Qinghan was currently in a very strange place. His surroundings were a vast expanse of whiteness. Even with his powerful strength and divine sense, he could only detect up to 100 miles away. Furthermore, the space here was very unstable, and he could not enter the War Emperor Palace. The most important thing was, there would occasionally be a gust of wind. When this gust of wind blew, it would be accompanied by a powerful soul attack. Yi Qinghan, who was a powerful soul fighter, still had a splitting headache. Every time, he felt as though his soul sea was about to collapse. At this moment, a gust of wind blew over. Even with Yi Qinghan's powerful soul spirit, he actually rolled around in the air in pain. The muscles on his face were contorted, and his eyes were bloodshot. It was as though he was possessed by a baleful aura in the past. This place is very strange. Even with Boss's powerful soul spirit, he was actually attacked like this, but I am completely fine. Sigh, I can't wait any longer. I have to scout around and find the exit. This doesn't make sense. If Shinta Xiong can go out, then boss's powerful soul spirit can't even withstand it. At this moment, from the slaughter god's saber on Yi Qinghan's back, a shadow floated out and condensed into Xiao Hei's appearance. Xiao Hei looked at Yi Qinghan's pained expression and anxiously scurried around Yi Qinghan. However, he did not know what to do. Finally, he abruptly fled in all directions. 1 hour later, Yi Qinghan stopped rolling around. He sprawled on the ground and panted heavily. After resting for a while, the pain in his soul spirit eased slightly. Yi Qinghan immediately sat cross-legged and looked at his soul spirit. Sigh, if this continues, even if my soul spirit ocean does not collapse, it will explode prematurely. Could this place be my burial ground? If I knew this would happen, I would not have agreed to let Xiao Hei follow me out. I am the one who harmed him. Yi Qinghan wearily opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with regret and helplessness. Shentu Xiong was not killed, but he was in danger, and Xiao Hei was also implicated. Most importantly, it was very likely that the soul sea would explode soon. Xiao! A gust of wind blew over. Yi Qinghan immediately looked over and saw Xiao Hei's human form materializing. He looked dispirited as he sighed, "Boss, there's nothing here other than corpses and white fog. It's so wide here. I didn't dare to walk too far, so I couldn't find the exit. Go." At this moment, the pain in Yi Qinghan's mind was completely alleviated. He didn't waste any time and shouted at Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei entered the slaughter god's saber while Yi Qinghan flew away at his fastest speed. If Shinta Xiong could swing his blade to return to the reincarnation plane from the Yellow Springs River, then as long as he found the Yellow Springs River, he could also go back along the Yellow Springs River. It didn't matter if he died, but he couldn't implicate Xiao Hei. Even if he couldn't kill Shinta Xiong and couldn't obtain the possession technique, at least Xiao Hei would be able to live on as a spirit body, right? After flying for an hour, he still couldn't see the end. At this moment, another gust of wind blew over, and Yi Qinghan had nowhere to hide. This gust of wind covered a large area, and its speed was very fast. Yi Qinghan's divine senses were obstructed, and by the time he discovered the gust of wind, it had already blown over. An indescribable and strange energy began to attack Yi Qinghan's soul sea, causing Yi Qinghan to tumble in mid-air once again. Xiao Hei floated out again and looked at Yi Qinghan worriedly. He then turned into a shadow and floated out to scout the way. After a while, Yi Qinghan lay on the ground, exhausted, and started to heave in big mouthfuls. Xiao Hei hadn't returned yet, so Yi Qinghan could only roll his eyes and lie on the ground. He looked around blankly, sighed, and murmured, "Is this really the netherworld? Otherwise, how could a normal place be so big? Boss, my divine senses can't even reach 100 miles in this godforsaken place. It feels like it's boundless. This is troublesome. Can you still hold on?" Xiao Hei floated over, and his face was full of frustration. Yi Qinghan nodded, gritted his teeth, and continued to fly in the original direction. Along the way, he often found countless corpses, and none of them had any injuries. Moreover, they weren't all humans. There were demonic beasts, monsters, and all kinds of strange creatures, but all of them were dead. In this godforsaken place, there wasn't a single living thing. Isn't this Inkue? Inkue is really dead. A few days later, Yi Qinghan was attacked dozens of times by the soul. He gritted his teeth and endured, but unexpectedly found Inkue's corpse. Inkue's face was full of pain, and his eyes were wide open, which were full of horror. What made Yi Qinghan feel strange was that Inkue's divine crystal had disappeared. Looks like Inkue was also killed by the soul attack. What is this place? I've never heard of it before, and from Shinta Xiong's tone, it seems like I've never heard of it either. Sigh, let's continue to look for the exit. Yi Qinghan paused for a moment and continued to turn into a meteor, shooting forward. Just after flying for a short while, another gust of wind blew, and the soul attack came again. This gust of wind just blew, why did it come immediately? God damn it, can't there be a little more regularity? If it comes one after another, my soul will directly collapse. Yi Qinghan was a little crazy. This was not the way to go. Although Xiao He was not affected, and although he could help him investigate, his speed was definitely not as fast as this gust of wind. When he discovered it and transmitted back, Yi Qinghan would still not be able to avoid it. What should I do? What should I do? Yi Qinghan was somewhat at a loss. After every soul attack, that kind of tearing pain came, causing Yi Qinghan to be incomparably at a loss. There were a few times when the thought of giving up surged out, and there was a feeling that if his soul collapsed, he would be completely free. I can't give up, even if I die, I have to send Xiao He out. Time and time again, Yi Qinghan tumbled in midair, and time again, his soul almost collapsed. Every time, Yi Qinghan told himself that he could not give up, for the sake of Xiao He had to fight with all his might. Swish! Yi Qinghan flew rapidly in the vast expanse of white, and from time to time, he was forced to stop and tumble in the sky. He flew for a full 2.5 months, but it seemed like he would never reach the end. Yi Qinghan himself could not remember how many soul attacks he had experienced, and he felt that his mind was in a mess. His entire body was a size thinner, and his face was pale. If it wasn't for Xiao He, Yi Qinghan was afraid that he would have given up long ago, and his soul would have collapsed. Xiao He, I can't hold on any longer. My soul might be collapsing soon. Boss has harmed you. Don't worry about Boss, go find a yellow river yourself. That river can lead you out of the reincarnation plane. You stay in the reincarnation plane, Yao Ji and the others will definitely return to the reincarnation plane to take a look. Half a year later, Yi Qinghan's entire body seemed to have collapsed. He grabbed his hair with both hands and rolled on the ground. His muscles were convulsing, and his eyes were bloodshot. He had a ferocious expression as he roared at Xiao He with all his might. In the soul space, that golden soul sea that was only the size of half a fist was currently trembling violently. In the soul space, an indescribable green energy was constantly invading the soul sea, as if the soul sea would explode in the next second. No, no. Boss, you can't leave me behind. You must survive. Without you, what joy does Xiao He have in living? Boss, hold on, we will definitely get out. Xiao He shouted anxiously at the side, and his face was distorted with jealousy. He wanted to grab Yi Qinghan with both hands, but he was a soul body, so he grabbed empty air time and time again. Xiao He, I forgot to tell you, my soul sea has mutated again. Even if I don't die this time, it will definitely explode soon. I have no regrets in this life, only that I can't kill Xianxia, obtain the possession secret technique, and help you reconstruct your true body. I'm sorry, Xiao He. Let's be brothers in the next life. After a moment of shock, Yi Qinghan suddenly stopped rolling and struggled to stand up. His eyes actually regained their clarity, and a smile and luster appeared on his face. He looked at Xiao He lovingly, but this smile was incomparably desolate. Then, Yi Qinghan suddenly collapsed. His soul space had become a soul sea that was the size of a fist. Just now, it could no longer bear the heavy pressure, and with a boom, it exploded. Chapter 1240. Boss. 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 A sorrowful howl sounded. Xiao He threw himself at Yi Qinghan, but he passed through Yi Qinghan's body again and again. He sensed that Yi Qinghan's aura was getting weaker and weaker, and his soul aura was also gradually disappearing. Finally, when Yi Qinghan's aura completely disappeared, the fear in Xiao He's eyes became more and more intense. In the end, he became incomparably empty and lifeless. He sat beside Yi Qinghan in a daze, looking at him in a daze. His entire body was indescribably bleak. A silly soul body, a corpse, white fog everywhere, cold and bleak, in this strange world, formed a bleak and desolate scenery. No, I won't die. Boss, you're lying to me again. You're scaring Xiao He again. What you're doing is wrong, it's not fun, do you know? Xiao He seemed to have lost his soul. His eyes became dazed as he muttered to himself like a fool. N? That's not right. Last time in Sealed God Valley, Boss's soul split into two and he didn't die. So what if his soul exploded this time? At most, it would split into a few hundred or tens of thousands of souls. Boss, you're the most monstrous genius in this world. This time, you definitely won't die. That's right. Divine crystal, boss, your divine crystal didn't float out, haha. I told you, you won't die. Boss, hang in there, hang in there. As Xiaohei muttered to himself, he suddenly thought of something. His eyes lit up and he regained his spirit. He thought of the last time Yi Qinghan was in Sealed God Valley. He also seemed to have died like this. He also thought that Yi Qinghan was dead. But the Rain Empress also told him that Yi Qinghan was not dead because when a martial artist died, the divine crystal would automatically float out. But at this moment, Yi Qinghan's divine crystal was already in his body. Xiaohei became extremely nervous. He stared at Yi Qinghan's lower abdomen, not daring to breathe loudly. Of course, he couldn't breathe at the moment. He was afraid that in the next second, a rainbow-colored divine crystal would float out of Yi Qinghan's lower abdomen. Buzz! At this moment, a shadow suddenly emerged from Yi Qinghan's lower abdomen, scaring Xiaohei so much that his soul almost flew out of his body. Well, in fact, he was currently in his soul form and had already left his body. Xiaohei thought that it was Yi Qinghan's divine crystal floating out, but he didn't expect it to be a shadow, and this shadow actually condensed into a familiar figure. War Emperor. Xiaohei's eyes lit up like the stars in the sky. At such a critical juncture, the Battle Emperor had actually appeared. How could he not be happy? He quickly shouted, "Senior Battle Emperor, what happened to my boss? Can you help him? I'm begging you. Save boss. I, Lord Xiaohei, will do anything you want. Your boss's problem is very serious." Sigh. I sensed that his breath was very unstable, and he was about to die. That's why I was alarmed. The Battle Emperor's face was solemn. His shadow was extremely faint, as if it could disappear from the heaven and earth at any time. He carefully examined Yi Qinghan's situation and murmured doubtfully, "He actually refined the Chaos Divine Crystal. Where did he get it? Such a peerless talent actually refined the Chaos Divine Crystal now? Doesn't he know that after refining the Chaos Divine Crystal, it will be hard for him to improve his strength for the rest of his life?" Sigh. I'm old and muddle-headed. At this moment, I don't even know if he can pass this stage. Why would I care about strength? The Battle Emperor murmured to himself. Xiaohei was so anxious that smoke was coming out of his mouth. He quickly said, "Senior Battle Emperor, don't worry about the Chaos Divine Crystal first. Let's see if boss can be saved first." His soul sea has completely exploded at this moment and turned into countless fragments. The energy in his soul space is in a mess. The power source in his soul sea is also in a mess. The entire soul space is in a mess. The strange thing is that the soul sea has collapsed, but the soul space has not. I'm afraid this is the reason why he didn't die. The Battle Emperor stared at Yi Qinghan and said doubtfully. He then shook his head slightly and continued, "The last time he was in the Holy Plain, he mutated once. But this time, it's even more serious. I'm not sure if he will die or not. Of course, I can't help him. No one can help him. Life and death are decreed by fate. It's all up to the heavens." The excitement on Xiaohei's face dimmed again. The last time the Battle Emperor helped Yi Qinghan open the teleportation array of the planar battlefield, he had almost used up all of his energy. He also said that he would only appear if Yi Qinghan removed the 3 layers of the seal. Now that he had suddenly appeared, Xiaohei thought that the Battle Emperor had a way to help Yi Qinghan overcome this crisis. "I came out to meet this kid one last time. I didn't expect that he would be unconscious. I won't be able to see him one last time." The Battle Emperor looked at Xiaohei and sighed faintly. "Hee, my energy has been used up. If Yi Qinghan doesn't die this time, tell Yi Qinghan that I have removed the seal on the black stone." The seal on the Battle Emperor Palace has also been removed. Inside the black stone is a Chaos Divine Crystal. This is a 9th grade Supreme Divine Crystal from ancient times. I was lucky enough to obtain it. Originally, I wanted to wait until he reached the 9th grade Dharma Law's realm before I let him refine it. I didn't expect that he would obtain one himself. He is even refining it now. Oh. Chaos Divine Crystal. Xiao He was slightly stunned. Xiao He knew about the black stone. Back then, Xiao He and Yi Qinghan's souls had not been separated. He knew many of Yi Qinghan's secrets. He didn't expect it to be a Chaos Divine Crystal. Then, his expression changed again. He looked at the Battle Emperor in shock and said, "What? Battle Emperor, are you going to die?" "Oh. No, I mean, your energy has been used up." "That's not it." "Sorry, Senior, I don't know what to say." "Hee, it's okay. I should have died a long time ago. It's already very lucky that this remnant of my soul has been preserved for so long. It's just a pity that I won't be able to see Shintu Xiong die in front of me." The Battle Emperor's silhouette became fainter and fainter. It swayed in the air, as if it would dissipate with the wind at any time. He raised his head and looked at the vast white scenery around him. He sighed and said, "Before I die, I can't even see the divine world one more time. Xiao He, if Yi Qinghan can survive this, please help me tell him a great secret." "I promise to tell him." "A great secret? What is it?" Xiao He's face was filled with grief. Yi Qinghan's life was uncertain. At this moment, the Battle Emperor's soul was about to disappear. Xiao He's heart was filled with sorrow and sadness. He asked casually. At this moment, even if it was a great secret, he wouldn't be interested. "I suspect that the destruction of the divine world and the fall of the 10 ancient gods was done by the Supreme God Emperor. If Yi Qinghan is lucky enough to survive, and if he can kill Shintu Xiong and become the lord of the divine world, tell him to be careful of the Supreme God Emperor." After the Battle Emperor finished his last sentence, he looked as if he had been freed. He looked at Yi Qinghan and Xiao He again. Then, his silhouette gradually faded, and finally, disappeared from the world. "Precursor Battle Emperor," Xiao He screamed one more time, feeling so lonely. Lord Devour's clone was destroyed, and he didn't know his current situation. Yi Qinghan was unconscious. His soul sea was chaotic, and he didn't know if his soul space would explode or if he would fall asleep forever. At this moment, the Battle Emperor was dead. Moreover, he didn't know what to do in this damn place. He had no family, and no one could help him. He felt as if he had been abandoned by this world, as if he was the only one left in this world, watching over it all by himself. Chapter 1241. Why is the soul jade slip getting dimmer and dimmer? Little Han. Is Big Brother in a dangerous situation? May the Divine Emperor bless us. Big Brother, you have to hold on. You have to hold on. Qinghan, hold on. We are all waiting for you to come back. The Soul Emperor Pavilion was filled with cries and tears. Countless people stared at the green soul jade slip on the table in the hall with solemn expressions. The atmosphere in the hall was oppressive to the extreme. The soul jade slip is not exploding. Instead, it is slowly dimming. This is so strange. Jida and Monarch Yanran looked at each other with puzzled expressions. Venerable Li Quan and Emperor Lei Jinyu also frowned. They had lived for millions of years and this was the first time they had encountered such a situation. If a martial artist died, the soul jade slip would immediately explode. If the martial artist did not die, the soul jade slip would not change. However, Yi Qinghan's soul jade slip was so strange that it kept dimming. Everyone, don't panic. I think Qinghan is not in danger. There is a problem with his soul sea. Otherwise, once his soul disappears, the soul jade slip will definitely explode. There is no point in panicking. Pray sincerely. Yanran had some knowledge about souls. After observing for a while, she said this and closed her eyes to pray sincerely. Although they did not know if praying to the Divine Emperor would work, what else could they do at this moment? Yi Qingyu and the others did not dare to speak. They imitated Yanran and prayed. However, they did not dare to close their eyes. They clasped their hands together and stared at the soul jade slip as if they were afraid that it would explode in the next second. Big brother, hold on. Didn't you say that even if the heavens wanted you to die, you would fight it? Didn't you say that you would pierce through the heavens? I used the soul-devouring transformation and did not die. Even the heavens did not want my life. How can you die? If we brothers work together, we'll just have to pierce through this trifling heavens. Don't you think so? Xiao He mumbled to himself as he stared at Yi Qinghan, whose entire body was stiff and pale as if he was dead. Yi Qinghan's current situation was incomparably terrible. It was much worse than when his soul was split into two in the conferred God Valley and when his soul collapsed in the Holy Plain and a new soul space appeared. His entire body was ice cold. All of his divine power was gathered within the divine crystal. The mysterious energy within the divine crystal of primal chaos had stopped seeping into the divine crystal. The blood night had stopped flowing. There was no heartbeat, no aura at all. To put it simply, he was no different from an ordinary corpse. The situation in the soul space was even worse. The soul ocean that was half the size of a fist exploded into billions of pieces. The soul space was filled with all kinds of energy. There was the power of light, darkness, lightning, and the strange energy that Monarch Yanran sent over, as well as the black energy of the ghastly wind in this gray space. It was incomparably noisy as demons danced chaotically. The strangest thing was that the origin energy outside the soul space was also in a mess. A small portion of the origin energy left the soul space and turned into white clouds that floated and flew in the soul space. The billions of pieces of the soul ocean that had exploded were also flying chaotically in the soul space. In addition to the whirlwinds formed by all kinds of energy, the entire soul space was like a pot of porridge. Boss, is this soul ocean still a soul ocean? He won't sleep like this forever and become a vegetable, right? Xiao He's consciousness kept checking on Yi Qinghan. His mind was in a mess. However, there was nothing he could do. Besides staying by Yi Qinghan's side and guarding him alone, what else could he do? 1 month. Yi Qinghan's situation didn't change at all. 1 year later. Yi Qinghan's soul sea became even more chaotic. Soul fragments and origin energy fragments, as well as all kinds of energy formed a whirlwind, wreaking havoc everywhere in the soul space. It was like a sandstorm in the desert. It was so dark that there was no daylight. 3 years later. The situation had reached its worst state. 3 large whirlwinds formed in the soul space and continuously attacked the origin energy outside the soul space. Once they broke through, the entire soul space would collapse, and Yi Qinghan would most likely die. Xiao He's soul became slightly dimmer, but he continued to guard beside Yi Qinghan. It wasn't because he had stayed outside the slaughter god blade for a few years and had used up too much energy. It was because he had been paying attention to the progress of Yi Qinghan's soul space at all times. It had been more than 3 years, and his mental energy was severely depleted. He was extremely tired. However, at this moment, Yi Qinghan was in a critical situation. Although Xiao He wanted to sleep inside the slaughter god blade, he had no choice but to keep an eye on Yi Qinghan. Even if Yi Qinghan really died, he wanted to accompany him and send him on his last journey. Boss, don't give up. Don't give up. Persevere. Hold on. Xiao He didn't know if Yi Qinghan could hear him. However, for the past 3 years, he had been stubbornly calling out to Yi Qinghan. He didn't know if he was telling Yi Qinghan to persevere or if he was telling himself to persevere. Bang, bang. Xiao He seemed to be able to hear the sound of the 3 whirlwinds continuously attacking Yi Qinghan's soul space. Xiao He had a strange feeling that if Yi Qinghan was able to withstand the ferocious attacks, he might be able to survive. If he couldn't, he would definitely die. As for the green jade slip in the Soul Emperor Pavilion, it had already reached its darkest moment. There was no longer any luster, and a crack had started to appear on it. This scared everyone half to death. However, after a crack appeared on the soul jade slip, it didn't spread any further. This made everyone's hearts hang in suspense. At this moment, the Soul Emperor Pavilion was floating outside the reincarnation mystic realm. After sending some people back to the Flame Dragon continent, Yi Qinghan's women, Li Shu'ei, and Ji De Lei all came out. Venerable Li Quan, Emperor Yu, Mo Xiaoxiao, Yi Qinghan's children, Demon Devourer Yao, Soul Eater City's elders, and elite disciples had all stayed in the Flame Dragon continent. Venerable Li Quan and Emperor Yu had refined the Primal Chaos Divine Crystal. They were pseudo-grade 9 and didn't have any divine might, so they could enter the Flame Dragon plane. With their protection, the Flame Dragon continent was very safe. Ji De entered the reincarnation mystic realm to investigate, but he didn't find any news of Yi Qinghan. He didn't dare to stay in the reincarnation mystic realm. Everyone could only wander outside the whirlpool, waiting. Success or failure depends on this. The second person will soar to the sky and stand above hundreds of millions of people. Or will he sink and his soul scatter? It all depends on how strong his will is. I hope you don't disappoint me. Above the gray space where Yi Qinghan was, there was an old man in sackcloth standing there. The old man still had white hair and eyebrows. He was barefooted, and there wasn't a hint of emotion on his face. His eyes were like lightning, and he could actually see through the gray fog and look straight at Yi Qinghan below. Xiao He was completely unaware that there was actually someone spying on them. A gust of wind blew in the surroundings, and from time to time, there would be a gust of wind that made Yi Qinghan roll on the ground. However, when the gust of wind blew near the old man in sackcloth, it would strangely separate automatically. It was clear that this old man's strength had reached an incomparably terrifying realm. The old man in sackcloth stood high in the sky and looked down at Yi Qinghan and Xiao He, who was like an ant on a hot pan. He didn't move at all, and he just watched quietly from high in the sky. It was as if he was waiting for Yi Qinghan's soul ocean to transform, or for Yi Qinghan to completely fall. Half a year later, the old man's eyes suddenly lit up, and a trace of emotion finally appeared on his face. His eyes were like lightning as he exclaimed, "The last 3 waves, the second person, hold on. Whether you are a dragon or a worm, it all depends on these 3 waves." Chapter 1242. Bang! Within Yi Qinghan's soul sea, 3 whirlwinds began to rapidly blow through the space comparable to the Flame Dragon continent. They constantly spun, their speed becoming faster and faster. Then, the 3 whirlwinds began to violently rush towards the source power outside of the soul space, as if they wanted to break through the source power cage and return to the world of freedom. The entire soul space trembled. Where it was struck, the source power was nearly shaken apart. A giant dent was formed in the space. If it weren't for the source power quickly rushing over, a hole would have been formed in the space. The 3 whirlwinds would have completely escaped, causing the entire soul space to collapse. Puff! Yi Qinghan's eyes opened after being struck by this attack. He sat up straight and spat out a mouthful of blood. The muscles in his body began to violently tremble, and the muscles on his face contorted. It was obvious that he was suffering from intense pain. Boss! Boss! Xiao He was startled and then ecstatic. However, before his ecstatic emotions could fully fill his heart, Yi Qinghan collapsed to the ground once more, no longer breathing. Besides a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, there was no difference from before. Boss, hold on. You must hold on. Xiao He used all the strength in his body to shout out. He knew that Yi Qinghan hadn't been affected at all by the 3 whirlwinds. But now, after experiencing such a violent impact, Yi Qinghan had actually spat out blood. This meant that this was the most critical moment. If Yi Qinghan couldn't hold on, he would definitely die. Big brother, little cold. Little cold. At the same time, there was a cry of sorrow from within the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Just now, Yi Qinghan's soul jade slip had violently trembled. Then, a giant crack had appeared on it, scaring everyone half to death. Everyone, including Yanran, no longer closed their eyes. They didn't even dare to breathe. Their eyes were wide open as they stared at the soul jade slip, waiting for the final outcome. In Yi Qinghan's soul space, the three whirlwinds began to condense again. They spun crazily in the space and began to accelerate, preparing for the next attack. Huh? Why is boss's godly power rushing into his soul space? All of a sudden, Xiao He sensed that something was amiss and cried out in alarm. His divine sense abruptly swept towards Yi Qinghan's divine crystal. The divine power in Yi Qinghan's divine crystal was madly gushing out, flowing from his meridians to his brain, through the black hole, into the new soul space, and then attached to the original power. In the end, it actually fused with the power of origin. How much divine power does Yi Qinghan have? How powerful were they? His divine power had already reached the upper 9th grade. Now that he had refined the chaos divine crystal, the pure energy within it had increased his divine power to that of a 9th grade supreme martial artist. At this moment, so much divine power had all rushed into his soul sea. There was no more divine power left in the divine crystal. Moreover, the divine power began to fuse with the power of origin rapidly. In the end, the white power of origin became glittering gold and thicker. Boss, all the divine power has been sucked into the soul space. Isn't he a cripple now? Bah. He can't even keep his life now. Who cares if he's a cripple or not? Even if he doesn't have any divine power, he can still cultivate in the future. Waha, boss's soul space is reinforced by such strong divine power. It won't be broken, right? Xiao He's heart was in his throat. When the last bit of Yi Qinghan's divine power was sucked into the soul space, Xiao He hurriedly focused his divine sense on Yi Qinghan's soul space and began to examine it carefully. The attack is coming again. 3 whirlwinds formed by the fragments of the soul sea, the power of origin, and all sorts of other energies reached the limit again. They crazily smashed into the power of origin outside the soul space. Bang, bang, bang. As Blackie probed with his divine sense, which was so frightened that it almost broke his heart, the original power source, which had become golden because of the fusion of God power, shook again. Golden light erupted, and 3 dents appeared in 3 different directions. It looked like it was about to shatter. More than half of it had been broken, leaving only a few thin layers of the power of origin. Unfortunately, the momentum of the whirlwinds began to weaken. Then, they were powerlessly pushed back, and the soul space slowly returned to its original state. Yay, it withstood it again. Boss, I knew you were the strongest. Xiao He was so happy that he flew around, his expression excited. He couldn't contain his joy. But a moment later, he was frightened again. He exclaimed, Motherf asterisk Ker, 3 whirlwinds, why are they fusing? Mothers, actually turned into one. This. Can boss withstand it this time? The 3 whirlwinds in the soul space slowly began to condense, and finally became one. As soon as they condensed, the power of the 3 whirlwinds seemed to be at their strongest. It began to slowly accelerate, whistling through the space, preparing for the fiercest attack. The last wave. Number 2, hold it. The old man in the hemp robe, who was high up in the sky, suddenly shouted. His voice turned into layers of waves, like ripples, that spread downwards. Wherever the sound waves passed, the white fog and wind automatically retreated. Finally, when the sound waves reached Yi Qinghan's side, they quietly disappeared. Strangely, Xiao He couldn't feel it at all. At this moment, another crack appeared on the green jade slip in the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Everyone's faces were filled with despair because the soul jade slip could no longer withstand the 4th crack. Once the 4th crack appeared, the soul jade slip would definitely shatter. Yi Qingyu, Yu Qingcheng, fireworks, and the others didn't even have tears in their eyes. Their eyes were empty. Without Yi Qinghan, their sky had collapsed, and there was no light or color. What meaning was there in such a life? We can't hold it anymore. We can't hold it anymore. Xiao He muttered weakly, and his eyes were filled with fear. In Yi Qinghan's soul space, the 3 whirlwinds combined into a huge whirlwind. Its power grew stronger and stronger, and it was 10 times stronger than the previous 3 whirlwinds. He had almost broken through just now. Could he still hold it? We can't hold it anymore. Humph. Damned heavens, you want me to die, but I refuse to die. Fight against the heavens? What right does the heavens have to fight with me? My fate is up to me, not the heavens. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded, and Xiao Hei's soul body almost exploded. Under the astonished and ecstatic gaze of Little Black, Yi Qinghan actually opened his eyes. With a loud roar, he abruptly stood up, straightened his spine, and raised his head to look at the sky. His black hair fluttered even though there was no wind, and his gaze was firm and confident. He pointed to the sky with one hand and stood proudly. Xiao Hei was dumbfounded. Yi Qinghan actually woke up at the critical moment, and it seemed like he understood his own situation very well. What made Xiao Hei even more dumbfounded was that Yi Qinghan's lower abdomen suddenly lit up with a rainbow divine light. When this divine light lit up, a terrifying pressure spread out, and Xiao Hei's soul body was shaken so much that he kept retreating. He only managed to stabilize himself after retreating 100 meters. That rainbow divine light began to quickly spread up Yi Qinghan's body, chest, neck, and finally surrounded his entire brain. The rainbow divine light flashed and then disappeared. Then, another rainbow divine light lit up on Yi Qinghan's lower abdomen, and continued to rush toward his brain. Xiao Hei didn't even dare to breathe loudly. His divine sense had been quietly probing Yi Qinghan's body, and he was horrified to find that all the energy inside the chaos divine crystal on the surface of Yi Qinghan's divine crystal had surged into the energy source outside Yi Qinghan's soul space, and was rapidly merging with it. But what he didn't understand was why there were two waves of energy. Could it be that Yi Qinghan had two chaos divine crystals? Before he could figure it out, the fiercest impact in Yi Qinghan's soul space had begun. Xiao Hei's divine sense had just probed inside, but it was directly pushed out by a wave of turbulent energy. Then, he saw. Yi Qinghan's eyes closed, and he fell straight down. Chapter 1243. It's not broken, it's not broken. It's lit up. Brother's soul jade slip is lit up. Supreme Divine Emperor, thank you. Pung. In the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Yi Qinghan's soul jade slip suddenly shone and then dimmed. Finally, it started to regain its luster. The strangest thing was that the three cracks were also slowly closing up. Yi Qingyu, Yi Qinggu, and the others cried tears of joy and jumped in joy. Meanwhile, Yu Qingsheng and Yi Yaorao, who had been silent all this time, collapsed to the ground and fainted. I knew it, I knew it. Little Han is a genius, the number one genius in the immortal realm, the number one genius. Who could take his life? Even the heavens can't, haha. Ji De laughed loudly, but his eyes were full of tears. Lei Zhen, a big man, also had tears in his eyes. The two of them looked at each other and laughed. Lei Zhen laughed and said, Little Han, after surviving a calamity, there will be great fortune. Let's go, let's go. For Little Han's new life, let's drink to our heart's content and not leave until we're drunk. In the Soul Emperor Pavilion, the oppressive atmosphere that had been suppressed for many years was swept away. Countless people cried tears of joy, hugging their heads and crying bitterly. They kept looking at the soul jade slip and smiled sweetly when they saw that it was getting brighter. How can a golden qilin be a creature of a pond? When the wind and clouds meet, it will transform into a dragon. In the gray space where Yi Qinghan was, the old man in sackcloth stood high in the sky. When Yi Qinghan fell down, his face suddenly glowed with radiance. His entire face suddenly glowed, as if he had become many years younger. Then, he didn't stay and laughed loudly as he left. In a few blinks of an eye, his body appeared in the endless void. After a few more steps, he completely disappeared as if he had never been there. Boss is alive. Boss is breathing again. Thank the heavens, thank the Supreme Divine Emperor. I'm so happy, Lord Xiao Hei, am so happy. Xiao Hei flew around Yi Qinghan at high speed. He flew up into the sky and dove into the ground, almost somersaulting in the air. Although his body became even dimmer, his entire soul was immersed in a joyous atmosphere. Yi Qinghan's soul space had completely stabilized. Although the soul space was still in a mess, with fragments of the soul ocean and origin scattered everywhere. However, the whirlwind formed by those energies was no longer blowing violently. Knowing that it was impossible for him to escape, he decided to give up. He was like a girl who had been raped. After struggling with all her might, she realized that her resistance was futile, so she could only enjoy it. Yi Qinghan's body also recovered, his heart started beating again, and his face became ruddy. However, he looked incredibly weak. Most importantly, Yi Qinghan's meridians were completely empty inside of his god crystal. There wasn't a shred of god power in him at all. He looked like a cripple. However, Xiaohei did not care whether Yi Qinghan was a cripple or not. As long as Yi Qinghan could come back to life, he would be extremely happy. There was only hope if he was alive, right? Boss had come back to life, but why didn't the serene wind have any effect on Boss? Or is it because Boss is currently unconscious that I can't attack his soul? Xiaohei guarded Yi Qinghan for a few more days. At this time, the serene wind would occasionally come out, but it did not harm Yi Qinghan at all. If Yi Qinghan had fainted before, it would have been easy to explain. However, now that he had come back to life, he still had no reaction. It was very strange. Boss should be fine now. I'm so tired, I'm going to sleep first. 1 month later, Yi Qinghan's aura became more and more stable. Moreover, the serene wind did not harm Yi Qinghan at all. Moreover, he had been in this space for more than 4 years, and he had not met any living person or monster. Xiaohei could not take it anymore. He curled up next to Yi Qinghan and fell into a deep sleep. Oh, 3 Moon Queen. Yi Qinghan's eyes suddenly opened. As his body moved, Xiaohei was immediately startled. He suddenly pounced towards Yi Qinghan, but passed through him. However, Xiaohei's face was still full of joy. He said excitedly, "Boss, you are finally alive. This is great. Xiaohei, you have suffered." Yi Qinghan's eyes did not have the slightest bit of confusion. He looked at Xiaohei with a face full of guilt. He smiled bitterly and said, "Actually, during this period of time, my consciousness has been clear. I know everything that has happened. I also know that the Battle Emperor's remnant soul has disappeared. It's a pity that I didn't have the chance to see him for the last time." Ah! Xiaohei was startled. He immediately remembered the scene when Yi Qinghan suddenly stood up, raised his head and roared. He was not surprised anymore. He quickly asked, Boss, how do you feel now? Is your body all right?" Hee. Yi Qinghan still shook his head bitterly and said, "For the time being, my life is not in danger. However, I don't know what kind of monster I have become." "Monster? What kind of monster?" Xiaohei asked doubtfully. Yi Qinghan's lips curled into a mocking smile. He sat on the ground powerlessly and said, "My soul sea has exploded. The chaotic energy has begun to attack my soul space. I guess you have also sensed the situation. I felt that I could not withstand the last 3 waves of attacks, so I began to transfer all my divine power to block the second wave. The last 3 tornadoes merged into one and its power increased tenfold. Helplessly, I transferred all the energy in the primal chaos divine crystal over. I also transferred all the energy in the primal chaos divine crystal from the black stone inside the divine crystal. After blocking the last wave of attacks, my soul space has become very stable. However, I have become a cripple." "Yes, Battle Emperor left you a primal divine crystal." Xiaohei came to his senses. He remembered that Battle Emperor had said that there was a primal divine crystal in the black stone. Adding the one that Yi Qinghan had started to refine, wouldn't that make 2? Xiaohei then asked doubtfully, "Boss, how did you transfer all this energy? I saw that your heart had stopped beating. Also, why do you always say that you are a cripple? Even without divine power, even without the primal divine crystal, you can still cultivate divine power. At least you can maintain your original strength. I don't know how I transferred it. At that time, I took a deep breath and relied on my willpower. I told myself that I could not die, that I would not surrender. I frantically tried to transfer energy to stabilize my soul space. In the end, I really did it. Yi Qinghan recalled the situation at that time and explained. Then, his eyes dimmed and he sighed, I can't return to my original strength. I don't have any divine power now. Most importantly, I feel that the primal divine crystal is broken. I woke up half a month ago. I have cultivated for a long time, but I cannot gather any divine power in the primal divine crystal. I can't sense the heaven and earth yuan qi in this world. Now, the only thing I can use is my soul power. My soul strength is still at the peak of the 9th grade. But, without divine power, I can't even fly. I can't even enter the War Emperor Palace and open the space ring, let alone use my willpower to condense the power of space or use nomological laws to attack. Do you think I have become a monster, a cripple? Boss, don't be discouraged. In the past, didn't you say that one is bound to have good fortune after surviving a great disaster? You said something about a phoenix's nirvana rebirth. Maybe after a period of time, your strength will become even stronger. Xiao He hurriedly comforted him and said with a smile, Boss, even if your strength can't recover, it's fine. We will find the exit and go to the reincarnation secret realm. When Jida and the others find us, we will return to the Fire Dragon continent and live a comfortable life. Xiao He doesn't want to reconstruct his true body. I will just accompany Boss like this and watch Shui Er and Yao Yao. Xiao He will be satisfied. Yi Qinghan once again smiled sadly, but suddenly thought of something. His spirit shook as he asked, Little Black, at the moment when I was in the most dangerous situation, did you hear an old voice? He said one sentence, that's right. He said, the last wave. Number 2, hold on. An old voice? Number 2, hold on. Xiao He's eyes were filled with suspicion. He shook his head and said, Boss, I didn't hear anything. Where did this godforsaken place come from? That's strange, number 2. Who is number 2? What is number 2? Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment. He couldn't understand, but he clearly remembered that explosive shout. After a while, he slowly raised his head and looked at the white sky. He let out a long breath and murmured, Nirvana rebirth. I hope it's really Nirvana rebirth. Chapter 1244. Xiao. Outside the mystic realm of reincarnation, a figure flew out from the passageway of the whirlpool. The Soul Emperor Pavilion, which was flying outside the whirlpool, immediately flew over and received the person. Then, it immediately flew away. Big Brother Jida, is there still no news of Xiao Han and Xiao He? Yi Qingwu asked as soon as he came in. Everyone in the hall knew that there was no news. Otherwise, Jida would not have such a black face. However, they still looked at Jida with hope. Jida sighed and said, No, there is no news from the mystic realm of reincarnation. I have people watching the Yellow Springs water. Sigh, it has been 100 years. Why haven't Xiao Han and Xiao He come out? Shen Tu Xiong came out in a few months. Fireworks suddenly frowned and said, Do you think Qing Han and Xiao He came out long ago? Are they in the divine world or the Fire Dragon continent? Everyone's eyes lit up. Yanran shook her head and said, It should not be possible. Don't you remember that 100 years ago, Qing Han's soul had a problem? At that time, we were already waiting outside. If he came out, we should have met him. Now that 100 years have passed, if Qing Han is still outside, he would have come looking for us. I have a feeling that Qing Han and Xiao He are still in the space vortex. Maybe they have encountered a problem. Everyone nodded in agreement. However, they looked worried. Shen Tu Xiong was a 9th grade supreme martial artist. Even if Yi Qinghan completely refined the primal chaos divine crystal, he would at most be an upper 9th grade supreme martial artist. If Yi Qinghan and Xiao He were trapped in there for the rest of their lives, it would be over. Those who can cultivate, go and cultivate. There is no point in waiting here. Xianxia sighed and walked back to her room. Fireworks and the others looked at each other and took a deep look at the soul jade slip. Then, they turned and walked back to their room. The Soul Emperor Pavilion continued to fly alone outside of the whirlpools, waiting for Xianxia and Blackit to come out. Otherwise, it would be forever drifting. Xianxia had indeed encountered a problem. Xianxia was walking on the ground in a grayish, unknown space. Xiaohei was flying around him, sometimes disappearing into the white mist, then returning after a while. Xianxia's speed was very fast. It could be said that he was flying. Of course, this was compared to ordinary mortals. In reality, Xianxia's current speed couldn't even compare to the speed of a fire dragon continent marshal or duke. Because, at this moment, he was only relying on his physical strength to stride forward. 100 years. Xianxia had been walking all this time, but 100 years was not as far as the distance he could cover in half a year. There was something wrong with his body. The heaven-earth yuan qi that he absorbed could not be stored. It had been 100 years, and there was not a bit of divine energy in his divine crystal and meridians. If it weren't for the fact that he could still absorb divine energy to replenish the energy in his body, he would have died from lack of energy. Hoo. Xiaohei, take a break. I'm so tired. After 2 hours, Xianxia sat on the ground, panting. After running continuously for a year, Xianxia felt that every muscle in his body was trembling and aching. Swish. Xiaohei turned into a gust of wind and floated over. He condensed into his human form and sat down with Xianxia. He chuckled and said, "Boss, what's your name?" "You're a phoenix that has lost its feathers." "That's what they say, right?" Hee. Xianxia lay on the ground and laughed bitterly. He had nothing now. He couldn't use the Godslayer's spear, he couldn't teleport, he couldn't use any nomological laws or secret skills. The only thing he could rely on was his soul skills. What made Xianxia rather gratified was that the gust of wind here, which used to make him roll on the ground in pain, was now useless against him. In this gray space, there were no monsters, demonic beasts, or enemies. It was still considered safe. However, at this speed, when would he reach the end? Furthermore, he wasn't sure where the end was. After resting for a while and recovering some energy, Xianxia sat cross-legged and began to meditate. He sensed the heaven-earth yuan qi and absorbed it into his body. Once the heaven-earth yuan qi entered his body, the fatigue and weakness in his body instantly disappeared. However, the heaven-earth yuan qi seemed to reject him and didn't stay in his meridians or divine crystal at all. It surged in like the tide and retreated like the tide. God damn it, what's the problem? Is there such a strange thing in this world? Even if I have a useless body, I can still retain a trace of heaven-earth yuan qi after cultivating for a while. It's fine if my soul is strange, but my body has also become a monster. Xianxia opened his eyes in frustration. After 100 years, he still couldn't figure out what was wrong with his body. Why was the heaven-earth yuan qi so merciless to him? Even if she was a prostitute, after being in love for so long, she couldn't just turn her back on him. Xianxia had never heard of such a strange thing. His body was no different from before. Why did the heaven-earth yuan qi suddenly become incompatible with him? If I knew this, I wouldn't have taken away all the energy in the 2 chaos divine crystals. Even if there was a trace left, it would be enough for me to use for 1,000,000 years. It wouldn't be like now, where a hero is stumped by half a trace of divine power. Xianxia felt regretful again. How strong was the energy in the chaos divine crystals? 2 chaos divine crystals. So much powerful energy had all entered the new soul space and fused with the origin energy outside the space. He couldn't use it anymore. Just like a married daughter, she couldn't go back to her mother's house at all. Wasting 2 chaos divine crystals, Xianxia didn't regret it. After all, if he died, the energy in these 2 chaos divine crystals would eventually dissipate and disappear from this world. Soul space, sigh. What the hell is this soul space? Thinking of the soul space, Yi Qinghan sighed deeply. He couldn't help but use his divine sense to explore the soul space. He shook his head helplessly. After the explosion, the soul sea experienced a violent impact. After confirming that it couldn't rush out, it became more obedient. However, it became even stranger. Countless fragments of the soul sea and the origin energy seemed to be very close, sticking together in pairs. The dark energy, the light energy, the thunder energy, and the gray energy from Monarch Yanran were clearly separated and flew in the space. As for the energy from the gray space outside, it suddenly disappeared. After 100 years, the soul space was still growing rapidly. At this moment, it was bigger than a large material plane. Moreover, it was still growing rapidly. This strange soul space was getting more and more confusing to Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan used to think that after surviving a disaster, there would be good fortune. Maybe he was reborn. However, now that 100 years had passed, Yi Qinghan couldn't see any signs of nirvana. He couldn't even see any hope of rebirth. Without divine power, no matter how he reborn, he would still be a useless person. Sigh, I don't want to think about it anymore. Xiaohei, keep going. Find the yellow spring water and return to the Fire Dragon continent. If I'm still a useless person, I can only retire in the Fire Dragon continent. After a while, Yi Qinghan stood up helplessly. He called out to Xiaohei and strode away. In a few blinks of an eye, he disappeared into the white fog. Chapter 1245. The atmosphere in the divine world was a little weird. After Shintu Xiong returned to the divine world, he didn't say anything and entered seclusion in the Eternal Palace. Shintu Xiong brought the Wind Moon Monarch, the South Mountains Monarch, and 100 supremacies. They went out to search for the reincarnation plane to kill, but in the end, only Shintu Xiong returned. Although no one knew what happened, from Shintu Xiong's expression, it didn't seem too good. In addition, Yi Qinghan returned openly, killed Qing Shan, rescued Monarch Yanran, and captured Shintu Wuxia. Shintu Xiong's reputation was greatly reduced, and people like Ice Queen Mo Shanghuang were prepared to draw a line with Shintu Xiong. Luckily, Shintu Xiong didn't have any intention of summoning them after he returned. He entered seclusion in the Eternal Palace alone. Countless families and experts in the divine world were panicking. They weren't sure what happened to Shintu Xiong, and they were worried that Yi Qinghan would come back again. A war in the divine world. Hence, countless formidable martial artists quietly left the Battle God Pavilion. There were even countless family clans that entered various mystic realms of varying sizes. They were prepared to wait for the divine realm to completely calm down before returning. Shintu Xiong wasn't actually hiding, he was recuperating. Actually, things weren't as everyone guessed. At least, Shintu Xiong thought that Lord Devour was crippled by him, and Yi Qinghan would definitely die. Although Inkue was dead, and the Wind Moon Monarch disappeared, the result was still acceptable, and it was considered a victory. In the battle with Yi Qinghan, Shintu Xiong wanted to kill Yi Qinghan, and he wanted to kill Yi Qinghan even if both of them were injured. In the end, Yi Qinghan was smashed into a spatial whirlpool, and he was heavily injured. His injuries were a small matter, and he could recover with divine crystals. On the way back to the divine world, he realized that because of Yi Qinghan's golden soul thread attack, his soul was injured, and he could barely fly back to the divine world. He could only enter seclusion immediately. Swish! 3,000 years later, the space outside the Supreme Island suddenly rippled and a few figures appeared in the sky. The one in the lead was the breathtakingly beautiful Ice Queen. Beside her were the Blood Knight Monarch, Mo Shanghuang, the Hidden Monarch, and 3 lower 9th grade monarchs from the small secret realm. All the sovereigns that could be summoned from the divine world had appeared on Supreme Island. As for the mystical realm of the Water God and the Fire God, they had long been cut off from the immortal realm. Naturally, they would not come out now. The 6 sovereigns' faces were filled with bewilderment. After Shintu Xiong returned to the divine world, he actually went into seclusion for 3,000 years. Today, he finally came out, and summoned everyone here. However, no one knew what Shintu Xiong was up to. Buzz! 6 sovereigns, Lord Father is very kind. The door to the Eternal Palace suddenly opened, and Shintu Wuya appeared on the door. He cupped his hands towards everyone and made an inviting gesture. Ice Queen frowned and flew towards the Eternal Hall. Although most of the people here intended to separate themselves from Shintu Xiong, they were powerless to refuse Shintu Xiong's summons. Shintu Xiong sat in the main hall. His face was dark and his brows were furrowed. His eyelids were drooping, and no one knew what he was thinking about. The 6 of them flew in and bowed respectfully. They shouted in unison, "Greetings, Lord." Shintu Xiong didn't raise his eyelids. He waved his hand for everyone to sit down. A moment later, he threw out a shocking piece of news. 3,000 years ago, I crippled Shi Jiawu and killed Yi Qinghan. You don't have to worry about them coming back to take revenge. Wu, everyone revealed a shocked expression. Even the Blood Knight monarch didn't believe it. Yi Qinghan's strange armor, they had already guessed a little about it. It was the legendary number 1 supreme spiritual treasure in the divine world. He could teleport at any time, so how could Shintu Xiong kill Yi Qinghan? Scoff, what's with your expressions? Everyone's doubtful expressions angered Shintu Xiong. Instantly, the air in the Eternal Hall froze. Everyone felt like a mountain was pressing down on them, and they didn't even dare to breathe. Yi Qinghan was smashed into a spatial whirlpool by me. Inside the spatial whirlpool is an extremely strange space. There is no primal chaos energy, so he will definitely be attacked by that strange soul attack and his soul will collapse. Yi Qinghan will definitely die this time. Shintu Xiong said unhappily. He looked at the Ice Mountain Queen, and the killing intent in his eyes was obvious. The War God Pavilion's powerful intelligence network had investigated everything about Yi Qinghan coming back to kill Qing Shan and capture Shintu Wuxia. At that time, the Ice Queen didn't have any intention to stop him or attack. Everyone heard Shintu Xiong's words and was confused. Did Yi Qinghan really get smashed into the space whirlpool by Shintu Xiong? Space whirlpool, could he still come out alive after entering that place? Sir, what instructions do you have for us? Ice Mountain Queen felt Shintu Xiong's hostility and sighed in her heart, cupping her fists. Shintu Xiong's eyes were filled with hatred. He gritted his teeth and said, I want to kill all of Yi Qinghan's women and family, as well as devour Jiawu, to console my son's soul in heaven. They definitely don't dare to hide in the reincarnation secret realm anymore. They should be in the Fire Dragon dimension. I called you all here to discuss how to enter the Fire Dragon dimension and kill all of them. Fire Dragon dimension, everyone frowned. Who could confirm that Yi Qinghan was dead? They helped Shintu Xiong to deal with Yi Qinghan's family and friends. If Yi Qinghan didn't die and came back to take revenge, could they be a match for Yi Qinghan? Let's say that the Fire Dragon dimension was a material plane. Level 9 experts couldn't enter. Venerables and pseudo-level 9 experts would die with Lord Devour's real body there. Everyone became silent. Until Shintu Xiong snorted discontentedly. Blood Knight Monarch said with a crying face, Sir, the Fire Dragon dimension is a material plane. Yi Qinghan must have made arrangements when you captured some people last time. Even if you cripple Devour, Yi Qinghan has the pseudo-primal chaos divine crystal. As long as he has a pseudo-level 9 expert, no matter how many venerables go, they will die. Trash, you think I don't know what you're saying? Shintu Xiong glared angrily and scolded, I have no other way, so I called you all here to discuss. Otherwise, I would have destroyed the Fire Dragon continent myself. The 6 were speechless. Shintu Xiong was even more furious when he saw them. He stood up and shouted angrily, all of you stay here and think. If you can't think of a way, all of you can just stay here. Everyone's faces turned green and white. But Shintu Xiong had already left. They could only sit on the spot with grief and indignation. Their eyes flickered as they pondered. Wuya. Walking to another side hall, Shintu Xiong shouted. Shintu Wuya appeared immediately. Shintu Xiong said with a black face, send a message to the War God Pavilion's Grand Elder. Gather all the venerables of the continent and the patriarchs of the major clans. Come to the Eternal Palace. I don't believe that we can't think of a way to destroy the Fire Dragon continent with so many brains in the divine world. After a while, the War God Pavilion sent out the summons of the Chief Pavilion Master. The divine world was alarmed. Countless patriarchs and venerables of the major clans started to gather at the Supreme Island. To become a patriarch of a major clan, one had to be either extremely powerful or extremely intelligent. 3 days later, 700 to 800 people gathered in the Eternal Palace. All the elites of the divine world were gathered in the Eternal Palace. Or rather, they were imprisoned by Shintu Xiong. They only had one goal, to think of a way to destroy the Fire Dragon continent. Chapter 1246. It's been 3,000 years. Time flew by so quickly. They haven't sent any messages, which means that Qing Han and Xiao He haven't come out yet. Han. How are you doing in there? Do you know that Qingqing misses you? Inside the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Yu Qingqing was wearing a pink palace dress. There were no bright peach blossoms on her head. She was sitting cross-legged on a jade bed, looking extremely beautiful. Her thin eyebrows were slightly curled, which made one's heart ache. She played Break the Formation over and over again in the room. This was the song Yi Qinghan sang on the quiet lake island. Even now, she still remembered how Yi Qinghan had used a large sword to dance the wind and clouds. It had been 3,000 years. Yu Qingqing's strength had improved, reaching the peak of 6th grade war god. With the divine sound law, she could probably kill a group of 7th grade war gods. However, after cultivating for a while, Yu Qingqing would feel an inexplicable sense of anxiety. She would stop cultivating, rest, and daydream, thinking about Yi Qinghan. Without Yi Qinghan, she felt that cultivating was meaningless. So what if she had the chance to reach 9th grade? Lord Jida, aren't you going to see the Wind Moon Sovereign? It's not good to keep them locked up all the time. In another side hall, Lei Zhen looked at Jida in confusion. The two of them were leisurely playing chess, drinking tea, and chatting. No. Jida waved his hand and said unhappily, if it weren't for this old man who created the flying wand, how could Lord Devour's doppelganger be destroyed? How could little Han be smashed into the spatial whirlpool? I can't wait to throw this old man out of the boundless void. I'm already giving him face by keeping him locked up. Lei Zhen smiled helplessly. Jida looked scholarly, but his heart was no different from when he was the leader of the god bandits. He was overbearing and unreasonable. The Wind Moon Sovereign was also forced. Yi Qinghan had forgiven them, but Jida didn't let them go. That's right, Lei Zhen. Did your strength improve after the last seclusion? Jida threw down a black chess piece, sipped his tea, and asked casually. Lei Zhen's eyes flashed as he said in a low voice, some. I estimate that the next time I go into seclusion, it's very likely that I'll have fused the ultimate profound mystery. The reason I came out of seclusion this time is to have a good rest and break through the bottleneck in one go. Once I've gained a basic understanding of the ultimate profound mysteries, the rest will be easy. Jida's hand trembled. The chess piece shook and fell to the ground. His face was full of shock. He knew that Lei Zhen was a very cautious person and would not lie. He quickly patted Lei Zhen's shoulder and laughed, good. He was indeed a peerless genius of the Thunder God clan. How many years has it been since he became a venerable? Less than 10,000 years, right? If this talent were to spread to the god realm, it would scare a large number of people to death. Work hard and relax. Oh right. Do you want me to give you 2 girls to make you happy and relax? With me here, the rain won't be able to find out. This, Lei Zhen frowned. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Thank you, Brother Jida. But that won't be necessary. I don't like that. Talent? My talent is far from little Han's. It's been 3,000 years. I don't know if that freak little Han has made a breakthrough again. He could kill Qing Shan in the past. Maybe this time, he can reach 9th grade supreme martial artist. He definitely can. This brat's growth speed can probably scare divine emperors to death. Don't worry about him. I have confidence in him. This brat will definitely come out. Sigh. Next time I go to the reincarnation realm, I'll bring back a few beauties to play with. Life is as lonely as snow. I digress. Let's continue playing chess. Jida laughed. The two stopped talking. They looked at each other and smiled. Then, they continued playing chess. It's been 3,000 years, and I still don't have any divine power in half a year. It seems that I'm really crippled. Xiaohei, how far have we gone? When will this F***king end? In the gray space, Yi Qinghan ran weakly. Xiaohei followed beside him. He also looked listless. The two had been running in this strange space for more than 3,000 years. But the surrounding scenery was still the same. The ground was always flat, and the distance was still white. If it weren't for the fact that they could see different corpses often and that Shintushiong had successfully come out, Yi Qinghan might have given up. Boss, I have a feeling that we're almost at the end. Trust me, let's keep running. Xiaohei comforted him. But even he didn't believe what he said. The two ran for a few days. Yi Qinghan was so tired that he sat on the ground and rested. Because he wasn't injured, the soul ring couldn't automatically protect its owner. Of course, Yi Qinghan wasn't stupid enough to stab himself a few times. In any case, he just needed to cultivate for a while and let the heaven and earth origin energy circulate around his body to recover. Why harm himself? Physical exhaustion was one thing. After running for several thousand years, the mental exhaustion was the most painful. Yi Qinghan didn't want to look at the surrounding scenery. It was forever unchanged. His eyes were numb from looking at it. After lying on the ground for half a day, Yi Qinghan sat up and cultivated for an hour. He let his tired and weak body recover. Then, he once again looked into his soul space. The barrier outside his soul space looked even more solid. The source strength, Yi Qinghan's massive amount of divine power, the two chaos divine crystals, and the golden chaos energy within them made this barrier incomparably solid. In truth, Yi Qinghan didn't know that it was the chaos energy within the chaos divine crystals that made this barrier so solid. It was also because of this primal chaos qi that the soul attack of Yufeng was unable to penetrate this gray space. The soul space was now so big that it was frightening. It was much bigger than the reincarnation's secret domain. It was still growing. In a few thousand years, it would be as big as the beast god fire's secret domain. The countless fragments of the soul sea and the source strength in the soul space were completely obedient. They stuck together and floated in the soul space as if they were fixed. With a single glance, it felt as if there were billions of twinkling stars in the sky. The power of light, dark, lightning, and the unknown energy from Yen Ran Monarch turned into 4 gusts of wind, blowing around the countless fragments as if they would never be tired. Oh. Something's wrong. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan's soul was shaken. He finally found something different in the soul space. In the center of the soul space, there was an unknown energy. It was like a mixture of gas and liquid. It felt like paste. It was sticky and was only as big as a fist. If it weren't for Yi Qinghan's careful investigation, he wouldn't have found it in the vast soul space of the reincarnation's secret domain. What is this thing? Yi Qinghan's soul consciousness constantly swept over the paste. He had never seen this thing before. He didn't know what it was used for. He didn't know why it suddenly appeared in his soul space. Oh, I can control this thing. Yi Qinghan used his soul consciousness to control this white paste. He was surprised that he could move it slightly. After pondering for a while, he tried to control the paste energy of the venerable to float out of the soul space. The result scared Yi Qinghan out of his wits. The paste easily passed through the iron barrel-like barrier of the soul space. It went through the black hole and appeared in Yi Qinghan's body. It wasn't strange. As soon as this thing appeared in Yi Qinghan's body, it turned into several streams of energy and dispersed into his veins. After several cycles, it entered the divine crystal. Yi Qinghan opened his eyes. He jumped up and shot out like a cannonball. In front of Xiao Hei's astonished eyes, he teleported back in the next second. He said in fright, Motherf *Ker. This thing is so powerful. It's 100 times more powerful than the god power. I feel like my body is full of energy. I can break the void with one punch. What kind of energy is this? Oh, no. The energy is being consumed too fast. I used more than half of it. Chapter 1247. This. Big brother, you, Xiao Hei looked at Yi Qinghan in a daze. Wasn't he a cripple? How could he suddenly fly? He could even teleport? Let's talk later. Yi Qinghan was very excited. He waved his hand and sat down cross-legged. His divine sense immediately locked onto the glue-like energy flow in the divine crystal. He checked and found that 2/3 of it had disappeared. Moreover, when he checked carefully, he found that the energy was actually decreasing. He was so scared that his body shivered. He hurriedly circulated the remaining energy through his meridians and into the black hole in his head. When the energy entered his soul space through the 7-colored space barrier, Yi Qinghan anxiously checked again. After confirming that it hadn't decreased, he let out a long breath. What was the most precious thing in the world? Something that was lost and regained was the most precious. When a rich man was rich, he didn't think that money was very important. However, when he was penniless and living on the streets, he would definitely think that money was the most precious thing. When a healthy man suddenly fell sick and couldn't get out of bed, he would think that being able to jump and walk was the most extravagant wish. Similarly, Yi Qinghan used to have overbearing power. He could tear the sky with a wave of his hand, flatten mountains, and stand above billions of people. However, he couldn't even fly now. In the past thousands of years, Yi Qinghan didn't show it on the surface. He even planned to leave this damn place and return to the Fire Dragon continent to retire. However, he still felt very empty and unwilling. Now that he had regained his lost power, and it was even more overbearing, how could Yi Qinghan not be excited? His soul wouldn't tremble? Opening his eyes, Yi Qinghan rubbed his hands like a beggar who had picked up some money. His eyes shone brightly as he laughed foolishly and shouted to Xiao Hei, "Hi Hei, I found a new power. It's so strong, so big, so awesome. You see, I can fly, and I can even teleport. *CK your grandpa, I finally have hope. Waha, this feels great. Baby. It's true, boss. That's great." Xiao Hei was so happy that he flew around in circles in the sky. He was even happier than Yi Qinghan. His entire soul body was immersed in the joyous atmosphere. After a long time, he flew back and asked excitedly, "Boss, where did your new energy come from? How powerful were they? By the way, what did you mean when you said the energy consumption was too fast?" Yi Qinghan rubbed his hands and shook his head. "I don't know how it came to be. It just suddenly appeared in the new soul space. As for how strong it is, I don't know yet. The energy is too little. Once it appears in the body, it will automatically decrease. I used up more than half of it just to teleport. I don't dare to use it now. I'm afraid that without the fire seed, this energy won't increase in the future. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let me check it out first." After saying that, Yi Qinghan sat cross-legged once again. This time, he began to carefully investigate. His divine sense swept through the soul space that was bigger than the reincarnation plane. He didn't miss a single spot. Other than the trace of energy in the middle of the space, he didn't find any trace of this white paste of energy. The fragments of the soul sea and the origin energy were still stuck together, forming billions of stars. The power of light, darkness, and thunder formed countless breezes. The billions of stars were still blowing, and the soul space was still growing. Yi Qinghan focused all of his attention on the white, glue-like energy. After the energy returned to the soul space, it automatically floated back to the center of the space. 2 days, 5 days, 10 days. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. Waha, this energy is indeed increasing slowly. God damn it, I finally have hope. After observing for 3 months, Yi Qinghan finally confirmed one thing. This white paste of energy was slowly growing. Originally, it was only the size of a fist. When he brought it out of his body, he used up more than half of it. At this moment, the 3 moon queens had finally increased in size and became the size of a fist. Yi Qinghan really wanted to circulate this trace of energy and test its power and use. However, he thought of how little energy there was. If he used it carelessly and used it all up, it would be damn it. Forcefully suppressing the excitement and trembling in his heart, Yi Qinghan opened his eyes and looked at Xiao He. He laughed and said, Go, Xiao He. Find the exit. I want to go back, go home. Xiao He felt Yi Qinghan's joy and immediately transformed into a gust of wind. He accompanied Yi Qinghan as he drifted forward. A man and a soul body moved forward alone in the vast white world, looking for the way home. Trash, trash. All of you are trash. In the immortal world, Shintu Xiong's roar resounded in the eternal palace. Nearly 1,000 people were sitting in the great hall. There were 6 sovereigns and more than 200 venerables. The rest were 7th-grade war gods and chiefs of large families. However, they did not dare to make a sound as Shintu Xiong pointed at their noses and scolded them. 500 years. So many people, and no one has come up with a solution in 500 years? If you aren't trash, then what are you? Shintu Xiong's face was frosty. His hooked nose trembled slightly, making him look even more terrifying. Especially the aura that he unintentionally released, it made the chiefs of large families break out in a cold sweat. He was at the peak of 9th-grade supreme martial artist. Apart from the divine emperor who managed the Plate realm, his strength was at the top. He had reached the pinnacle of cultivation for a warrior. After he brought this group of people into the eternal palace, he went into seclusion for another 500 years. He had completely healed the injuries in his soul's sea and his strength had reached its peak. Now that he had come out, this group of people could not come up with a solution. After questioning him, they did not even dare to let out a fart. Clearly, it was not that they did not have a solution, but that they did not dare to speak. After all, without proof of Yi Qinghan's death, who would dare to speak carelessly? There were many people here. If word got out, who would suggest that Shintu Xiong go to Yi Qinghan's clan? What do you think will happen to Yi Qinghan if he hears this? Yi Qinghan's title as a human-shaped demon was forged with the blood of more than 1 billion warriors. My lord, I have an idea. Suddenly, Shintu Xiong raised his eyebrows. He received a sound transmission. He glanced at it and knew that it was from a chief of a large family in the Heavenly Awakening continent. He hurriedly said, Speak. That 7th-grade war god looked around. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he hurriedly lowered his head and said, My lord, you can send a sovereign to the Flame Dragon continent. F***ck off. A sovereign is a 9th-grade war god and can enter a material plane with divine might? Is there something wrong with your brain? Shintu Xiong was enraged and cursed. He thought that it was a good idea, but it turned out to be a moron. That person became anxious and hurriedly said, It's not like that. My lord, you have misunderstood me. Think about it this way. Why can't a 9th-grade expert go in? Isn't it because he has divine might? The space in a material plane is unstable. If a 9th-grade expert goes in by force, the divine might will cause the space to collapse and the material plane to collapse. My lord, you know what I mean, right? Shintu Xiong's eyes suddenly lit up. If a 9th-grade expert went in by force, the material plane would collapse and the space would distort intensely. It would grind all the creatures inside to pieces. Vicious. This was a vicious plan. Shintu Xiong glanced at the patriarch with appreciation, but then his eyes flickered. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he grabbed the patriarch's neck and shouted angrily, You bastard, you want to kill me? Destroying a material plane is breaking the normal operation of the laws of heaven and earth. The laws of heaven and earth will immediately destroy this ninth-grade expert. Even a divine emperor will not let me off. You want me to die with a group of mortals? Chapter 1248. Sir, sir. I didn't know, I thought that I would only kill this grade 9. You didn't attack, so you should be fine. The chief was terrified by the killing intent in Shintu Xiong's eyes and tried to explain. Shintu Xiong scoffed coldly and tossed him to the ground. He stood up tremblingly and saw Ice Queen and the other sovereigns locking onto him. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. The moment the chief saw this, his face became uglier than if his father had died. From Shintu Xiong's words just now, everyone had already guessed what had happened. To let a grade 9 forcefully enter the fire dragon dimension. Shintu Xiong only had 6 grade 9 experts under him. Wasn't that asking Ice Queen and the others to die? How could the 6 of them not want to kill him? The God Emperor is really strong. No matter how well I hide it, he will find out. No, this won't work. If I destroy the laws of heaven and earth, he will definitely rip me apart. Shintu Xiong didn't bother about him. He paced around the hall and muttered to himself. Moments later, his eyes lit up and he slapped his thigh. Ha, I have an idea. I am the smart one. All of you are fools, haha. Shintu Xiong's maniacal laughter confused everyone. They felt a chill down their spines. He took in a deep breath and said, Ice Queen, Apocalypse Monarch, Hidden King, all the sovereigns stay. The rest scram. The moment Shintu Xiong gave the order, it was as if they had been pardoned. They cupped their fists and left. Ice Queen and the other 2 and the hundreds of sovereigns frowned. They were even more bitter than their wives. Especially the Apocalypse Monarch Mo Shanghuang and the Hidden Monarch. They used to be close to Lord Devour and Yi Qinghan. At this moment, they were afraid that Shintu Xiong would force them to enter the Flame Dragon Plane. That would be great. Ice Queen wasn't afraid that Shintu Xiong would deal with her. However, if Yi Qinghan misunderstood that she was close to Shintu Xiong, it would be problematic if Yi Qinghan came back to kill them. Shintu Xiong didn't bother about them, he teleported away in excitement. After teleporting to a side hall, he saw Shintu Wuya hugging a few naked beautiful maids and biting them. He was using a lot of strength, and after his teeth bit down, there was a trail of blood. He was also extremely stubborn and loved to bite breasts. The few maids' faces were filled with pain, but they didn't dare to say anything. They had to force a smile, making them look really pitiful. You are doing it in broad daylight. How can't you do it? How did I give birth to you? Shintu Xiong was infuriated as he cursed. He raised his leg and sent Shintu Wuya flying with a kick. Of his 3 sons, Shintu Wuji was the most sensible. He was resourceful, courageous, and had an unparalleled temperament. Unfortunately, he was killed by Yi Qinghan. Although Shintu Wuxia was a bit lecherous, her brain was still pretty good. However, this was a blockhead. Were women meant to be chewed on? Shintu Wuya hurriedly crawled up and messily tidied up his clothes. He looked at Shintu Xiong with dissatisfaction and said in a muffled voice, Father, if I'm a dog, if I'm a beast, then what are you? Thump. Shintu Xiong's leg turned into a blur and sent Shintu Wuya flying. Even the walls trembled. Shintu Xiong was so angry that his body trembled. He tasted sweetness in his throat and almost vomited blood. He wanted to scold a few more times, but when he saw Shintu Wuya's bloody body, he felt his heart ache. He sighed. He knew that this blockhead would be the same no matter how he scolded him, so he stopped talking. Shintu Wuya knew that his father was really angry this time and struggled to stand up. Since young, he and Shintu Wuxia had been beaten the most, so they were used to it. He looked at Shintu Xiong timidly, but didn't dare to speak. He used his divine power to heal himself. Shintu Xiong's anger dissipated after 2 kicks. He said coldly, Tomorrow, arrange for 3 5th-grade war gods to teleport from the Misty Continent to the Flame Dragon Dimension. Pass my words to devour Jianghu. Shintu Wuya blinked his eyes and said in confusion, 3 5th-grade war gods. To the Flame Dragon Continent? To throw away their lives? Why don't we send a few hundred venerables? Idiot. Shintu Xiong's anger, which had just subsided, flared up again. He glared at Shintu Wuya and said hatefully, "Send a message and get a senior elder of the God of War Pavilion to come here. If we let an idiot like you handle this matter, you will probably mess it up. You should just continue chewing on your woman." Shintu Wuya became happy when he heard this. He didn't want to leave the Eternal Palace. If he was targeted by Yi Qinghan, it wouldn't be fun. He had a strong fear of Yi Qinghan and didn't believe that Shintu Xiong would really kill Yi Qinghan. At this moment, he was more than happy to not leave. He quickly sent a message to a senior elder of the God of War Pavilion, then continued to grab the beautiful maid beside him and nibble on her like a carrot. 5 days later, a pillar of light shot into the sky from the misty city. The 3 5th-grade war gods disappeared from the teleportation array with uneasy feelings. Buzz. The space of the flame dragon continent fluctuated slightly, and the expressions of countless people in the newly built Sang city changed. Then, 2 figures immediately teleported and appeared in the sky. They condensed the power of space and were ready to tear the incoming people apart. "Lord, don't do anything. We are just messengers." "That's right, Lord. When 2 armies fight, we don't kill the envoys. We were forced to do this." The 3 5th-grade war gods immediately shouted and raised their hands high in surrender. Their faces were full of pitiful expressions. "Humph." Honorable Li Quan snorted. Emperor Yu's legs turned into a few afterimages and swept the 3 away. "Li Quan, little Yu, bring them over." At this moment, a voice rang in their ears. Honorable Li Quan and Emperor Yu looked at each other, then grabbed the 3 half-dead envoys and dashed toward the dark forest. On the rooftop of the dark castle, Lord Devour was sitting on a rack of grapes. He had a calm expression and was quietly reading a book. Beside him, Lord Jiao stood obediently. Lord Jiao had been serving Lord Devour since she was brought back from the secret realm of reincarnation. On the other side, Mo Xiaoxiao was alone on the rooftop, looking at the sky. It was unknown whether she was cultivating or thinking about something. "Lord. Big sister." Honorable Li Quan and Emperor Yu teleported with the other 3. After greeting Lord Devour, they shouted at the 3, "Kneel." The 3 looked at Lord Devour and knew that he was the legendary dancing butterfly monarch, their target this time. They hurried to kneel in fear. "Lord, we were forced to come here to deliver a message. We have always admired you and frigid night monarch. Speak." Lord Devour didn't mind. His expression didn't change. He picked up the cup of tea and took a sip. "What message did Shintu Xiong ask you to deliver?" Lord, we told you. Don't be angry. Shintu Xiong asked us to deliver. This. The 3 were still terrified. The leader of the group said while shivering. "If you talk nonsense, you won't have a chance to speak." Cold light flashed in Lord Devour's eyes. Apparently, he was impatient. The 3 of them were frightened. They remembered that Lord Devour was famous in the god world because of his slaughtering. They didn't dare to talk more. "Shintu Xiong asked you, Honorable Li Quan, Honorable Emperor Yu, and all the pseudo-level 9 experts and venerables to leave the Fire Dragon continent. Otherwise, he will ask the venerables to take the apocalyptic sovereign and the hidden sovereign to enter the Fire Dragon plane. He said that he has sealed the apocalyptic sovereign and the hidden sovereign in their divine crystals. If you don't leave, he will send someone to open the divine crystals after 3 years. What? Listening to him, Lord Devour, Honorable Li Quan, and Emperor Yu discolored. Lord Jiao didn't understand. Mo Xiaoxiao seemed to hear their conversation. She turned her head, her beautiful face discolored as she screamed, "Shintu Xiong. You're so evil." Chapter 1249. 500 years. I've finally accumulated a lot of new energy. I can use part of the energy to test its power. In the dusky space, Yi Qinghan sat cross-legged on the ground. His eyes suddenly opened, and they were filled with brilliance and radiance. "Xiao He, who was beside him, heard Yi Qinghan's words. His spirit was shaken, and his eyes were filled with anticipation. After 500 years, Yi Qinghan and Xiao He still hadn't found the exit. However, what made Yi Qinghan extremely excited was that the pure white glue-like energy in his soul space had already reached a radius of 10 feet. It should be enough for him to squander for a while. Yi Qinghan's divine sense locked onto that mass of energy. He used his divine sense on a corner of the energy, which was about the size of a head. Then, he slowly controlled this small portion of energy to seep out of the space barrier, through the black hole, into his body, and finally into the divine crystal. Swish! In the next second, Yi Qinghan shot up like a cannonball. The white glue-like airflow slowly circulated around his fist. Yi Qinghan roared and suddenly smashed into the air. Buzz! Under Xiao He's horrified gaze, the surrounding spatial energy seemed to be pulled by this fist and surged forward like a tidal wave. The space that the fist smashed into actually tore a half-meter crack, revealing a patch of darkness. Half of Yi Qinghan's hand actually smashed into the dark space. Between heaven and earth, an incomparably powerful aura spread out. Xiao He's body, which had just flown forward, actually flew backward and was finally pressed on the ground, unable to move. Hiss, this, what kind of energy is this? Why is it so domineering? If this were to hit a human body, wouldn't it smash them into pieces? Even the origin energy would be smashed into pieces, right? Xiao He stared at Yi Qinghan's hand, dumbfounded. He felt an unprecedented crisis and fear. Even when facing Wuxia Xianxia's attack, he didn't feel so afraid. This meant that if this energy were to hit him, it would destroy his soul. Yi Qinghan also felt that it was inconceivable. Although he knew that this energy was very strong, he did not expect that it would be several times stronger than his previous God Slayer spear's most powerful attack. Haha. Xiao He, fly forward as fast as you can. I'll give you the time it takes to burn half an incense stick. Let me see how fast I can teleport with this amount of energy. Yi Qinghan threw his head back and laughed loudly in the sky. He withdrew his energy and the pressure in the air was removed. He shouted at Xiao He below. All right, boss. I'll wait for you in front. Xiao He quickly turned into a gust of wind and flew forward at full speed. Yi Qinghan stood motionless on the spot. He waited for Xiao He to leave for half an incense stick's worth of time before his body suddenly moved and he took a step forward. And then, an inconceivable scene appeared. With just one teleport, Yi Qinghan appeared tens of thousands of miles in front of Xiao He. One had to know that Xiao He's speed was extremely terrifying. It was definitely comparable to a 9th-grade powerhouse. Moreover, he had flown for half an incense stick's worth of time. Xiao He's body stopped abruptly and solidified. He said in horror, "Oh my god, boss, how did you do that? I've probably flown 70 to 80 million miles in half an incense stick's worth of time. How did you catch up to me so easily?" Ugh, Yi Qinghan was shocked too. He looked around in a daze. His lips trembled as he said, "Actually, Xiao He, I only teleported once." What? Xiao He's body trembled. His mouth opened wider than a hippopotamus. He said in a trembling voice, "B-boss, are you sure you only teleported once?" Yi Qinghan swallowed a mouthful of saliva and nodded his head. Then, the two of them became confused and shocked. One teleport of 80 million miles. The distance between the ethereal mainland in the east and the Nanling mainland in the west in the immortal world was only about 20 million miles. An ordinary 9th-grade powerhouse would need more than 10 teleportations to reach the same distance. Even Wuxia Xianxia, a 9th-grade supreme martial artist, would need 2 or 3 teleportations to cross the distance. But Yi Qinghan's teleportation right now had gone back and forth 4 times. Bang! Just as the two of them were in a state of disbelief, Yi Qinghan suddenly fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. He stood up with his face covered in dirt. He grinned bitterly and said, "This teleportation of mine has used up at least 10 years of energy that I've stored. Boss, your energy is too strong. If you can't use up your energy, who in this world can be your match? Even if Shinta Xiong wanted to kill you, would he be able to catch up to you? Besides, I reckon that even Shinta Xiong wouldn't be able to block that punch of yours. Xiao He did not bother to tease Yi Qinghan. He flew down and exclaimed with lingering fear. Hee hee. When I get out, I'll accumulate energy for a few thousand years. I'll bring you back to the immortal world. We'll pluck Shinta Xiong's head off and use it as a toilet. Yi Qinghan wiped his face and grinned. Let's go, let's go. Xiao He. I don't have much energy now. I'll figure out how to use it in the future. My heart aches if I use even a little now. Xiao He did not move. He suddenly asked Yi Qinghan, Boss, with this energy, can you condense the power of space? Oh, I forgot. I wanted to test my speed just now. I didn't expect to condense the power of space. Yi Qinghan slapped his forehead and said shamefully, Wait, I'll get a little more energy and try. Yi Qinghan hurriedly controlled his divine sense and separated half a fist-sized paste of energy. He then immediately tried to condense the power of space. Buzz! Under Xiao He's ecstatic gaze, the 10 God Slayers' spears slowly floated out from the void. They looked like women who had not seen each other for a long time as they shyly walked out from a corner. Yi Qinghan and Xiao He's faces glowed as tears streamed down their cheeks. However, before the God Slayer spears were completely condensed, they started to explode. It was obvious that their energy had been exhausted. Yi Qinghan grinned bitterly. Although I can condense these God Slayer spears, it consumes more energy than teleportation. If I want to attack, I might as well use this energy to smash. Its power is definitely stronger than the God Slayer spears. Hee hee. Don't be afraid, boss. Although your energy is precious, it can be slowly increased. After 100,000 years, when the energy can't be used up, no one in this world will be your opponent. Waha, boss, you are too awesome. Xiao He happily somersaulted a few times in the air. After playing around for a while, he smiled at Yi Qinghan and said, Boss, in this world, only you have this energy. You have created a new miracle. Oh, right, boss, give this energy a name. A name? Yi Qinghan was stunned. He chuckled and said, Let's call it the power of cold. Although I didn't create it, it still appeared in my soul space, right? Power of cold, hee hee. Boss, you run slowly. I will go and scout ahead. We will definitely be able to return. Xiao He happily spun a few rounds in the air before shooting into the distance. Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly as he strode forward. Although he could use the power of cold and teleport tens of millions of miles away, the amount of energy was so little that he didn't dare to waste it. However, this energy was so little that he didn't dare to waste it. He could only bitterly run forward with his head covered. Half a day later, a gust of wind suddenly blew in front of him. Xiao He was still tens of thousands of miles away when he shouted in a trembling voice, Boss, I found a yellow spring. Chapter 1250. Yellow spring water? Xiao He, are you sure you're not mistaken? Yi Qinghan's entire body trembled as he stared at Xiao He with a fiery gaze. It had been more than 3,000 years. It would have been fine if he had been in seclusion, as it would have passed in the blink of an eye. However, he had been walking step by step. After walking for more than 3,000 years, it was easy to imagine how difficult these days had been. That's right, boss. Hurry up, follow me. Xiao He nodded his head before turning around and flying forward excitedly. Yi Qinghan hurriedly ran as fast as he could while extending his consciousness forward. Half an hour later, when Yi Qinghan's consciousness locked onto a trickling yellow river, his entire body trembled and his eyes became moist. Yellow Spring River. That's right, it's the Yellow Spring River. Yi Qinghan was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins as he ran frantically. It didn't take long before a yellow river appeared before his eyes. One end of the river had emerged from the ground, while the other end was flowing into the distance. It was unknown where it was flowing to, as it was obscured by the white mist. Yi Qinghan stood weakly by the river, his back bent as he breathed heavily. His eyes were frighteningly bright, as though he was looking at his most beloved goddess. God damn it, I've been looking for you for 3,500 years. I've finally found you. If the yellow spring hadn't been poisonous, Yi Qinghan would have already jumped into it. Xiao He grinned as he watched the trickling yellow river. It was as though he was looking at the sweetest spring in the world. After resting for a while, Yi Qinghan meditated for a while to recover his strength. However, he started to worry. The yellow spring water was poisonous. He didn't have any divine power, so he couldn't draw out his origin source to protect himself. How was he going to get out? Although the cold power in his spiritual space was incomparably overbearing, Yi Qinghan didn't dare waste it. It was meant to be used against strong enemies. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Yi Qinghan wouldn't use it. That's right, I have the Fire God battle armor. Although it's hidden in my body, it should be able to protect me automatically. Yi Qinghan remembered the number one supreme spiritual treasure in the divine world. This Fire God battle armor didn't need any divine power and could automatically absorb the heaven and earth essence energy. With a thought, the Fire God battle armor appeared on his body. Yi Qinghan stretched out his hand and dipped it into the yellow spring water. As expected. As soon as his hand touched it, the arm guard on his hand immediately emitted a fiery red light, enveloping his entire hand. The netherworld spring water was unable to touch his skin at all. Little Black, enter the slaughter god saber. We are going home. Yi Qinghan didn't know whether the spring water would lead him. Heavens, he. Su. Then, Yi Qinghan, he. Although Yi Qinghan wasn't sure if the yellow springs would ultimately lead to the reincarnation plane, it didn't matter where it led to, as long as he could leave this godforsaken space. After swimming for a while, Yi Qinghan realized that the yellow spring water had entered the ground, and the light had dimmed. Once the Fire God battle armor was activated, it could last for 3 months. Yi Qinghan wasn't afraid and continued to swim forward quickly. Plop. After swimming for a while, Yi Qinghan realized that the soil above his head was moving. After that, countless corpses fell down. These corpses were obviously from above, but he didn't know how they had fallen down. Could this really be the 9 nether realm? Are those ghostly winds all spirits? Could these corpses have died because they fell into the spatial whirlpool and were teleported here? Yi Qinghan thought suspiciously. When he thought of the ghostly winds everywhere and the terrifying soul attacks, his hair stood on end. Other than the 9 nether realm, Yi Qinghan couldn't think of any other place that was so strange and so huge. However, this place was covered in white fog. There might be some kind of restriction here. After walking for more than 3,000 years, he might have been walking in circles in a few places. From the looks of it, other than the god emperors and supreme martial artists, no one else knew where this place was. Yi Qinghan simply stopped thinking about it and focused on moving forward. However, the yellow springs had been circling in circles for 3 months and still hadn't come out. Helpless, Yi Qinghan could only forcefully use a trace of cold energy to break out of the ground. Once again, he returned to the gray space. 100 million? The ground is actually restoring itself. No wonder those corpses could fall down on their own. After breaking out of the ground, Yi Qinghan looked at the hole beside him strangely. It was actually healing slowly. He sat down cross-legged to recover his strength, waiting for the Fire God battle armor to automatically absorb the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi and recover the energy inside. 3 days later, Yi Qinghan activated the Fire God battle armor again and broke out of the ground. He swam down into the yellow springs. This time, he didn't have any distracting thoughts and swam at full speed. The yellow springs flowed on the ground in a crooked manner. Occasionally, it would come out, but only for a short distance before burrowing back into the ground. God damn it, how long do I need to go out? If I don't use the yellow springs, I will be finished if the entire space revolves once. How many years will that take? Yi Qinghan had already broken out of the ground twice in a row. He had been stealthily moving for 6 months, but he was still moving in circles underground. However, he thought about how Shintu Xiong could come out, and it only took him a few months. Yi Qinghan didn't believe that his luck would be so bad that he would be trapped here forever. The 8th month. Finally, Yi Qinghan felt that the Yellow Springs was a little strange. The Yellow Springs suddenly circled in one place and flowed downwards. The river water also became extremely fast. He was shocked. It seemed that he was about to get out of this damned place. However, the Yellow Springs kept flowing underground. It had been a whole month, but Yi Qinghan still hadn't seen the end. At this moment, the fire god battle armor was about to run out of energy and hide in his body. Yi Qinghan was very anxious. He didn't know how far he was from the surface. Even if he used the cold energy to break out of the ground, he didn't know how many days it would take and how much energy he would need. In this damned place, he didn't dare to teleport recklessly. In desperation, Yi Qinghan could only grit his teeth and hide the fire god battle armor, letting the Yellow Springs water soak him. Chi. As soon as the Yellow Springs water touched Yi Qinghan's skin, it began to corrode instantly. He felt as if his whole body was being bitten by billions of ants. It was as if his whole body was soaked in sulfuric acid, and it was extremely painful. Fortunately, because Yi Qinghan was injured, the soul ring began to automatically protect its owner. The milky white airflow flowed through his meridians, and wherever it passed, his body would immediately recover. The airflow in the soul ring was extremely comfortable, and he felt extremely comfortable from head to toe. However, the Yellow Springs water outside immediately began to corrode his skin. At this moment, Yi Qinghan felt as if he was in a sauna in his previous life, and a beautiful woman was serving him with ice cubes and red wine. The 9 heavens of ice and fire, Yi Qinghan's speed reached its limit, and he darted around like a rain of arrows. Finally, after 3 days, the fire god battle armor recovered, and Yi Qinghan finally got rid of those painful yet happy days. There's light in front. Tui, it's coming out. It's the exit. The dark days of the Two-Moon Queen and Yi Qinghan finally came to an end. When he saw that the light in front of him was getting brighter, he saw the Yellow Springs water flowing out of a spatial whirlpool, and he saw the familiar reincarnation plane in the distance. Yi Qinghan's eyes were filled with tears. Happiness came so suddenly. Chapter 1251. There's a strange energy in the Yellow Spring water that can escape the suction of the whirlpool. If it's not the Yellow Spring water, how could I escape the whirlpool? When Yi Qinghan entered the reincarnation dimension through the Yellow Spring water, Yi Qinghan looked back at the whirlpool that was like the mouth of a giant beast and swallowed his saliva with lingering fear. It's great that I'm out. The range of my divine sense has recovered. I don't want to stay in that damned place for a second longer. Yi Qinghan was like a bird that escaped from a cage. He swam happily in the Yellow Spring water, but his divine sense began to explore the reincarnation dimension. He wasn't sure if Shintu Xiong would wait for him in the reincarnation mystic realm. Although he had a feeling that he could fight Shintu Xiong with the power of cold was too little. If he attacked with all his strength, he would only have enough energy for 10 attacks. Therefore, when facing Shintu Xiong, Yi Qinghan was a little scared. There's someone at the entrance? Yi Qinghan's face turned cold. He discovered that there were people guarding the reincarnation mountain in the reincarnation dimension. He immediately stopped moving and carefully examined the area. It's Jida's people. After a while, Yi Qinghan learned from the conversation of a few martial artists that Jida had arranged for them to guard here. He was overjoyed. Then, his divine sense circled the reincarnation mystic realm a few times. After confirming that Shintu Xiong wasn't there, he immediately shot out. Oh! There's someone. At the mouth of the Yellow Spring water, a group of godly king martial artists saw a fiery red figure emerging. Their faces tightened as they activated their divine power and prepared to attack. Humph! Yi Qinghan didn't use the power of cold. A strange light flashed in his eyes as he released his soul skill, soul illusion. This group of God King realm martial artists' souls were pitifully weak. In an instant, they all fell into the illusion and retreated together in fear. Yi Qinghan looked at the familiar scene and smelled the fragrant air. He felt refreshed from head to toe. I'm back, it feels great to be back. Another narrow escape from death. Yi Qinghan felt like he had been reborn. Xiaohei, we're finally back. Yi Qinghan immediately sent a telepathic message to Xiaohei. Xiaohei transformed into a shadow and appeared instantly. Seeing that it was the reincarnation plane, he immediately turned into a netherworld and flew over. He flew a few rounds in the reincarnation plane before flying back. He shouted from afar, "Haha, boss, we are finally back." Yi Qinghan steadied his emotions. Then, he removed the soul illusion and shouted at the warriors, "All of you, come here." When the warriors saw that the white fog in front of them had disappeared, they hurriedly knelt down in front of Yi Qinghan in fear and said, "Greetings, my lord. Just now, we mistakenly thought that it was a monster from the Yellow Springs and offended my lord. Please forgive us. Where is big brother Jida?" Yi Qinghan asked urgently. Then, he realized that they would definitely not know. So, he quickly changed his words and said, "He is the level 9 expert who arranged for you to guard here." "Oh, you are asking about that lord?" The warriors suddenly realized and said, "That lord will come here to check every year." "My lord, it's not a coincidence. That lord came here half a year ago. I estimate that he will only come back after another half a year." "Huh?" Yi Qinghan was overjoyed. Jida and the others were really outside the reincarnation plane. He gritted his teeth and released a trace of cold power. Then, he shot up into the sky and shouted at Xiaohei, "Xiaohei, let's go to the endless void. The enchantress, Shui, must be outside. Let's go." When Xiaohei heard Li Shui's name, he immediately turned into a gust of wind and floated up into the sky. Cold power. The incomparably strong and overbearing energy made Yi Qinghan's speed more than 3 times faster than before. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the side of the origin energy. When Xiaohei came up, the human and the soul immediately drilled out of the plane. After flashing through the passage between the vortexes, Yi Qinghan's divine sense immediately radiated in all directions. However, there was nothing in the endless void. There was no 9-story pagoda standing quietly outside, waiting for the two of them to return, as Yi Qinghan and Xiaohei had imagined. He came here half a year ago. He couldn't have left immediately. Yi Qinghan sighed helplessly. Since Jida could come here once a year, it meant that Shintu Xiong had already returned to the divine realm. Nothing could have happened to Jida and the others. The power of cold was being consumed too quickly. It was impossible for Yi Qinghan to search in the endless void. He could only bitterly bring Xiaohei back to the reincarnation plane. In the end, Yi Qinghan and Xiaohei didn't even enter for half a day before the Soul Emperor Pavilion slowly flew over. Then, it started to circle around the 4 vortexes outside the reincarnation plane. Half a year later, under the hopeful gazes of a group of people, Jida flashed out of the Soul Emperor Pavilion again and flew towards the reincarnation plane. However, no one had any hope in their hearts. After all, Jida had entered thousands of times. Jida also didn't have much hope. In his heart, he was thinking of finding a few more beauties to fool around with. His private life was a little messy. In the past, when he was a god bandit leader, he had a lot of wives and concubines. After becoming the Misty Sovereign, he had even more beauties. He couldn't live without a woman every night. Sigh, life is really as lonely as snow. I don't have any pursuits. I can only feel the meaning of life when I'm on a fresh and beautiful woman's body. Jida shook his head and muttered to himself. He entered the reincarnation plane. Before he spread out his divine senses, he felt a divine sense locking onto him. The domineering divine sense was filled with a piercingly cold intent, giving Jida a fright. Big brother Jida. Then, there was a deafening roar. Jida's body trembled, and he almost fell from the sky. His face was filled with joy as he cried out involuntarily, "Little Han?" When his divine sense locked onto the main city of the Luan continent, the Luan Sword City Square, there was a fiery red figure waving at him. Ji Dihu's tears were boiling as he flew downwards rapidly. Before he got close, he punched Yi Qinghan with force. He was crying and laughing at the same time as he roared, "Little Han, I knew it, I knew you would come out alive." "Huh? Little Han, what are you playing at?" Boom. Because Jido was too excited, he casually punched. He didn't expect that Yi Qinghan's body would suddenly fly out and smash a hole in the mayor's mansion of the Swordwell City. "Jida, you idiot. Boss's body is in a bit of a condition now. If you hurt boss, I, Lord Xiaohei, will pull your pants." A shadowy figure suddenly appeared and shouted at Gid. However, there was a smile on its face. Jida recalled that Yi Qinghan didn't fly up but waited here. He then saw Yi Qinghan stumbling out of the mayor's mansion. His expression changed as he said in horror, "Ah? How did this happen? I didn't use any strength in that punch." "Little Han, he. Sigh. It's hard to say anything. Big brother Jida, bring me back to the Soul Emperor Pavilion first." Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly as he walked out. There were too many people around, so he didn't explain too much. Jida quickly took Yi Qinghan and flew up into the sky. Xiaohei immediately followed. Yi Qinghan didn't want to waste the power of cold, so he didn't fly up to meet Jida. Jida punched him and didn't defend himself. However, once he was out of the endless void, Yi Qinghan's divine sense immediately locked onto the Soul Emperor Pavilion outside. His body suddenly trembled, and he couldn't care less. He circulated the power of cold, and with a shio sound, he disappeared from Jida's side. In the next second, he appeared next to the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Jida blinked and discovered that Yi Qinghan had actually disappeared. In the next second, he appeared next to the Soul Emperor Pavilion hundreds of thousands of miles away. He was dumbfounded. He was stunned for a moment before he turned to Xiaohei and said with dissatisfaction, "F***ck. Young Master Xiaohei, did you and Little Han work together to play a trick on me? This speed, how is there a problem with his body? His strength has definitely increased by several times. He has reached the 9th grade supreme martial artist. Wow. Shen Tuxiong, let's see how you survive this time." Chapter 1252. It was late autumn in the Fire Dragon continent. The autumn wind was cool and comfortable, but the falling leaves also gave people a sense of desolation. The dark forest was even more desolate. Pieces of yellow leaves fluttered in the wind, covering the entire dark forest. Countless magical beasts were nesting in their own territories, enjoying the afternoon sun and indulging in the atmosphere of late autumn. Bang, bang. Suddenly, the sound of trees being hit came from afar. Then, countless magical beasts began to run around in fear. Even the overlord of the forest, the holy beast Green-Toothed Tiger, ran away in fear. For a moment, the dark forest was in a state of chaos. "Ha! You low-level beasts! How dare you run away instead of kneeling down when you see me? Are you rebelling?" A delicate shout was followed by an earth-shattering roar. A huge divine aura immediately enveloped the surroundings. All the escaping magical beasts withered immediately and crawled on the ground, shivering. Even the holy beast Green-Toothed Tiger was no exception. Swoosh! A beautiful white unicorn horse flew over from the other side of the forest. The white horse was snow-white without a single strand of mixed hair. Its 4 hooves were as black as charcoal, making this divine steed even more extraordinary. However, none of the magical beasts looked at the white horse. Instead, they looked at the pink-clothed lady on the white horse in fear and trepidation. The lady looked to be around 20 years old. She had a delicate figure and a delicate face. Her big, sparkling eyes were full of spirit. If she went to the god realm, she would definitely be a femme fatale. "Humph, you big cat. How dare you run away when you see me? I'll punish you by making you fall on a tree for 3 days and 3 nights. If you dare to be lazy, I'll pull out your tiger teeth next time I see you." The beautiful lady waved her fist. The holy beast green-toothed tiger immediately went limp. It quickly climbed up a giant tree, hooked its tail on the trunk, and hung upside down with a crying face. That's more like it. I'm not going to play with you guys anymore. I'm going to see my grand-aunt. The lady clapped her hands in satisfaction. Then, she caressed the unicorn horse's head and shouted, "Little White, go to my grand-aunt. I haven't seen her for a few months. I miss her." The white horse stomped on the ground and dashed towards the dark castle like a sharp sword. In just a few blinks of an eye, it appeared beside the dark castle. The beautiful girl's slender feet lightly tapped on the horse's back, and her whole body flew up to the rooftop like a nimble swallow. She immediately rushed under the grape trellis and embraced a woman dressed in red. She kissed her face and said with a sweet smile, "Great aunt, Yao Yao missed you so much." Of course, the woman in red was Lord Devour. Looking at the eccentric woman in front of him, he showed a loving face. However, he sighed and said, "Yao Yao, you've transformed for a long time. You're a big girl now, but you're still as naughty as a kid. Hee, Yao Yao will always be a child by my side. When Yao Yao goes out, she will be an adult. Many people are afraid of Yao Yao." The girl was none other than Xiao Hei's daughter, Demon Devourer. A few thousand years ago, she had already broken through to the God the Arch transformation stage. It was just that her personality was the same as her father's, weird and mischievous. She would never grow up to be normal. Hee, my Yao Yao is awesome. Of course, people will be afraid of you. Lord Devour looked at the little girl in front of him, his heavy heart easing a little bit. This child was just like her father. She was always so innocent and cute. In the Fire Dragon continent, Demon Devourer had such a noble status. Who dared not to please her? "Great aunt, didn't you say that my uncle, my mother, and my father would be back soon? Why haven't they come back after so many years?" Demon Devourer nodded to Lord Jiao, who was walking up the stairs. She grabbed a spirit fruit on the table and started to gnaw on it. She cocked her head and asked curiously, "They will be back soon. I guess they will be back soon." Lord Devour felt pain in his eyes, but he hid it well. Demon Devourer didn't notice it. Of course, Lord Devour and the others wouldn't tell Demon Devourer that Yi Qinghan had fallen into the space vortex. Since this child was innocent and happy, he would let her be happy for a while. However, how long could this happy time last? Lord Devour looked at the horizon, feeling a little disappointed. There was still 1 year left in Shintu Xiong's 3-year agreement. The 3 envoys were still living in the Dark Castle. If they didn't return after 3 years, they would either die, or they wouldn't bring back the people Shintu Xiong had appointed. Shintu Xiong was so crazy that he would definitely force someone to bring Imo Shanghuang and the Hidden Sovereign into the Fire Dragon continent. If either Imo Shanghuang or the Hidden Sovereign came in, the space of the Fire Dragon plane would collapse immediately. The powerful space would distort, and all the creatures in the Fire Dragon continent would be turned into ashes. In the past 2 years, they had thought of many ways, but they couldn't solve this crisis. If they brought their families away, Shintu Xiong would probably kill them in the endless void. Even if they left, so what? This world was so big. Where could they live in peace? Reincarnation's secret land? Beast's secret technique? Fire God's secret land? Lord Devour and the Soul Emperor had taken 2 Soul Emperor divine crystals from Shintu Xiong. Yi Qinghan had killed 2 of Shintu Xiong's sons. They had become sworn enemies. Shintu Xiong would never let them go. Even if they hid at the ends of the earth, Shintu Xiong would find them, kill them, and bring their heads back to the immortal world. He would stabilize the immortal world. Shintu Xiong was at the peak of 9th grade supreme martial artist. Who in the immortal world could be his match? Was it fate? Lord Devour's eyes became confused. She didn't even hear the demon-devouring demon's call. She looked at the sky in a daze, thinking of the soul-devouring beast in Yi Qinghan from countless years ago. She sighed. If only the Soul Emperor and Yi Qinghan were here. Then she wouldn't have to worry about this. Little Han, sigh. You haven't come out yet, right? You are not Shintu Xiong's opponent. Cultivate hard and take revenge for us. Let's think of a way to send these kids away first. Lord Devour turned around to look at the demon-devouring demon. He revealed a loving smile, but his eyes were resolute. As she was about to send a message to Li Quan and the others to discuss, a faint air-breaking sound came from the sky. Then, Lord Devour's eyes brightened. Swish! Many figures flew out from Tsang City, looking at the sky excitedly. 3 figures also flew out from the dark castle. Mo Xiao, Emperor Yu, and Emperor Yi stood on the castle, looking at the sky excitedly. Lord Devour didn't move. He waved his hand and opened the god domain, covering the entire dark castle. The 3 5th-grade war god messengers of the immortal world lived in the castle. The Soul Emperor Pavilion came back. They had gone out for several thousand years to fetch Yi Qinghan. Now, they came back. The meaning was clear. Either Yi Qinghan came back, or Yi Qinghan's soul jade slip was broken. Grandaunt, what's wrong? The demon-devouring demon continued to nibble on her spirit fruit. Seeing Lord Devour stand up, Lord Jiao seemed to have guessed something. She looked at the sky. Lord Devour's face had an inexplicable expression, which made her look charming. She turned to look at the demon-devouring demon and smiled. Yao Yao, your father, mother, and uncle are back. Chapter 1253. Parents? Mother? Uncle? Ah! The demon-devourer quickly tossed the spirit fruit in her hand into the air like a rocket. When she saw that the Soul Emperor Pavilion had already landed in Tsang City, she immediately whistled. Her Pegasus immediately flew out and carried her like a flickering light toward Tsang City. Emperor Yu, Emperor Yi, and Mo Xiao looked at Lord Devourer. Lord Devourer smiled bitterly, nodding to them. The 3 of them disappeared in the sky, heading to Tsang City. Little Han, you're back. What should we do? It would be good if he came back 1 year later. With Little Han's temper, if he knew about Shintu Xiong's 3-year agreement, he wouldn't leave alone. Seems like we have to risk our lives with Shintu Xiong. He's too cruel, using the lives of billions of people in the fiery dragon continent to threaten us. Sigh, are we destined to be wiped out? Lord Devourer sighed deeply. He wanted to arrange the juniors to leave, and then let everyone risk their lives to fight Shintu Xiong. He didn't expect that Yi Qinghan would come back at this critical moment. He came back to die. The atmosphere in Tsang City was so heated. Only a few people knew the news brought by the 3 messengers from the divine world. When Yi Tianlong and the others saw Yi Qinghan get out of the confinement, they were so happy that they came to welcome him. Yi Qinghan's women, Li Shuai, Yi Sihan, Yi Zishi, and the demon devourer shed tears when they saw the juniors. This was especially so for Li Shuai, and Little Black. When they saw a beautiful young girl calling them father and mother, their faces were filled with love and guilt. The demon devourer and the demon devourer were transforming at this critical moment, but none of them were here. Lord Devourer and Lord Jiao were late. Lord Devourer didn't have any emotion on his face, but a complicated light sparkled in his eyes. She was both happy and begrudging that Yi Qinghan was back. Lord. Yi Qinghan recognized that Lord Devourer's countenance wasn't right. She also found that Emperor Yu, Li Quan, and the others were smiling reluctantly. At this moment, she called his name, but Lord Devourer just nodded slightly. She became more suspicious and hurried to send him a message. What happened? Let's talk in the castle. Lord Devourer knew that he couldn't hide it from Yi Qinghan, so he could only sigh begrudgingly and teleport away. Yi Qinghan nodded at Emperor Yu, Venerable Li Quan, and Lei Zhen. After giving some instructions to Yu Qingsheng and the others, he transmitted his voice to Venerable Li Quan, teleport me to the Dark Castle. Although Venerable Li Quan was curious, he didn't ask much. He brought Yi Qinghan and teleported to the rooftop of the Dark Castle. Jida and Yanran are outside? Did you find anything when you came back? As soon as they returned to the Dark Castle, Lord Devourer immediately threw out a question that made Yi Qinghan even more surprised. Yi Qinghan looked at everyone and said doubtfully, Jida and Yanran are waiting outside the plane. Later, I will let Yao Ji control the Soul Emperor Pavilion and go out first. It is normal to be outside the plane. I didn't find anything unusual. What's wrong, my lord? Li Quan, you tell him. Lord Devourer waved his hand and picked up a cup of tea. After taking a sip, he found that it tasted a little bitter. Venerable Li Quan knitted his brows. He told them about how Shintu Xiong wanted to use billions of lives in the Flame Dragon plane to threaten Lord Devourer and the others to go out and die. Then, everybody gazed at Yi Qinghan with bright eyes. They thought that he would be so impulsive that he would immediately go to the divine world. Unexpectedly, Yi Qinghan pondered for a while. After a while, he lifted his head and asked, Are the 3 emissaries from the divine world still here? Yes, they are in the castle. However, their competence isn't high, just a 5th-grade war god. My lord has set up a barrier. They can't hear what we are saying outside. Mo Xiao answered. Good. Let them go back to the divine world. My lord, send a message to Shintu Xiong. Tell him that after 100,000 years, you will bring everyone to the divine world and surrender to him. He can kill them or torture them. What do you mean? Venerable Li Quan, the Thunder Emperor, and Mo Xiao were baffled. They didn't know what Yi Qinghan wanted to do. Lord Devourer arched his brows and asked, After 100,000 years, are you sure you can deal with Shintu Xiong? Oh right, little Han, what's your realm now? Has your principal reached the venerable realm? Yi Qinghan's face became odd. He wasn't sure what realm his current realm was. He forced a smile. Don't count on my principal to break through. I've refined the primal chaos divine crystal, so my principal realm is still. Before he could finish, Lord Devourer's face changed. He stood up and scolded Yi Qinghan with a stern face. What? Silly, you're too silly. Didn't I tell you? You can't refine it without reaching the 9th grade? Sigh, You've wasted a supreme treasure of heaven and earth. All right, my lord, don't be rash. Listen to me first. In fact, I didn't waste 1 primal chaos divine crystal, but 2. Yi Qinghan said reluctantly. He understood Lord Devourer's feelings. She had put all her hope on him. Because he had comprehended the eternal space, he had obtained a part of space power. Lord Devourer thought that after his principal reached the 9th grade, he would get another part of space power and refine the primal chaos divine crystal to reach the 9th grade supremacy stage. With the fire god armor, he would have the capital to fight against Shintu Xiong. Now that he had refined it, it meant that his hope of so many years was shattered. Of course, he was thrilled. 2. Lord Devourer was stunned by Yi Qinghan, no longer talking. Li Quan and the others were so confused that they didn't say a word. My body is crippled now. I don't have any god power, and I can't gather any god power. If Senior Li Quan hadn't taken me to teleport, I would have run here. Yi Qinghan once again threw out a heavy bomb, causing everyone to be dumbfounded. Only then did he leisurely smile, circulate a trace of the power of cold, and fiercely attack the space. Boom! The space of the entire fire dragon plane was shaken. The demonic beasts in the dark forest fled as if they were facing the end of the world. The entire fire dragon continent was shaken. Where Yi Qinghan had struck, a white crack that was hundreds of meters long appeared, revealing the dark void inside. Li Quan and Lei Jin were so shocked that they fell from their chairs onto the ground. Yi Qinghan scanned the crowd, satisfied with their faces. He grinned and said, although I've wasted 2 primal chaos divine crystals, and the divine world can't gather god power, I've got a new kind of energy, the cold power. Cold power. What a domineering cold power. Lord Devourer's eyes were as bright as the sun. He gazed at Yi Qinghan as if he wanted to melt him. Her eyes were sharp. At first glance, she could see how powerful this energy was. In the past, she could casually tear this space apart. However, Yi Qinghan was able to create a crack that was hundreds of meters long with a casual strike. This was something she could never do. At that time, she was at the upper 9th level, which meant Yi Qinghan's power was at least at the 9th level of the Supreme Realm. She smiled like a blossoming peony, saying happily, I, Devourer Jia Wu, didn't misjudge you. Little Han, you didn't disappoint me. I'm so happy. Yi Qinghan forced a smile. Madam, I don't have much energy. I can only attack 10 times. Moreover, I don't have extra energy to experiment. So, we have to stall for time. The longer, the better. Because, my energy can increase slowly. Lord Devourer's eyes brightened. He smiled, his eyes squinting like two crescent moons, looking like a cunning old fox. He sighed and said, stall for time. It's easy. Shen Tuxiong wants to play tricks with me. His cultivation is too low. Chapter 1254. Father, Doyen Li Di requests an audience. He seems to be saying that some envoy has returned. Within the Eternal Palace, Shen Tuxiong was leisurely drinking tea in the backyard when Shen Tuxiong suddenly teleported in. Shen Tuxiong frowned, then his eyes lit up, and he shouted, let them in. Shen Tuxiong immediately transmitted the message. At the same time, he controlled the door of the Eternal Palace to open. Not long after, a warrior who looked similar to Li Tian walked in with 3 5th-grade war gods. When he saw Shen Tuxiong, he hurriedly knelt down in fear and shouted, greetings, Chief Pavilion Master. Why are all 3 of you back? Plow the ground, you idiot. Didn't I tell you to leave someone in the Flame Dragon continent to keep watch? Shen Tuxiong flew into a rage and started cursing. He inadvertently released a trace of his aura, which scared the 3 5th-grade war gods half to death. They prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to move. Li Di saw that Shen Tuxiong was enraged and hurriedly said, Chief Pavilion Master, calm your anger, please listen to our explanation. Only then did Shen Tuxiong retract his aura. However, his face was still filled with anger, and he looked like he would tear them apart if they didn't give a good explanation. A 5th-grade war god hurriedly explained, Chief Pavilion Master, it's like this. Half a month ago, Jia Wu summoned the 3 of us and told us to bring back a message. She also told us to scram back, or else she would kill us. We had no choice but to come back and report. Pass a message? What words? Shen Tuxiong said in a deep voice. Seeing Shen Tuxiong's expression change, the 3 heaved a sigh of relief and said, Jia Wu said that they don't have the strength to oppose you. Chief Pavilion Master, please let them live. They are willing to submit to you and offer all their treasures to you. Chief Pavilion Master, please let them live in the Fire Dragon continent. What? You're not lying to me, right? Shen Tuxiong was greatly surprised, and his first feeling was that these 3 people were lying to him. He had a rough understanding of Devourer Jia Wu's personality, and she definitely wouldn't say such a thing. How could he give in so easily? His burning gaze locked onto the 3 of them, and his killing intent surged out, almost solidifying. This subordinate wouldn't dare. How could we dare to deceive you for such an important matter? The 3 warriors were frightened. They hurriedly kowtowed to the ground, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The leader of the 5 grade war gods added, Jia Wu also said that if the Chief Pavilion Master doesn't deal with them within 1 million years, they will offer a primal chaos divine crystal, the Soul Emperor Pavilion, the Illusory Palace, the Battle Emperor's restriction techniques, and all the supreme divine artifacts. Shen Tuxiong was bewildered. The primal chaos divine crystal, the Soul Emperor Pavilion, the Illusory Palace, and the Battle Emperor's restriction techniques. These 3 5th-grade war gods should have never heard of these things before. Could it be that Jia Wu had really given in? Primal chaos divine crystal? If it was given to the Blood Knight Monarch, he would be able to create a peak 9th-grade powerhouse. There were too few 9th-grade powerhouses in the immortal realm. Shen Tuxiong was extremely worried about the next planar war. There was no need to mention the Soul Emperor Pavilion. It was a good item. With this item, one would be able to roam the endless void. He had heard of the illusory palace before. This was a treasure that could mass-produce god emperors. As for the battle emperor's restriction techniques, he desired it the most. The restrictions in the Nifa's abyss were ridiculously strong. If it weren't for the battle emperor's restrictions, the immortal realm would have fallen long ago. Even if he didn't comprehend it himself, he could let others comprehend it. If a restriction genius appeared, the immortal realm would be safe. Shintu Xiong had become the lord of the immortal realm. Moreover, he had confirmed that Yi Qinghan was dead and Lord Devour was crippled. He believed that no one could threaten his position and life. At this moment, his mentality had changed. He had already considered the immortal realm as his territory. Of course, he would think about how to protect his territory and benefits. The treasures that Lord Devour had given him greatly tempted Shintu Xiong. The primal chaos divine crystal could increase the number of experts. The Soul Emperor Pavilion could protect his life. The illusory palace and the restriction techniques could nurture countless experts. Originally, Shintu Xiong only wanted to kill Lord Devour and the others to vent his anger and take revenge for his two sons. But now, Lord Devour's words made him think about the future. His desire to kill Lord Devour and the others had lessened. Most importantly, he had sent someone to tell Lord Devour that he was going to destroy the Flame Dragon Plane to trick Lord Devour. He had forcefully thrown Mo Shanghuang and the hidden sovereign into the Flame Dragon Plane. This was destroying the normal operation of the principle of heaven and earth. Shintu Xiong didn't know if the Divine Emperor's supremacy would find out, so he didn't dare to make up his mind. Now that Lord Devour was frightened, his determination was shaken. After all, if the Flame Dragon Plane collapsed, everything would be twisted and broken by the space. Besides venting his anger, he couldn't get anything. It was best to have a peaceful solution now. Thus, Shintu Xiong's mind became active. He started to think about how to get those treasures. As for Lord Devour and the others, he could think of a way to deal with them later, right? If Yi Qinghan was dead, who else on Lord Devour's side could threaten his rule in the immortal realm? Shintu Xiong pondered for a while. His aura roared again. He stared at the three and shouted, "Are you sure this is the original message? Don't force me to search your soul." The three were so scared that they fell to the ground. They kept saying, "Yes, yes, 1,000,000 years." Humph. Shintu Xiong paced back and forth in the hall. After a while, he suddenly shouted, "Return to the Flame Dragon Plane immediately. Pass on my words. 1,000,000 years is too long. In 10,000 years at most, you must hand over everything. Also, you must hand over the Primal Chaos Divine Crystal and the Soul Emperor Pavilion now. Otherwise, I will immediately collapse the Flame Dragon Plane. All of them must die." The three fifth-grade war gods and Li Di felt as if they had been granted amnesty. They quickly retreated and flew back to the Misty Continent. 1 month later, Li Di brought the three envoys back again. They brought back 2 books of War Emperor's restriction techniques, several supreme divine artifacts, and Lord Devour's message. First, offer these treasures to show your sincerity. In the future, you will offer 1 treasure every 10,000 years. If you don't agree, you will perish together with us. 10,000 years it is. Shintu Xiong carefully examined the War Emperor's restriction techniques. After confirming that they were original goods, he was overjoyed. With these things, he would be able to nurture a few restriction experts. If he lost the next planar war, he would be able to use them. If the other planes were to invade the divine world, with the restriction experts controlling the evil abyss's restrictions, the divine world would be saved. You 3 go to the Flame Dragon Plane and stay there. Remember to keep a close watch on the Flame Dragon Plane. If Devour Jianghu is up to something, send a message back immediately. Also, tell Devour Jianghu that after 10,000 years, if she doesn't offer me the treasures I want, she can wait for death." Shintu Xiong instructed and let the 3 leave. Then, he instructed Li Di, "Go find the wood spirit race. Wuxia found them last time. Secretly arrange for them to enter the Flame Dragon Plane. Keep a close watch on everyone. Once they are found to be plotting something, send a message immediately. Also, send my war god order. Gather all the restriction geniuses in the divine world. I want to pick a few restriction geniuses to learn War Emperor's restriction techniques. Li Di immediately bowed and left. Shinta Xiong's eyes flickered as he sat on his throne. He sneered and said, "Devour Jianghu, what tricks do you want to play? Humph. No matter how many schemes you have, they are nothing in front of absolute power. I will crush them with one strike. Wait until I get all the treasures, then I will play with you." Chapter 1255. The Flame Dragon continent was peaceful. Yi Qinghan's return was like a shot of adrenaline. Everybody calmed down. However, Yi Qinghan didn't stay long in the Flame Dragon continent. When the 3 emissaries from the divine world came, they brought Shintu Xiong's 10,000-year agreement. After Yi Qinghan and Lord Devour discussed for a while, they left with all the young disciples. Venerable Li Quan and Emperor Yu didn't leave. Instead, they often flew around the Flame Dragon continent, using them as bait to confuse the enemies. Yi Qinghan put all the women, children, and the elites of the Flame Dragon continent into the War Emperor Palace. Then, he quietly entered the Soul Emperor Pavilion and left. Yi Qinghan had left just in time. Half a month after he had left, dozens of wood spirits had sneaked into the Flame Dragon continent. They had concealed themselves and started to investigate the Flame Dragon continent. Originally, there were 10 wood spirit clan members hiding in the Flame Dragon continent. Unfortunately, they were responsible for Shintu Wuxia. Now that Shintu Wuxia was dead, they didn't know who else to find. Moreover, Lord Devour had started to suppress the news of Yi Qinghan's return. People who knew about it were ordered not to leak it out. Shintu Xiong didn't know that Yi Qinghan had come out of the space vortex. Yi Qinghan brought a group of people to the beast god's secret land. Lei Zhen was about to break through to rank 9. With their talents, staying in the Flame Dragon continent would affect their cultivation. Originally, Yi Qinghan had considered going to the fire god's secret land since there weren't many experts there. Considering that he had an affair with Zhu Yi, the women there would be jealous. Plus, Zhu Yi was cunning, which would be troublesome. Although the situation in the beast god's secret land was complicated, with the old beast god there, it would be safer. The Soul Emperor Pavilion picked up Ji Da and Lady Wind Moon who were outside the plane. After several months of flying, they arrived outside the beast god mystic realm. Then, they began to spin crazily and broke through the beast god mystic realm source energy. When they entered the beast god mystic realm, the beast god and the other 9th grade experts were shocked. The beast god palace shone with golden light, and a terrifying aura came from within. It was about to crash into the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Yi Mo, Yi Fan, Yi Feihu, and the others all teleported over. They condensed the power of space and were about to attack. Yi Qinghan had no choice but to let Kid teleport him out. He then shouted in the sky, "Beast God, it's me. Yi Qinghan." Swish swish swish. Yi Feihu, Yi Fan, and the others immediately withdrew their hands and backed away when they saw Yi Qinghan. They stared at Yi Qinghan as if he were a terrifying monster. They had been defeated by Yi Qinghan a few times, so they had a sense of fear in their hearts. Yi Qinghan. You're back. Who is this beside you? The beast god's small body appeared outside the beast god palace, but his eyes were locked on Kid. At this moment, Yi Qinghan was being carried by Kid, so he couldn't help but be suspicious. Kid smiled faintly. He felt sincere respect for the beast god clan's patriarch. The beast god clan was one of the 10 ancient clans, an existence that could shake the entire Pangaea. He bowed and said, "Junior Kid greets Senior Beast God." "Beast God, there is no need to be suspicious. This time, I brought my entire family to seek refuge with you. Let me show you something." Yi Qinghan saw the light in the beast god's eyes and knew that he was suspicious of his inability to fly. With a thought, the fire god battle armor appeared on his body. Instantly, an incomparably domineering aura enveloped the entire beast god mystic realm. Fire god battle armor, Yi Qinghan, you have it. The beast god's eyes lit up. Then, he saw a group of people flying out of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. There were men and women, as well as countless members of the Beast God clan. The Night Emperor and the others were also present. He finally let go of his suspicions and said with a smile, "Let's talk on Beast God Island. Feihu, go and make arrangements to welcome our guests from afar." This time, Yi Qinghan brought many people with him. Almost all the elite disciples of the reincarnation plane were here. These were all former seed members with outstanding talents. Staying in the Flame Dragon continent would affect their cultivation. That day, Beast God Island held a banquet. Yi Qinghan was very powerful. Now that he brought 2 autarchs, Yi Feihu and the others didn't dare to cause trouble. If they did, they would only be asking for trouble. Although Yi Qinghan looked very strange, no one dared to test him. In half a day, countless pavilions were built on Beast God Island to accommodate the 10,000 people brought by Yi Qinghan. Of course, the group of experts entered the Beast God Palace. The Beast God let Yi Feihu and the others take care of Jida, Yanran, Lei Zhen, Wind Moon Sovereign, and Mo Xiaoxiao. He entered the side hall with Yi Qinghan alone. "Old ancestor, I'm afraid we will have to stay here for a long time." Yi Qinghan didn't stand on ceremony and told the Beast God his purpose of coming. Lord Devourer used a scheme to delay Shintu Xiong. Yi Qinghan was waiting for the cold power to grow to a certain level. He would slowly grasp the usage of the cold power. When his strength reached a certain level, he would kill his way back to the divine world. It doesn't matter how long you stay. This is also your home. The Beast God looked at Yi Qinghan with a benevolent expression. Then, his expression turned serious as he asked, "What is the specific situation? Tell me in detail." The older the ginger, the spicier it was. Yi Qinghan secretly admired the Beast God. He had a lot of trust in the Beast God. He hurriedly told him everything that had happened. Of course, he didn't tell him about the soul mutation. Other than Xiao He, no one else knew about this. He only said that there was an accident in the space vortex, and his body had a mutation. Currently, his body couldn't store God power, but there was a strange power. The Beast God lowered his brows and pondered. After a long time, he mocked, "You were tricked by Shintu Xiong. I don't think he has the guts to destroy the material plane. Otherwise, the Divine Emperor supremacy would tear him apart. Don't worry and stay here. I will go and destroy the teleportation formation to prevent Shintu Xiong from entering the Beast God mysterious domain from the divine world." Tricked by Shintu Xiong? Yi Qinghan was stunned. Then, he asked in surprise, "Destroy? Then, the people of the Beast God mysterious domain can't leave the divine world? Don't we have your pagoda? Besides, the people of the Beast God mysterious domain can't leave." The Beast God smiled. Then, his body flashed. With 2 teleportations, he went to the Black Warrior City in the south. Then, he used the power of space. Under the shocked gazes of the millions of martial artists in the city, he directly smashed the teleportation formation. Shintu Xiong didn't have the Soul Emperor Pavilion. The Flying Phoenix was also destroyed. The Wind Moon Sovereigns had completely submitted to Yi Qinghan. Without the teleportation formation, even if he knew the location of the Beast God mysterious domain, he wouldn't take the risk to come here from the endless void. Moreover, Shintu Xiong wasn't sure if there was a 9th-grade supreme martial artist in the Beast God mysterious domain. He wouldn't take the risk. It could be said that the Beast God mysterious domain was incomparably safe. After the Beast God returned, he explained a few words to Yi Qinghan. Then, he brought him to the peak of the North Sea and let Yi Qinghan use the power of cold to attack. When Yi Qinghan's fist tore a several hundred-meter-long crack in the space of the Beast God mysterious domain, the Beast God was shocked. He looked at Yi Qinghan's fist with lingering fear. He laughed and said, "Yi Qinghan, the power of your fist has definitely reached the strength of a 9th-grade supreme being. Cultivate in the Beast God mysterious domain in peace. When you have enough strength, I will accompany you out of the beast god mysterious domain and back to the divine world. Chapter 1256. Chief Pavilion Master, the Wood Spirit race reported that there seems to be a rumor in the Flame Dragon Plain. Yi Qinghan seems to have returned, and Yi Qinghan's wife and children are missing. In the Eternal Palace, Elder Li Di reported anxiously. Shinta Xiong had said that Yi Qinghan had died in his hands. Saying this was like doubting Shinta Xiong's words, slapping his face. But such important news couldn't be left unreported, eh? There is such a thing? Shinta Xiong was shocked, his killing intent soaring. But thinking of the terrifying soul attack in the spatial whirlpool, Shinta Xiong shook his head and said with certainty, impossible, Yi Qinghan couldn't have come out alive. It must be a rumor spread by Shi Jianghu to stabilize the people of the Flame Dragon continent and destroy the unity of the divine world. Yi Qinghan definitely couldn't have come back. Otherwise, with his character, he would have already reached the divine world and started assassinating. Li Di quickly cupped his hands and smiled flatteringly. Chief Pavilion Master is wise, this subordinate is slow-witted, I almost fell for Shi Jianghu's trick. Pay close attention, let the Wood Spirit race continue to investigate. Shinta Xiong snorted and turned to ask, how is the progress on breaking the restrictions of the 3 secret realms? Li Di said respectfully, currently, the 10 restriction geniuses selected by the Lord have just comprehended Battle Emperor's restrictions. This needs time, Chief Pavilion Master. Shinta Xiong waved his hand and told Li Di to hurry up. He didn't know how many experts there were in the 3 secret realms, and he knew the reason why they were hiding. But Shinta Xiong was the boss of the divine world, and he had 3 illegal forces under him that weren't under his control. If he didn't understand the situation, he wouldn't be at ease. Because Shinta Xiong wanted to obtain the treasures of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, and Yi Qinghan was waiting for the increase in the power of cold, the immortal world was peaceful during this period of time. There were no wars, and there were no disputes. Everyone played with their own birds and people. Time passed quickly, and 5,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Shinta Xiong was busy unearthing talents, cultivating restriction experts, and breaking the restrictions of the 3 mystic realms. Lord Devour was busy reading, while Gid was busy looking for beauties in the beast god's secret land. Of course, Yi Qinghan was busy experimenting with different ways to use the cold power. On a small island in the North Sea of the Beast Divine Arcane Realm, Yi Qinghan, Yanran, and Kid stood on the island. The wind was strong that day, and the waves crashed into the reefs on the side of the island, splashing water everywhere. Yi Qinghan stood on the cliff by the sea. He closed his eyes and held the slaughter god blade in his hand. Beside him, Jida and Yanran looked at Yi Qinghan with sparkling eyes as they waited for his performance. In the past 5,000 years, Yi Qinghan had simulated many different ways of using the power of cold, but he had never tested it. Today, the power of cold had finally grown to a radius of 1 mile. It was enough for Yi Qinghan to squander for a period of time. That was why Yi Qinghan suddenly asked Jida and Yanran to bring him here to test out the way to use the power of cold. The wind was getting stronger, and the trio's clothes were fluttering in the wind. Their black hair fluttered in the wind, and the waves below them were getting more and more turbulent. Splashes of water began to fall from the 1,000-meter-tall cliff. In the distance, white lines whizzed over like ferocious monsters, as if they wanted to swallow the entire island in one bite. Ha! There was a loud shout, and Jida and Yanran's eyes lit up. Yi Qinghan suddenly opened his eyes, and his body shot up into the sky. After that, he dived down at a rapid speed, rushing towards the towering waves in front of him. The slaughter god blade in his hand turned into a series of afterimages as it slashed down at the 1,000-meter-tall waves. Chi! A sharp green saber aura shot out from the slaughter god blade. The moment the saber aura appeared, something amazing happened. The hundreds of waves in front of them actually stopped moving. After that, with a loud boom, they started to flow in reverse. Following that, the green saber aura gently slashed down, and everywhere it passed, the space was torn apart. A huge white crack extended straight ahead. On both sides of the crack, 2 monstrous waves that were thousands of meters high surged towards both sides, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. Boom! The white crack extended for tens of thousands of meters in an instant before finally crashing into a medium-sized island. A deafening explosion rang out, and then this huge island was actually split in half from the center. A bottomless crack appeared in the middle, and the surrounding seawater frantically surged into the crack. The scene was extremely grand and magnificent. Jida and Yanran both sucked in a breath of cold air. After that, they looked at each other in dismay. Then, they looked at the roaring waves in the distance, and finally at Yi Qinghan. The two of them swallowed their saliva subconsciously as their throats kept moving. One slash caused the seawater to flow in reverse, creating a 10,000-meter-long crack in the space, splitting an island with a radius of 10,000 miles in half. What kind of power was this? Jida and Yanran had never seen Yi Qinghan use it before, so they were scared out of their wits. The two of them absolutely believed that if they were under the saber just now, even if they used all their strength to protect themselves, they would definitely be hacked to death without any chance of survival. Even if they weren't split in half, they would still be shaken to death. Yanran and Jida looked at each other again, and their eyes lit up. Just based on the strength of this attack, even if it wasn't comparable to Xianxia, it wasn't far off. With the fire god battle armor, Yi Qinghan had the strength to fight Xianxia head-on. Swish! Yi Qinghan's body flashed and returned to the cliff. He kept his saber and closed his eyes in deep thought. That slash just now had used up half of his body's cold power. The consumption of his cold power was too fast. He didn't dare to casually use it anymore. This attack method is still too direct. Although the speed is very fast and the power of cold is indeed stronger after being released by the slaughter god saber, it isn't flexible enough. Yi Qinghan had been searching for 5,000 years, but he still couldn't figure out where this cold power came from. He had also discussed it with the beast god many times and looked through all the documents in the beast god ancestral shrine. However, he still couldn't figure out what elemental energy this was. All the energy in heaven and earth had elemental energy. For example, the power of space was spatial elemental energy. Power of God was transformed from heaven and earth essence energy. There were fire elemental energy, water elemental energy, light elemental energy, darkness elemental energy, etc. However, he didn't know what elemental energy this cold power was. Because the cold power didn't contain any elemental energy, it felt like the purest energy in heaven and earth. However, it was different from heaven and earth essence energy. Not only was it different, but Yi Qinghan even felt that this cold power and heaven and earth essence energy were enemies. They both wanted to destroy and assimilate the other. Once the cold power appeared in his body, it immediately started to decrease. It was obvious that the heaven and earth essence energy was too strong and was being assimilated. 5,000 years. The new soul spirit spatial zone didn't have any big changes, and this made Yi Qinghan feel more at ease. The soul spirit sea fragments and the power of origin seemed to have solidified. They had completely turned into billions of stars and stood upright in the soul spirit spatial zone. The power of darkness, light, and lightning also didn't cause any trouble and obediently stayed in the soul spirit spatial zone. What made Yi Qinghan a little suspicious was that these three types of energy seemed to be afraid of the cold power. In the territory of the cold power, the wind formed by these three types of energy would never dare to go near it. Chapter 1257. How should I use the power of cold to kill the enemy? If it's so direct, the enemy can easily dodge it. Yi Qinghan missed God Slayer's spear. It was extremely powerful and nimble. Moreover, it could be used to launch a sneak attack when it suddenly spun. However, Yi Qinghan clearly remembered that God Slayer's spear had already spun into Xianxia, but it didn't kill Xianxia. After chatting with the beast god, he found out that Xianxia's primal chaos divine crystal contained primal chaos chi, which had a stronger defense than source power. No wonder it couldn't kill him. Since God Slayer's spear couldn't kill Xianxia, and it wasn't as powerful as the power of cold, it also consumed a lot of power of cold. Yi Qinghan didn't use it anymore. Now that he realized that using the power of cold was too simple, he thought of the benefits of God Slayer's spear. That's right. I can use the power of cold to form God Slayer's spear to attack. Haha. Thinking of God Slayer's spear, Yi Qinghan suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Since God Slayer's spear could be condensed with the power of space, it could also be condensed with the power of cold. At that time, he could also use source power and control God Slayer's spear with his divine sense. That power, that's right. If I can master it, it'll definitely be shockingly powerful. Yi Qinghan laughed wildly. God Slayer's spear was powerful and could heavily injure Shintu Xiong last time. This time, he condensed the power of cold that was several times stronger than the power of space. If he stabbed Shintu Xiong, so what if he had source power and primal chaos chi to protect him? It was definitely going to be a death sentence. He turned to Jida and Yanran and said with a smile, you guys go back first. I want to enter the War Imperial Palace to cultivate the power of cold. When I come out, it'll be the day I kill my way back to the immortal realm. Little Han, work hard. Jida clenched his fist tightly and shouted. She smiled sweetly at Yi Qinghan, as if she was proud of Yi Qinghan, which made Yi Qinghan's heart itch. The two of them teleported away. Yi Qinghan's divine sense spread out again and locked onto Yao Ji, who was on the Beast God Island. He transmitted his voice to her, Yao Ji, accompany me to the War Imperial Palace to cultivate. I need you to help me cultivate. At this moment, the demonic lady was sitting in her own courtyard, quietly reading a book and comprehending the art of restriction of the Battle Emperor. Although the War Emperor's original seal had been given to Shintu Xiong, Yao Ji had made a copy of it immediately. Hearing Yi Qinghan's voice transmission, the enchantress naturally knew what he needed her help with. Yi Qingwu, who was standing next to her, had sharp eyes. She noticed Yao Ji's strange behavior and looked at her suspiciously. I'll go to the War Imperial Palace to help little Han cultivate. Yao Ji's face became even redder. She casually said something and teleported away. Yi Qinghan waited for the blushing Yao Ji to teleport over. He immediately smiled and brought her into the War Imperial Palace. At this moment, the seals of the 6 halls of the War Imperial Palace had all been opened. As for the remaining 3 halls, one was the hall where he met the Battle Emperor for the first time, the other was the hall that specialized in refining tools and researching restrictions, and the last was the luxurious palace that Yi Qinghan was currently in. Yi Qinghan looked at the bewitching Yao Ji and laughed, Beauty, are you on top, or am I on top? Hey, the enchantress looked at the indecent Yi Qinghan, and her face was so red that water could drip out. However, she swayed her plump buttocks and walked onto the jade bed. Her bewitching eyes stared straight at Yi Qinghan. She looked as if she wanted to reject him, but at the same time, it was an enchanting sight. After a while, cold wind blew in the War Imperial Palace. With a series of pa sounds, Yi Qinghan entered the 5th level of soul quietness and began the cultivation journey of the power of cold. What? In the Eternal Palace, Shintu Xiong was in high spirits. He stared at elderly Di and asked uncertainly, have the restrictions of the 3 secret realms really been broken? Chief Pavilion Master, it's absolutely true. Li Di nodded his head rather proudly. This matter was done by him, and his contributions couldn't go unnoticed. He explained, Chief Pavilion Master, you don't know. Among the 10 restriction geniuses that we found previously, there's one called Lei Hua. He usually doesn't show himself, and wholeheartedly studies restrictions. He has been studying for 5,000 years, and has never made a move. 1 year ago, he suddenly made a move and broke the restrictions of the Water God Mystic Realm's middle plane. When I first received the news, I wasn't sure. Who knew that when I went over to take a look, it was really broken? After that, I immediately arranged for him to go to the Poison Dragon Swamp and the East Sea of Stars. The restrictions of the Fire God Mystic Realm and the Beast God Mystic Realm's entrance were also easily broken by him. That's why I immediately came back to report. Good. Shintu Xiong was overjoyed. He waved his hand and said, send the message down. Immediately let that, Lei Hua. Thunder fire, right? Set up our restrictions and control the transit plane. Similarly, immediately mobilize the army to garrison there. Li Di, come with me first, I want to investigate personally. Immediately, Shen Tu Xiong brought Li Di and teleported to the three mystic realms entrances personally to investigate. After confirming that all the restrictions of the middle plane had been broken, he was instantly overjoyed. Once the restrictions were broken, Lei Huo would set up the restrictions. If the three mystic realms wanted to leave the divine realm, it would have to depend on him. Li Di, immediately arrange for a few envoys to enter the three mystic realms. At the same time, bring a few with spiritual pearls in. One in the open, one in the dark. Let's investigate the situation of the three mystic realms first. Let them carry the special grade teleportation jade talisman. If there's any news, report it immediately. Shen Tu Xiong returned to the Eternal Palace and immediately started to set up. Ever since the three ancient clans entered the mystic realms, he didn't see their clansmen walking openly outside. However, in the three mystic realms were the descendants of the 10 ancient clans. They were all powerful clans. At this moment, they completely disregarded him, the lord of the divine realm. Shen Tu Xiong had always considered himself as the boss of the god realm, so of course he wouldn't allow his subordinates to have three vassal lords who didn't listen to his commands and had very strong powers. Especially when the beast god's secret realm was Yi Qinghan's old home. In the end, 3 teams of envoys, 2 teams were easily teleported in. However, the beast divine mystic realm's teleportation door seemed to be broken. They actually couldn't enter. When the news reached the Eternal Palace, Shen Tu Xiong was bewildered. The beast divine mystic realm was Yi Qinghan's old home. Coincidentally, they couldn't enter now? Could there be other mysteries? Shen Tu Xiong was originally very suspicious. When he thought of the information from the Flame Dragon continent, it said that Yi Qinghan had returned before. In addition, Yi Qinghan's children and many of the young elites had disappeared. The Soul Emperor Pavilion had left the Flame Dragon continent 5,000 years ago and had never returned. Furthermore, thinking of Lord Devour's attitude, it seemed like they were also stalling for time. He became even more suspicious. Did Yi Qinghan really come out and was hiding in the beast divine mystic realm to cultivate now? He thought about how Yi Qinghan was able to heavily injure him last time. If he hid for hundreds of thousands of years, millions of years. With his heaven-defying talents, how could he do that? Men, call the Ice Queen over. The more Shen Tu Xiong thought about it, the more shocked he got. After passing the message down, he took out the God World map and looked at it carefully. After confirming the location of the beast divine mystic realm, he paced around the main hall. Wang. 2 hours later, the Ice Queen teleported over. Shen Tu Xiong instructed, head into the endless void and bring 100 wood spirit race people to the outside of this plane. After they enter, you can return right away. Shen Tu Xiong pointed at the direction of the beast divine mystic realm. Ice Queen took a look. It wasn't too far from the God world. It was a medium-sized plane and it was easy to find. She didn't dare to object. Shen Tu Xiong was already unhappy with her after Shen Tu Wuxia's death, so she could only nod her head. It had been close to 10,000 years since the last time she headed into the endless void. The source strength of the Ice Queen slowly increased a little. Although this journey would consume a little, it wouldn't harm her foundations. She didn't ask much, placing the 100 wood spirit race people that Shen Tu Xiong selected into her space god artifact and headed into the endless void. Shen Tu Xiong looked on as the Ice Queen left. After a long while, he scoffed coldly and muttered, Yi Qinghan, I hope that you don't come out. If you are really hiding in the beast god's secret realm, I don't mind leveling it to the ground. Chapter 1258. Chief Pavilion Master. There's news. A month later, Li Di once again flew into the Eternal Palace, and said to Shen Tu Xiong with a grave expression, Yi Qinghan had entered the fire god's secret domain nearly 10,000 years ago. He killed more than 10 ninth grade experts, and also seized the fire god patriarch's heart of the fire god. Now, there are only 8 ninth-grade experts in the Fire God Mysterious Realm. Except for Queen Zhu Yi, who is at the peak of 9th grade, the other 7 are all lower 9th grade. Queen Zhu Yi was very polite to the messengers you sent and seemed to want to mend their relationship with you. I guess there will be new news soon. Shintu Xiong was shocked by Li Di's solemn expression. After hearing it, he scolded, "That's good news, why do you look so angry?" F***CKU, I thought something happened. Chief Pavilion Master. Li Di's expression was still solemn. He said with a bitter smile, "The messengers of the Water Mystery Realm were all killed. Even the Hidden Wood Spirit Clan members were all killed. The last message came back, there seemed to be a 9th grade supreme martial artist powerhouse. Moreover, there were 5 above 9th grade and more than 30 below 9th grade. What? The news is confirmed?" Shintu Xiong was shocked. There were so many experts in the Water God Mysterious Realm? Didn't the Water God clan encounter a disaster back then? Many experts had escaped long ago. The news is confirmed, but the messengers and spies inside were all killed. We can't be sure about the situation inside. Chief Pavilion Master, what should we do now? Continue to send the Wood Spirit Clan in to hide? Li Di sighed bitterly and said with a frown. Shintu Xiong's face darkened. He frowned and paced back and forth in the main hall. After a long time, he shook his head and sighed, "Don't send any more. Since the Wood Spirit Clan was completely wiped out this time, no matter how many we send, we will still die. We will also anger the experts inside. Send one person to send a letter in. Say that I have no ill intentions, and only want to befriend the Water God Patriarch. Also, let Lei Hua set up more restrictions outside the Water God Mysterious Realm. If he can set up a restriction that can trap a 9th grade supreme martial artist, I will give him whatever he wants." Li Di immediately retreated, but Shintu Xiong was still pacing back and forth in the main hall. There was actually a 9th grade supreme martial artist in the Water Mystery Realm, as well as so many upper and lower 9th grades. Although he was confident that he could defeat that 9th grade supreme martial artist, the other party had 5 upper 9th grade subordinates, while he only had the Ice Queen. From the looks of it, her loyalty was pitifully low. The Water Mystery Land made Shintu Xiong feel a huge threat, but the situation in the Beast Mystery Land was still unclear, so Shintu Xiong did not dare to make a move. Let's find out more about the situation in the Beast God Arcane Land first. Since the Water God Arcane Land has been secluded from the world for so many years, killing my people at this moment will be a huge blow to the Water God Arcane Land. I won't come out immediately. I'll think of a way later. Shintu Xiong made up his mind, and became even more anxious in his heart. In order to fend off external threats, he had to first stabilize the internal situation. If Yi Qinghan was still alive, he had to be eliminated immediately. Otherwise, if Yi Qinghan suddenly attacked him while he was fighting with the people from the Water God Arcane Realm, it would definitely be fatal. Oh right. Guards. Shintu Xiong suddenly thought of a problem. He shouted and immediately sent a message, "Send someone to send a message to Queen Zhu Yi in the Fire God Arcane Realm. Ask her to come out and help me. If not, I will enter the Fire God Arcane Realm and wipe out the entire Fire God race." There was only one upper 9th grade and a few lower 9th grade in the Fire God Arcane Realm. If Shintu Xiong entered, he could easily suppress all of them. Zhu Yi would definitely not dare to resist. As expected. 3 months later. A group of special guests came to the God world. The owner of the Fire God Arcane Realm, Queen Zhu Yi, brought 7 lower 9th grade martial artists out of the Fire God Arcane Realm to express their allegiance to Shintu Xiong. Shintu Xiong was delighted. He gathered the experts and big families of the God world to welcome Zhu Yi and the others. He then gave the Misty Land to Zhu Yi, making her the new Misty Sovereign. The clansmen of the Fire God race that were left in the God world all surged towards the Misty Land. Shintu Xiong's prestige rose once again. Outside the endless void, Ice Queen finally arrived outside the Beast God Arcane Realm after a year of flying. Ice Queen didn't understand this medium-sized realm at all and didn't want to understand it. She only followed Shintu Xiong's orders to find a weak spot in the space. She threw 100 members of the wood spirit race into the beast god arcane realm and then returned to the god world. The wood spirit race was a really weird race. They didn't have any god power. If they went into stealth, they wouldn't have any signs of life at all. When they floated down from the sky, they felt like leaves floating down. Because there was no god power fluctuation, the space wouldn't ripple. Of course, experts wouldn't sense them. These wood spirit race members were light and had a special ability to control the direction of their flying body. The moment they entered the beast god arcane realm, they floated towards the mountain range. They actually didn't attract the attention of a 9th grade expert. The moment they landed on the ground, the wood spirit race spread out and burrowed into the ground. They disappeared into the vast forest and surged towards the various cities. The news of Yi Qinghan returning to the beast god arcane realm wasn't hidden. The beast god arcane realm had spread out long ago, especially when Yi Qinghan's wives were all beautiful. Yi Qinghan's talents were amazing and he had become the new idol of the beast god race. There were many discussions among the people. The wood spirit race only spent a few days to find out everything about Yi Qinghan. Pung! Countless martial artists on the Supreme Island heard a loud noise coming from the Eternal Palace. Furthermore, the Eternal Palace actually shook a little. Their faces changed drastically as they looked at the Eternal Palace in the sky, not knowing what was going on. Yi Qinghan, devouring butterfly dance, kill! 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 A roar rang out above Supreme Island. The voice was filled with rage and killing intent. When the tens of millions of martial artists heard that it was Chief Pavilion Head Shintu Xiong's voice, they all knelt down in fear. Their eyes lit up. Shintu Xiong was so furious and even shouted Yi Qinghan and devouring butterfly dance's names. Could it be that Yi Qinghan didn't die? Did Shintu Xiong get played by Yi Qinghan and devouring butterfly dance again? However, there was no sound from within the Eternal Hall and no orders were given. This news quickly spread throughout the god world. The hearts of the god world were shaken and they didn't know what was going on. Everyone was discussing and guessing the truth. A year later, when the Ice Queen returned from the endless void, the truth was finally revealed. Shintu Xiong's furious order spread out from within the Eternal Hall. He gathered all the grade 9 experts on Supreme Island. Before the Ice Queen even returned to Ice and Snow Island, she was summoned over. Zhu Yi was also summoned and brought a bunch of people to the Eternal Hall. All of you, follow me to the Beast God's secret technique. I want to rip apart Yi Qinghan and wipe out the entire Beast God's secret realm. Shintu Xiong waved his hands and led everyone towards the endless void. There were only 2 upper grade 9 experts in the Beast God's secret realm. Along with Yi Qinghan, there were only 3. Shintu Xiong was confident that he could kill one of them if he was careful. With Yi Qinghan's personality, why would he run away alone with so many experts and billions of beast god race members? Yi Qinghan, I will definitely kill you this time. Shintu Xiong and the others had already disappeared into the sky. However, his vicious and venomous voice still rang out in the god world for a long time. Chapter 1259. Shintu Xiong took Zhu Yi, the Ice Queen, and more than 10 level 9 warriors out of the god world to the endless void? Shintu Xiong had planted spies everywhere, and Lord Devour had operated in the god world for a long time. How could he not have spies? Almost half of the divine world had heard Shintu Xiong's furious roar. Moreover, he had led his people to attack the divine world. How could Lord Devour's spies not detect them? Zhu Yi had just been bestowed the ethereal sovereign, and all the level 9 warriors had left. Immediately, Lord Devour's spies had taken the risk to bribe the leader of the teleportation formation in the ethereal continent to send the news to Lord Devour. Venerable Li Quan screamed, "Lord, what should we do?" Shintu Xiong must have gone to the beast god's secret land. With so many experts there, they're in danger. How about we go to the beast god continent and ask Little Han to move? The Flame Dragon continent is closer to the beast god's secret land. It'll be faster than Shintu Xiong. Emperor Yu was anxious, shouting. Lord Jiu's jade-like hands clutched her clothes, looking at Lord Devour, not daring to say a word. It's no use. Lord Devour shook his head helplessly. Shintu Xiong has calculated Yi Qinghan's character. If little Han dares to run away from the beast god's secret land, he'll slaughter everyone in the beast god's secret land. Do you think little Han will abandon billions of people in the beast god's secret land? Moreover, even if he runs away, Shintu Xiong has the map of the god world. Where can we run to? Everyone panicked, even the incomparably steady Venerable Li Quan panicked. Madame Jiu's pretty face turned incomparably pale as she cried out in alarm, then. Madam! What should we do? Fight to the death. Lord Devour stood up, his face resolute. Looking at the void, he said arrogantly, it's time to settle the score with Shintu Xiong. Everybody's life and death, the grudges of so many years, will depend on this battle. Lord Jiu screamed again, ah. Fight to the death? Can we win? Right. Fight to the death. Venerable Li Quan and Emperor Yu exchanged looks as they could guess Lord Devour's thoughts. Their faces became resolute. Once they had made up their minds, the two of them calmed down instead, their eyes filled with fighting spirit. Go. To the beast god arcane realm. Lord Shi's knife-like eyes raked through the three of them, taking them into his spatial divine tool. After that, he sent a message to Yi Tianlong, then flew up into the sky. After a while, Shaochen entered the boundless void. Origin energy revolved around him as he turned into a meteor and flew toward the beast god realm. Lord Devour's sudden departure baffled Yi Tianlong and the others. Lord Devour's clone was dead, and his power was damaged badly. At this moment, she only had the strength of lower level 9. What was she going out for? Most importantly, she actually took Emperor Yu and Supremacy Li Quan with her? We're going out for a trip, and we might come back in a year or two. If we don't come back, we won't come back again. Don't worry. I'll make arrangements for the Flame Dragon continent. Lord Devour's message didn't make sense, but Yi Tianlong and the others had a bad premonition. In other words, they had a feeling that something big was about to happen, and it was something earth-shaking. The atmosphere in the beast god realm seemed a little strange recently. The beast god sat in the beast god palace every day, but he felt his eyelids twitching. He didn't understand why this was happening. However, it was better to be careful. He ordered all the beast god clansmen to be vigilant. If there was a spy, they were to be killed immediately. The beast god's order was somewhat baffling, but it scared the martial artists below. Spy? Could there be a spy in the beast god realm? At that moment, countless experts were searching everywhere, causing chaos in the beast god realm, and the atmosphere became strange. Beast God Island. The beast deity had specially allocated an area for the people that Yi Qinghan had brought to stay. Because of Yi Qinghan's prestige, no one dared to cause trouble here. The people inside did not go out often. Occasionally, some juniors would go out to travel. However, with Yi Qinghan's token, no one dared to cause trouble. Of course, except for one person, Jida. Jida loved fresh and beautiful girls. Every once in a while, he would go out to travel, pretend to be a rich man, and win the hearts of young girls. Although Yi Fan, Night Demon, and the others were a little dissatisfied with Jida's method of stealing meat from their own bowls, Jida was good at picking up girls. Both parties were willing, and it was not forced. They could only swallow their anger. However, recently, because of a woman, things had gotten a little out of hand. Jida had picked up a younger sister, who turned out to be Night Demon's future granddaughter-in-law. Jida had a refined temperament, and he had the appearance of a playboy. In addition, he was powerful and knowledgeable. He met a beautiful woman in the suburbs, and with a few words, he got her. In the end, he pulled her onto the bed. Just after he finished, Night Demon's grandson heard the news and came looking for him. Jida saw that it was a hedonistic son of a rich family. His strength was not high, and he only had the strength of a 5th-grade war god. He was accompanied by a venerable, so he did not care. He sent him flying, and then brought the woman back to Beast God Island. In the end, he poked a hornet's nest. Night Demon brought his grandson to find him, and they wanted to fight with Jida. Jida was Yi Qinghan's sworn brother, and Yi Qinghan's people would naturally side with him. Hence, Night Demon began to mobilize people. Beast God Island became extremely lively, and a war was about to break out. The Beast God had no choice but to step in. However, he did not know how to deal with this muddled matter. Jida was in the wrong, but he was Yi Qinghan's man. Yi Qinghan was in seclusion at the moment. If he were to call Yi Qinghan out because of such a small matter, it would affect his cultivation, and that would not be good. Swish. However, Night Demon seemed to be on drugs, and he was determined not to give up until he gave an explanation. Just as the Beast God was about to ask Yi Qinghan to come out helplessly, there was a sudden fluctuation in the sky. A red-clothed woman floated down with 2 fake 9th-grade war gods. Lord Devour? Seeing that it was Lord Devour, Jida was delighted at first. His helper was here, but then he scratched his head in embarrassment. If Lord Devour knew about this, he would definitely scold him in front of everybody. How could he show his face? Yu Qingsheng, Yanran, Fireworks, and the others were delighted at first, but then they all frowned and became worried. Lord Devour came with Venerable Li Quan and Emperor Yu. Did something big happen? Where's Little Han? Ask him to come out and see me. Shintu Xiong is coming with more than 10 level 9 experts. Lord Devour's indifferent words were like a thunderbolt that exploded above the Beast God Island. Countless warriors, who were ready to fight, no longer cared about the internal conflict. All of them looked at the red-clothed woman in the sky in fright. The Beast God hurried to disperse the low-level warriors who were causing trouble. Then, he looked at Lord Devour seriously, waiting for her explanation. However, Lord Devour nodded at him without saying anything. Instead, he looked at Yu Qingsheng and the others. Lord, I'm going to send a message to Qinghan. Yu Qingsheng was the calmest. She immediately took out the jade talisman that Yi Qinghan had prepared for her and crushed it. Not long after that, Yi Qinghan teleported under the enchantress's lead. He looked at Yu Qingsheng suspiciously. However, when he saw Lord Devour's group in the crowd, his face became solemn. Lord Devour's group suddenly came. Did something happen in the Fire Dragon continent? After the Beast God had invited Lord Devour and all the level 9 experts to the Beast God Palace and told them everything, Yi Qinghan felt relaxed. Pondering for a while, he stood up and looked at the void with his bright eyes. You dare to come to the Beast God's secret land with the Ice Queen and Zhu Yi? Haha. Since you're here, let's fight to the death. All the grudges will be settled in this battle. Chapter 1260. Zhu Yi, Ice Queen. Once we enter the Beast God realm, help me drag down the Beast God and the other grade 9 expert. The rest will fight on their own. Shui Yi, you will control Yi Qinghan's women and children. I will deal with Yi Qinghan alone. We have to win this battle. Whoever dares to cause trouble and not listen to orders, I will wipe out their entire family. Within the endless space, Shintu Xiong's face was dark and vicious. He stared viciously at the people beside him and instructed. He was clear that Ice Queen's loyalty wasn't high. Zhu Yi had just come over and wasn't sure of her loyalty. But Shintu Xiong thought about how the two of them had huge race members. Using their race to threaten them, he wasn't afraid that they wouldn't listen. Even if the two of them didn't go all out, as long as they dragged out the 2 grade 9 experts and waited for him to kill Yi Qinghan, the outcome would be decided. Yes, sir. Everyone replied in unison. Zhu Yi and Ice Queen subconsciously exchanged glances with one another. A complicated glow appeared in their eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. They had already flown for half a year in the endless space and were less than a month away from the Beast God's secret realm. Shintu Xiong had the God world map, so it was easy for him to fly. He wasn't afraid of getting lost and was able to find the closest path. Seeing that no one had any fighting spirit or killing intent, Shintu Xiong took in a deep breath and said, Yi Qinghan has a Chaos God crystal, I have one too. He has numerous treasures on him. Zhu Yi should know that he had at least 2 paragon spiritual treasures on him. Whoever puts in the most effort this time, I will reward them according to their contributions. The moment Shinta Xiong said this, it was like a bunch of grade 9 martial artists were injected with stimulants. Killing intent rose from their bodies and their eyes shone brightly. Only Zhu Yi and Ice Queen's expressions became more complicated. Mo Shanghuang and the hidden ruler's lips revealed a mocking smile. When Shinta Xiong saw that his empty promise was effective, he couldn't help but become high-spirited, and hatefully roared, "Yi Qinghan killed my 2 sons, and killed Qingshan, this enmity is absolutely irreconcilable. In the past, I have killed countless people in the immortal world, and my crimes are monstrous. If I can't kill him this time, Shinta Xiong will write my name backwards." The enraged voice reverberated in the endless void. The atmosphere in the originally desolate endless void was extremely strange at this moment. Write backwards? Wouldn't that make him Xiong Tushen? That's a good name. Before the echo had completely faded away, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Everyone's expression changed drastically. They immediately circulated their space force and cast their divine senses towards the source of the voice. "Huh, Shinta old dog, we meet again." A burst of laughter could be heard coming from the other end of the rift. Following this, 2 figures walked out from the rift and stood proudly 1,000 li away from the crowd. At the very front was Yi Qinghan, clad in fiery red armor. Who else could it be but the skinny beast god beside him? Yi Qinghan. In an instant, countless eyes lit up, all locked onto the fiery red figure, and countless people exclaimed. Everyone's expression tightened. They were going to kill Yi Qinghan, but they didn't expect Yi Qinghan to deliver himself to their doorstep halfway. The 2 of them wanted to fight with so many people? Was Yi Qinghan crazy? Shinta Xiong immediately spread his divine senses around, wanting to see what Yi Qinghan had up his sleeves. Everyone also felt strange, and hurriedly spread their divine senses in all directions. Sure enough. Not far away from the crowd, a quaint palace was flying rapidly around the crowd, and on the other side, a golden 9-story pagoda was faintly discernible. Unseen danger would make everyone suspicious, but once they knew Yi Qinghan's arrangement, Shinta Xiong was extremely relieved. What kind of experts could Yi Qinghan have on his side? Even if there were a few lower 9th-class experts lying in ambush, what could they do? "Huh, Yi Qinghan, there was a path to heaven, but you didn't take it, and you barged into hell. Even the space vortex didn't trap you to death? This time, I want to see if you can still fly." Shinta Xiong's body shone with golden light, his golden hair fluttering in the air, a golden greatsword above his head, releasing a terrifying aura, as if a demon had descended. He pointed at Yi Qinghan with one hand and shouted coldly, "Of course, if you dare to escape this time, I will make everyone in the Fire Dragon continent and the Beast Arcane realm die with you. Obediently accept your death, I am in a good mood, and maybe I will let those mortal trash live. Otherwise, not a single person related to you will be spared and die without a complete corpse." After saying that, without waiting for Yi Qinghan to reply, he sneered at the beast god. "You are the beast god clan leader, right? Although Yi Qinghan belongs to the bloodline of the beast deity, as long as you return from your lost path and assist me in killing Yi Qinghan, I will forgive you. Otherwise, I will make sure the beast deity's secret territory will be barren, and not even the chickens and dogs will be spared." Bullsh *T. Before Yi Qinghan said anything, the skinny old man beast god scolded, "When our beast god race shocked the entire world, you weren't even born. You relied on killing Master and refining his chaotic god crystal to gain some strength, and you want to wipe out the beast god race? Even the god emperor and supreme being couldn't do it. Do you think a piece of trash like you can do it? Bring it on, let me see what skills you juniors have learned to dare to be so arrogant, you really don't know your place." After saying that, a 1,000-meter-tall beast formed behind him. This beast was covered in black fur and had sharp claws. Its eyes gave off a shocking glow like it was about to choose someone to kill. Its aura was monstrous, just looking at its appearance. It was much scarier than Ice Queen and Jui's space power. Yi Qinghan didn't interrupt, he exchanged glances with Ice Queen Jui and laughed coldly. He didn't look at Shinta Xiong, he turned his head and smiled at Beast God. Old ancestor, don't be angry. Why are you wasting your breath on a fatherless, motherless, teacherless bastard? Go play with those juniors. Shinto Xiong is mine. After saying that, he flew into the sky and shouted at Shinto Xiong, Shinto old dog, if you want to take my life, then follow me. I will play with you. Haha. Just you two pieces of trash. Next year today will be your death anniversary. Shinto Xiong was so angry that he laughed. The killing intent on his body enveloped the surrounding space. His body turned into a bolt of lightning, chasing after Yi Qinghan. His body was in mid-air, when he suddenly turned his head towards the crowd and shouted, Ice Queen, Queen Zhu Yi, kill this old dog. The rest of you, go and take down the palace and Soul Emperor Pavilion. Yi Qinghan piece of trash, prepare to die. When the lower 9th grade martial artists heard Shinto Xiong's orders, they were all delighted. They didn't need to face the mysterious Yi Qinghan, they just had to chase after the two flying treasures. This mission was much easier. Zhu Yi and Ice Queen exchanged glances with one another. The two of them hollered and charged towards the beast god. Zhu Yi used the power of space to form a 1,000-layer wave and smashed towards the beast god's 1,000-meter-tall beast. Ice Queen's snow-white hand waved lightly, snow and ice actually fell from the sky. These snow and ice quickly condensed into numerous icicles, attacking beast god. Huh, let me play with you two girls. Little Han, it's up to you. Beast God didn't even look at the lower 9th grade martial artists who chased after Beast God Hall and Soul Emperor Pavilion. Instead, he looked at Yi Qinghan. The withered and small body of the beast suddenly had an imposing aura. He laughed loudly and punched forward with both hands. The huge beast behind him instantly stepped into the sky, waving its huge claws and roaring towards the sky. With a destructive aura, it clawed towards Zhu Yi and Ice Queen's attack. Chapter 1261. Hong. The deep blue 1,000-layer wave swept across the sky like it was going to break through the sky. It heavily smashed into the left claw of the gorilla-like beast formed by the beast god. On the other side, the Ice Queen formed 8 ice spikes that could freeze the sky and earth. They also smashed into the other giant claw. The 1,000-layer wave was stronger with each layer. Wherever it passed, ripples would appear in the space, giving out pa-pa-pa sounds. It was as if there were really waves crashing by. It fiercely smashed into the giant claw that was 100 meters thick. Based on Zhu Yi's usual attack strength, the giant claw would be smashed into pieces after a few dozen layers of waves. But today, it seemed like there was a problem with Zhu Yi's strength. Although her aura was shocking, after creating hundreds of layers of waves, not a single beast claw was smashed into pieces. On the other side, the Ice Queen's attack was also weak. The 8 ice spikes were like toys, playing a game of hide and seek with the giant claw. Looking at the situation, it seemed like the two absolute beauties were on their period today, and they were powerless to do anything. Looking at the beast god, it seemed like his dementia was acting up today. A beast that could scare a normal heavenly god martial artist to death had very weak attack strength and speed. The three of them looked fierce as they fought, and their auras were extraordinary. But after fighting for so long, they had only used up a small portion of the spatial power they gathered. The lower grade 9 martial artists had split into 2 groups. Zhu Yi's subordinates went to chase Beast God Hall, while Blood Knight Mo Shanghuang, the hidden sovereign, and the 3 white-haired elders from the small mystic realm went to chase Soul Emperor Pavilion. Mo Shanghuang and the hidden sovereign had been paying attention to the battle between the beast god and Zhu Yi. They wanted to pay attention to the battle between Yi Qinghan and Shinto Xiong, but the two of them were extremely fast. They flew up into the sky and were too far away. At this moment, they could only vaguely sense a trace of it. At this moment, the two of them felt that something was wrong. Why did it feel like the beast god and Ice Queen Zhu Yi were in cahoots? Were they playing house? Turning their heads, they realized that the Blood Knight Monarch and the 3 white-haired elders were also looking back at the battle between the 3 of them with confused expressions. Mo Shanghuang and the hidden sovereign exchanged glances. Both of them looked at Zhu Yi and Qiming's subordinates who were chasing Beast God Hall. They wanted to confirm their suspicions. As expected. When they saw Zhu Yi's subordinates bellowing out furiously and condensing various types of spatial force, they were furious and baleful. They seemed like they would not give up until they destroyed the Beast God Hall. However, their speed had quietly decreased by 30%. How could the two of them not understand? Ice Queen and Zhu Yi were delaying, or rather, they had reached some sort of agreement with Yi Qinghan. The contents of the agreement were not hard to guess. They would first drag it out and not officially start the battle. Everything would wait until the victor between Yi Qinghan and Shintu Xiong was decided. If Yi Qinghan won, needless to say, they would all side with him. If he lost, the two of them would have to fight the beast deity with all their might. But what Mo Shanghuang and Mo Shanghuang didn't understand was, why was Yi Qinghan so confident? He would definitely defeat Shintu Xiong. That was a 9th grade supreme martial artist. What's more, it was at the peak level. This was the limit of a martial artist's cultivation realm. How many years had Yi Qinghan been cultivating? Was that even possible? Was it impossible? However, no matter what, Mo Shanghuang and the hidden ruler had already made their decision. Their speed started to slow down. At the same time, Mo Shanghuang's spatial force condensed into a flood dragon. His aura surged and he shouted angrily, "People of Soul Emperor Pavilion, listen up. You have been surrounded. Please surrender immediately. Please surrender immediately. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences." The hermit sovereign was very quick-witted. He immediately followed suit and became incomparably enraged. He used his god power amplifier and shouted, "Yes, yes. You have been surrounded. Please surrender immediately. Otherwise, we won't be polite." Surrounded? Please surrender immediately? Blood Knight Monarch and the 3 monarchs were confused. The Soul Emperor Pavilion was still far away, so how did they surround them? Moreover, why did they use the word "please" to ask them to surrender? Why be so polite? But during these 2 sentences, the 4 of them realized that the hidden ruler and Mo Shanghuang were thousands of meters away from them. Only then did they realize that Mo Shanghuang and the hidden ruler had slowed down. Damn. These 2 fence-sitters. Blood Knight Monarch cursed under his breath. He looked up and vaguely sensed that Shintu Xiong and Yi Qinghan were already fighting. He recalled the last time in Divine Gray City, when Yi Qinghan attacked Shintu Wuxia brutally. He could not help but feel a chill down his spine and subconsciously slowed down. The 3 lower-rank, 9 monarchs from the small mystic realm were not idiots. Since all of them were faking it, it would not be good for the 3 of them to be too independent, right? As a result, a very strange scene appeared on the scene. Everyone looked incomparably fierce and aggressive. They were all shouting and cursing, and their attacks were extremely frightening. In a short period of time, they had released countless attacks, but no one was injured at all. It was as if they were in cahoots to film a movie. Moreover, everyone seemed to have a mind of their own. As they fought and chased, they approached Yi Qinghan and Shintu Xiong's battlefield. Their divine senses were all locked onto the 2, waiting for the final outcome. In the void millions of miles above everyone, Yi Qinghan stood upright and stopped running. He was wearing a fiery red battle armor, surrounded by red light, and carried a long supreme god slaughtering saber on his back. His handsome face looked even more majestic and extraordinary at this moment. The current terrain was a little strange. There was a material plane not far to the left, and there was another material plane millions of miles to the right. Above them, there was a space vortex. No one knew if Yi Qinghan had deliberately chosen this place as the battlefield or if it was a coincidence. Yi Qinghan, die. Shintu Xiong shot up like a cannonball. Before he arrived, his voice was already heard. Moreover, a giant sword shining with golden light had already cut through the void, turning into a series of afterimages, slashing down on Yi Qinghan. This was truly tearing through the void. Wherever the giant sword passed, tiny cracks would appear in the space, looking as sinister and terrifying as scars. It must be known that this was the endless void, a place where space was the most stable. Shinta Xiong's attack power could be clearly seen. Haha. Shinta Xiong, aren't you afraid that I have an ambush? Yi Qinghan raised his head and laughed. His eyes flickered as he activated the Soul Exterminator. His laughter was mixed with the demonic voice. His hands gently caressed, and the billions of soul jade knives turned into stars and shot down. At the same time, the fire god's heart on his head lit up, and his body quietly disappeared. Previously, Shinta Xiong was ambushed by Yi Qinghan's soul skill. How could he not be prepared this time? The chaotic aura had long protected his soul sea. Of course, Yi Qinghan did not intend to rely on soul skills to make Shinta Xiong suffer. It was just that soul skills could be used casually, and it was always good to be able to harass Shinta Xiong. The golden sword slashed down heavily, turning into a ray of light that shot downwards. Obviously, it missed. Where the golden sword slashed down, a long and narrow crack appeared in the space. It was like a piece of black cloth that was cut by a sharp knife. Shinta Xiong immediately controlled the golden sword to fly back, and the crack in space slowly closed. Although he knew that it was impossible for Yi Qinghan to ambush him, he still looked around nervously. However, he was shocked by what he saw. Yi Qinghan teleported hundreds of thousands of miles to the left. At this moment, his body suddenly split into 2, then 2 into 4, 4 into 8. In the end, the sky was filled with Yi Qinghan's clones, and there were hundreds of them. Most importantly, every clone looked exactly the same. It was impossible to distinguish them with the naked eye or divine sense. Even the power of space was exactly the same. Shinta Xiong's golden sword trembled, and started revolving around him. With the fastest speed, he slashed towards Yi Qinghan's billions of clones. At the same time, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and once again condensed a golden sword, which revolved around his body and protected him. However, his eyes were burning with anger, and he was about to melt the void. He shouted with incomparable resentment, "Battle Emperor, you old dog. I served you for hundreds of thousands of years, and you didn't teach me this ultimate skill of creating millions of clones. Now, you passed it to this little bastard. You old dog, I didn't kill you wrongly back then, I didn't kill you wrongly.